We know that they're already in discussions with Oregon and Washington to add those to the Big Ten to become 18. But do they want to leave room? Do they want to leave a buffer in case there is a mass exodus from the ACC that they could grab, instead of Cal Stanford, they could grab Virginia and North Carolina?
Right. Like we said, the fans will adjust. We adjust to everything. We're adjusting to gambling. I mean, sports gambling being sponsored all over every sport, NFL, college football as well. And Brian Kelly, who we make fun of quite frequently, actually commend him. At a press conference yesterday, he talked about the fact that because of gambling, you're going to see them being more honest with things like injury reports. I think that's awesome because, as he said, they don't want to sit back and wait. They want to be ahead of it. I think it's brilliant. I think it's smart. I think it's great. I wish, Mel Tucker, Jim Harbaugh would do the same things. I think they should treat it like the NFL. We should know.
Have an injury report.
Yes. Why not?
I agree. I don't understand.
I know it's strategic in certain.
Well, sure, it's strategic if you want to try and keep that from an opponent. I get that, but if there is a national protocol for dealing with talking about injuries, then it removes the guesswork. It would take a lot of pressure off of those guys to have to answer those questions. Here's the injury report.
Right. And the other thing is, he's right, is it gets, people historically would try to get on the inside of a program, get somebody who feed them stuff that was not being fed out of the program to have a gambling advantage. And with it being so wide open, you don't want to be privy to any of that stuff. So good for Brian Kelly and his family. All right. Our telephone number, 248-539-9797. After Chris Villar's update, we'll hear from T.J. Lang, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Mother Waddles. The Lions defense showing out during camp scrimmage yesterday. Kirby Joseph was looking to continue his disruptive play for the defense this upcoming season and talked about why he's able to be in the right place at the right time so often. He said Aaron Rodgers was his favorite player growing up, who he picked off 3 times last season, by the way. And speaking of Rodgers, he did not play in last night's Hall of Fame game. The Browns beat the Jets 21-16. Deshaun Watson not on the field either. Michigan basketball completing its non-conference schedule by filling in Memphis as their opponent in the battle for Atlantis in late November. Would face either Stanford or Arkansas after that. With the Pac-12 continuing to fall apart with the loss of Arizona and Colorado, they're down to 8 teams now. Big Ten presidents and chancellors granting the conference permission to research Oregon and Washington Washington as possible additions, ESPN reporting that the schools would only be given a partial share if they were recruited. And Red Wings fans who want to grab tickets for games this upcoming season, they can jump on the Wings website at 10 a.m. when sales of single-game seats will begin, including the home opener, Thanksgiving Eve, and New Year's Eve game. They also have travel packages for the team's Global Series trip to Sweden and 10-game packages as well. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Ken Rosenthal tweeted or wrote a story for The Athletic saying the pressure on buyers is mounting. But we got our new guy in charge in Scott Harris, and all reports say he set a high price for people who want to deal with the Tigers. I mean, they can't go through today without trading, right? So he's got to, at some point, blink. And so who blinks first? Do the buyers concede to his asking price? Or does Scott Harris say, okay, because they've had preliminary talks. You know that he has talked to teams, and the buyers being teams like Baltimore, the Reds, Atlanta, maybe Miami, Houston, the Dodgers, whomever. I mean, not everybody's going to be interested in who you have to offer, but somebody is. And they've had preliminary talks and the outlines of deals. And Scott Harris says, I want A and B, and a team says, well, we'll give you B. And then you go, okay, maybe we'll circle back. But you kind of have an outline of what a team is willing to give up for your guys, and you know what you asked for your guys. And so does Scott Harris take this right down to 6 o'clock and eventually pick up the phone and call somebody and say, okay? Or does it go right down to 6 o'clock and that somebody says, okay, I'll do it for what you want?
John, you always, in a weird way, have taught me, just let your play do the talking.
Let your pad speak.
Don't worry about the other stuff. And lately, especially this off season, forgetting about the NCAA stuff, just the things coming from the coach of this football team, from Jim Harbaugh, it's not Michigan-like to me. Bragging about how many guys you think are going to be drafted. They have a Georgia drill. Talking national championship.
Well, there's no bragging about the Georgia drill. The Georgia drill is because they haven't beaten Georgia or anybody like Georgia.
Okay, well, they only played Georgia once.
Games. Right, all right, but they've lost to Alabama in a bowl game. They've lost to Florida in a bowl game. They've lost to Georgia in a bowl game. They lost to TCU in a bowl game.
Okay.
Oh, they get to the SEC and they're not ready to play. Because that's the counter to that. That's what we're going to hear next. When, they weren't focused on playing Georgia.
And who knows if they're going to play Georgia? Who knows if they make the college football playoffs this year? There's a lot of people that are predicting that they will.
Right. But I don't want to hear Michigan people brag about them right now. I mean,
you don't want to hear Michigan people brag about their team?
Their coach and their players. Just play it cool. Just go out and kick ass.
Let's not celebrate.
Sorry.
Yeah, let's learn who this guy is first.
Wrong sport.
and wrong nation. This is not a Russian player. The Tigers have traded Michael Lorenzen by himself, no package, no sweetener.
So Scott Harris was doing something.
He was doing something.
Okay, just check.
See if it's something
Just
good.
wait till we get what he got.
Lorenzen to the Phillies by himself, no sweetener, no package. 1 for 1. Is this 1 for 1, David?
That's what it looks like.
And it's a second baseman from the Phillies, their farm system. He's not a top 100 player. He's number 5 in their system, a 20-year-old. Hao Yu Lee. He's a Taiwanese second baseman. Your reaction?
Well, looking at it, looks like he won't. He's projected to be at the big ball club now in 2 years, 2025. So he can play 3 positions in the infield. I mean,
he's in high A ball, hitting 283 right now. On base, 372. We like on base. That's the whole thing here. Look, I didn't think you're getting a top 100 prospect for Lorenzen straight up. So I'm not going to sit here and well, this is a terrible return. It's fine, I guess. He's a young player, international player. We haven't had enough of those international developed players. Right. He's 20. He's still going to have to develop. Your point, Rico, is he's not going to be here this year.
How do you get that far down the road with a team where a player's got that team on a no-trade clause and you don't have the player's approval? And I really don't think you do. I think Eduardo Rodriguez changed his mind. That's what I think. In lieu of hearing from him, which we will later today, and maybe he'll say it, maybe he won't. But if I watched that news conference today, went back and watched the whole thing, and the nonverbals from Scott Harris, the body language, made it pretty clear to me that Eduardo Rodriguez changed his mind. And I'm not reporting that. I'm not saying I know for a fact. That's what my gut tells me.
So, Woj, I think if we play the blame game, there are plenty of people to blame, from Al Avila to Eduardo Rodriguez, but because he is the man in charge, no matter the reasons, and I'm sure there are some, and we will find out, and some we won't, Scott Harris has to take the hit for this.
Well, yeah, of course. He's the guy in charge. And it does make you think a little bit if why he hasn't hired a GM yet, because it sounds like – I don't think necessarily things slip between the cracks here. But at the very end, with an hour to go, and you saw Scott Harris on the Zoom last night, he did look like a guy who got blindsided. And however it happens, for whatever reason – when you're the guy in charge, you can't get blindsided, because blindsided means you didn't account for every possibility, everything that could have happened.
Ken Rosenthal tweeted or wrote a story for The Athletic saying the pressure on buyers is mounting. But we got our new guy in charge in Scott Harris, and all reports say he's
Hey, when I've got questions about my finances, I turn to my bank, and that's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. That's because First Merchants Bank doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They take the time to learn about my life, my personal and financial goals, and they work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. That's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as a person, as a dad, as a family member, with goals and things that we want to accomplish, not just as a number on a spreadsheet. So they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. You can count on that since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of their local community. They know it's their community as well, and we all have to work together to help them prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them and get more information at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com, member FDIC.
at a high price for people who want to deal with the Tigers. I mean, they can't go through today without trading, right? So he's got to at some point blink. And so who blinks first? Do the buyers concede to his asking price? Or does Scott Harris say, okay, because they've had preliminary talks. You know that he has talked to teams, and, the buyers being teams like Baltimore, the Reds, Atlanta, maybe, Miami, Houston, the Dodgers, whomever. I mean, not everybody's going to be interested in who you have to offer, but somebody is. And they've had preliminary talks and the outlines of deals, and Scott Harris says, I want A and B, and a team says, well, we'll give you B. And then you go, okay, maybe we'll circle back. But you kind of have an outline of what a team is willing to give up for your guys, and you know what you asked for your guys. And so does Scott Harris take this right down to 6 o'clock and eventually pick up the phone and call somebody and say, okay? Or does it go right down to 6 o'clock and that somebody says, okay, I'll do it for what you want?
John, you always, in a weird way, have taught me, just let your play do the talking.
Let your pad speak.
Don't worry about the other stuff. And lately, especially this offseason, forgetting about the NCAA stuff, just the things coming from the coach of this football team, from Jim Harbaugh, it's not Michigan-like to me. Bragging about how many guys you think are going to be drafted. They have a Georgia drill, talking national championship.
Well, there's no bragging about the Georgia drill. The Georgia drill is because they haven't beaten Georgia or anybody like Georgia.
Okay, well, they only played Georgia once.
Games. Right, all right, but they've lost to Alabama in a bowl game. They've lost to Florida in a bowl game. They've lost to Georgia in a bowl game. They lost to TCU in a bowl game.
Okay.
Oh, they get to the SEC and they're not ready to play. Because that's the counter to that. That's what we're going to hear next. When, they weren't focused on playing Georgia.
And who knows if they're going to play Georgia? Who knows if they make the college football playoffs this year? There's a lot of people that are predicting that they will.
Right. But I don't want to hear Michigan people brag about them right now. I mean,
you don't want to hear Michigan people brag about their team?
Their coach and their players. Just play it cool. Just go out and kick ass.
Let's not celebrate.
Sorry.
Yeah, let's learn who this guy is first.
Wrong sport.
and wrong nation. This is not a Russian player. The Tigers have traded Michael Lorenzen by himself, no package, no sweetener.
So Scott Harris was doing something.
He was doing something.
Okay, just check.
See if it's something
Just
good.
wait till we get what he got.
Lorenzen to the Phillies by himself, no sweetener, no package. 1 for 1. Is this 1 for 1, David?
That's what it looks like.
And it's a second baseman from the Phillies, their farm system. He's not a top 100 player. He's number 5 in their system, a 20-year-old. Hao Yu Lee. He's a Taiwanese second baseman. Your reaction?
Well, looking at it, looks like he's projected to be at the big ball club now in 2 years, 2025. So he can play 3 positions in the infield. I mean,
he's in high A ball, hitting 283 right now, on base 372. We like on base. That's the whole thing here. Look, I didn't think you're getting a top 100 prospect for Lorenzen straight up, so I'm not going to sit here and like, well, this is a terrible return. It's fine, I guess. He's a young player, international player. We haven't had enough of those international developed players. Right. He's 20. He's still going to have to develop. Your point, Rico, is he's not going to be here this year.
Two 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. I'm going to do a little audible here, something that I noticed yesterday when we were watching the Hall of Fame game.
Yes.
There was a Tim Boyle sighting.
There was.
Yes, Tim Boyle, who was a backup quarterback, probably third string to Aaron Rodgers when Green Bay, before he ended up coming here, and then he left here, went to Chicago, and was actually awful when he played for the Detroit Lions. So I was wondering, 248-539-9797, real quick, who's the worst Lions quarterback in your lifetime?
Well, that's a terrific question. And
in your Lions fandom.
Unfortunately, there are many to choose from. And how far are we going back? We just going 30 years? My lifetime?
Your lifetime.
Okay, all right. I gotta believe at the near the top of that list would be one Ty Detmer. Was 1-3 as a starter, threw 3 touchdowns, and that's where the positives end. 3 fumbles, and had 10 interceptions. This all being, let's go back, 1-3, 4 games.
Yeah. I mean, what was it, 6 or 7 in one game? I think he had 6 against Cleveland. That was the first game after 9/11. And he had another one that was disallowed because of a penalty. Yeah, that's a good one. Mine, I'm going to say Stoney Case was pretty damn bad. Now, he only started 1 game, 5 games he played. You know, his quarterback, his rating was 61%, which was awful, the rating. And
he did throw a touchdown.
He did throw a touchdown. He had 4 interceptions. He's actually going to be my honorable mention.
Oh.
Because I'm going to go somebody who actually started a decent amount of games or who played a decent amount of games. And some of it is because of the expectations. Andre Ware was just absolutely awful. He was horrific.
Well, compared to the asset spent on him, sure.
But then not even that. He was just terrible. I mean, I remember going to practice and watching him. He couldn't even he'd throw the balls in the dirt. I mean, his quarterback rating is 63.5. That is unbelievable. His completion percentage is 51.6. Now, Rusty Hilgers was worse at 41.2, so you could argue that in my lifetime, my Lion fandom. Andre Ware, number 1. Stoney Case, number 2.
As a starter, how many wins did he have?
Andre Ware, maybe 1.
Okay, so if he had 1, he would have been better than Dante Culpepper, who started 10 games, played in 13, and lost them all.
Yes. All right. Gov, who's yours?
Easy, Mike McMahon. He actually statistically breaks down to being one of the worst. But I was just like, this guy is not a starting NFL quarterback. And he was hyped up, so he's mobile.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, here's some others on the ticket text. Joey Harrington. Look, Joey was not as good as was advertised where he was picked, but he was definitely not the worst Lions quarterback. I mean, he led them to wins. He had some decent drives. Just was not what we expected. And an older person has Carl Sweetan. We have Scott F. and Mitchell. Look, Scott Mitchell had his major flaws, but he's by far from the worst Lions quarterback. Ty Detmer agrees with you, John.
Yep.
Milt Plum, that goes way back. And Kenny from Flint has been a fan for 25 years, and I'm going with Dan Orlovsky. Look, nobody else ran out of the end zone.
Yes.
And has made a great career out of it.
Yes.
And has been self-deprecating about it, which we enjoy. All right, it's time for news, and here's Heather.
Well, here's kind of a scary story. A Michigan woman who has absolutely no real medical training whatsoever was just busted actively treating patients as a nurse again.
Uh-oh.
Not the first
Again?
time she's done this. Yeah. The 48-year-old woman is accused of using the Michigan licensing number and name of an actual nurse to get a job at a Grand Rapids hospice care facility. And she was working there treating patients, and then the facility did learn that the woman was an imposter when they had her fingerprints taken and it linked her to a similar case. So she apparently did this, basically the same thing in Texas from 2015 to 2016. So thankfully, she's been caught. She has been charged with identity theft, which is a 15-year felony. But how terrifying. It's like these people that practice dentistry out of their basements, but have no, like, what?
Yeah.
So scary.
Not going to a dentist in somebody's basement to begin with.
No, nope, I would not either. Definitely not. Get ready, you guys, for some snowy weather this winter. The Farmer's Almanac is forecasting a return to a traditional winter this year. So they say towards the end of 2023 and heading into 2024. The Almanac is actually calling it the Burr is back, and it's predicting that cooler temperatures and snowy weather conditions will be here this winter. So for our area, they say below average temperatures and many snowstorms, sleet, ice, and rain are expected for much of the Great Lakes and Midwest areas in January and February. I mean,
all right. Hey,
I kind of
winter in
expect
Michigan.
that anyway.
Yeah,
exactly. Like here, you just expect anything and you take what you get because you just never know sometimes. Animal control officers unfortunately made a really gruesome discovery at a Livingston County home on Wednesday while they were following up on a dangerous dog complaint. So these officers showed up at this man's house to actually serve him with a court notice because his dog had recently been involved in this attack with a neighbor that had resulted in serious injury. And when they were there to issue that court notice, they found the man's dog actively biting him. 68-year-old man was found out in his backyard being attacked by his dog. Officers had to shoot and kill the dog so that they could treat the man for his injuries, but unfortunately the man was pronounced dead at the scene. Now, speaking of dogs, a police dog in Berkeley helped to capture an armed robbery suspect who was on the run in Farmington Hills last month. It was on July 22nd. Police were searching for the suspect when this dog, his name is Bear, and his handler were actually about to leave the scene, having no luck finding the suspect. And as they were getting in the vehicle, the suspect ran across M5 right in front of the police vehicle and took off across the highway into the tall grass. So the dog jumped out of the car. Bear was able to track him down, and the suspect was arrested. This is some sad news to report. Drexel University's men's basketball player Terrence Butler was found dead on Wednesday in his on-campus apartment. Butler was about to be a junior in the College of Engineering. He played forward on the university's basketball team, and he was named to the Coastal Athletic Association Commissioner's Academic Honor Roll last season. Sounds like he had a lot of great things going for him. I know it did sound like he was dealing with some injuries for the past 2 seasons. And while most articles did say that the cause of death was unknown, I did read one article where the Philadelphia Department of Public Health confirmed that he took his own life.
Oh.
So very, very sad for sure.
Yeah.
Finally, A man in Texas has been arrested after walking into a CVS, taking off all his clothes, chugging a gallon of milk, and then physically fighting with an employee. After he fled from the CVS, he was found still naked in a Kroger parking lot. So he was taken into custody. He was also suffering from some sort of medical emergency and was taken to the hospital as well. But when you hear the employee's account of the situation, this guy walked in, I guess, just wearing pajama pants. So he wasn't wearing a lot of clothes to begin with. He didn't have a shirt on, pajama pants.
Didn't want to spill the milk on him.
Right. Well, he first wanted some water. The employee told him where to find water, took the gallon of milk, went to the restroom, took off his pajama pants, and then started chugging the milk, went behind the counter, and started kind of like assaulting and dumping the milk on the employee as well. So the employee is going to press charges for assault, and it sounds like he could still be facing some other charges as well, including indecent exposure.
Okay.
That's
awful.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather. All right, coming up next, the guys from Barstool's Pardon My Take podcast. Big Cat and PFT commenter. Join us next, 97.1 The Ticket.
Ken Rosenthal tweeted or wrote a story for The Athletic saying the pressure on buyers is mounting. But we got our new guy in charge in Scott Harris, and all reports say he set a high price for people who want to deal with the Tigers. I mean, they can't go through today without trading, right? So he's got to, at some point, blink. And so who blinks first? Do the buyers concede to his asking price? Or does Scott Harris say, okay, because you know they've had preliminary talks. You know that he has talked to teams, and you know the buyers being teams like Baltimore, the Reds, Atlanta, maybe Miami, Houston, the Dodgers, whomever. I mean, not everybody's going to be interested in who you have to offer, but somebody is. And they've had preliminary talks and the outlines of deals, and Scott Harris says, I want A and B, and a team says, well, we'll give you B. And then you go, okay, maybe we'll circle back. But you kind of have an outline of what a team is willing to give up for your guys, and you know what you asked for your guys. And so does Scott Harris take this right down to 6 o'clock and eventually pick up the phone and call somebody and say, okay? Or does it go right down to 6 o'clock and that somebody says, okay, I'll do it for what you want?
You know, John, you always, in a weird way, have taught me, you know, just let your play do the talk.
Let your pad speak.
You know, don't worry about the other stuff. And lately, especially this off season, forgetting about the NCAA stuff, just the things coming from the coach of this football team, from Jim Harbaugh, it's not Michigan-like to me. Bragging about how many guys you think are going to be drafted. They have a Georgia drill, talking national championship.
Well, there's no bragging about the Georgia drill. The Georgia drill is because they haven't beaten Georgia or anybody like Georgia.
Okay, well, they only played Georgia once.
Games. Right, all right, but they've lost to Alabama in a bowl game. They've lost to Florida in a bowl game. They've lost to Georgia in a bowl game. They lost to TCU in a bowl game.
Okay.
Oh, they get to the SEC and they're not ready to play. Because that's the counter to that. That's what we're going to hear next. When, you know, oh, they weren't focused on playing Georgia.
Yeah, and who knows if they're going to play Georgia? Who knows if they make the college football playoffs this year? There's a lot of people that are predicting that they will.
Right. But I don't want to hear Michigan people brag about them right now. I mean,
You don't want to hear Michigan people brag about their team?
Their coach and their players. Just play it cool. Just go out and kick ass.
Let's not celebrate.
Sorry.
Yeah, let's learn who this
Wrong
guy
sport.
is first.
Wrong sport.
And wrong nation. This is not a Russian player. The Tigers have traded Michael Lorenzen by himself, no package, no sweetener.
So Scott Harris was doing something.
He was doing something.
Okay, just check.
See if it's something
Just
good.
wait till we get what he got.
Lorenzen to the Phillies by himself, no sweetener, no package. 1 for 1. Is this 1 for 1, David?
That's what it looks like.
And it's a second baseman from the Phillies, their farm system. He's not a top 100 player. He's number 5 in their system, a 20-year-old. Hao Yu Lee. He's a Taiwanese second baseman. Your reaction?
Well, looking at it, looks like he won't. He's projected to be at the big ball club now in 2 years, 2025.
Yep.
He can play 3 positions in the infield.
He's in high A ball, hitting 283 right now. On base, 372. We like on base. That's the whole thing here. Look, I didn't think you're getting a top 100 prospect for Lorenzen straight up, so I'm not going to sit here and like, well, this is a terrible return. Fine, I guess. He's a young player, international player. We haven't had enough of those. International developed players. He's 20. He's still going to have to develop. Your point, Rico, is he's not going to be here this year.
How do you get that far down the road with a team where a player's got that team on a no-trade clause and you don't have the player's approval? And I really don't think you do. I think Eduardo Rodriguez changed his mind. That's what I think. In lieu of hearing from him, which we will later today, and maybe he'll say it, maybe he won't. But if I watched that news conference today, went back and watched the whole thing. And the nonverbals from Scott Harris, the body language, made it pretty clear to me that Eduardo Rodriguez changed it. And I'm not reporting that. I'm not saying I know for a fact. That's what my gut tells me.
So, Woj, I think if we play the blame game, there are plenty of people to blame, from Al Avila to Eduardo Rodriguez, but because he is the man in charge, no matter the reasons, and I'm sure there are some that we will find out and some we won't, Scott Harris has to take the hit for this.
Well, yeah, of course. He's the guy in charge, and it does make you think a little bit if why he hasn't hired a GM yet, because it sounds like, I don't think necessarily things slip between the cracks here, but at the very end, with an hour to go, and you saw Scott Harris on the Zoom last night, he did look like a guy who got blindsided. And however it happens, for whatever reason, when you're the guy in charge, you can't get blindsided, because blindsided means you didn't account for every possibility, everything that could have happened.
Ken Rosenthal tweeted or wrote a story for The Athletic saying the pressure on buyers is mounting. But we got our new guy in charge in Scott Harris, and all reports say he set a high price for people who want to deal with the Tigers. I mean, they can't go through today without trading, right? So he's got to, at some point, blink. And so who blinks first? Do the buyers concede to his asking price? Or does Scott Harris say, okay, because they've had preliminary talks. You know that he has talked to teams, and the buyers being teams like Baltimore, the Reds, Atlanta, maybe Miami, Houston, the Dodgers, whomever. I mean, not everybody's going to be interested in who you have to offer, but somebody is. And they've had preliminary talks and the outlines of deals, and Scott Harris says, I want A and B, and a team says, well, we'll give you B. And then you go, okay, maybe we'll circle back. But you kind of have an outline of what a team is willing to give up for your guys, and you know what you asked for your guys. And so does Scott Harris take this right down to 6 o'clock and eventually pick up the phone and call somebody and say, okay? Or does it go right down to 6 o'clock and that somebody says, okay, I'll do it for what you want?
John, you always, in a weird way, have taught me, just let your play do the talk.
Let your pad speak.
Don't worry about the other stuff. And lately, especially this offseason, forgetting about the NCAA stuff, just the things coming from the coach of this football team, from Jim Harbaugh, it's not Michigan-like to me. Bragging about how many guys you think are going to be drafted. They have a Georgia drill, talking national championship.
Well, there's no bragging about the Georgia drill. The Georgia drill is because they haven't beaten Georgia or anybody like Georgia.
Okay, well, they only played Georgia once.
Games. Right, all right, but they've lost to Alabama in a bowl game. They've lost to Florida in a bowl game. They've lost to Georgia in a bowl game. They lost to TCU in a bowl game.
Okay.
Oh, they get to the SEC and they're not ready to play. Because that's the counter to that. That's what we're going to hear next. When they weren't focused on playing Georgia.
And who knows if they're going to play Georgia? Who knows if they make the college football playoffs this year? There's a lot of people that are predicting that they will.
Right. But I don't want to hear Michigan people brag about them right now.
You don't want to hear Michigan people brag about their team?
Their coach and their players. Just play it cool. Just go out and kick ass.
Let's not celebrate.
Sorry.
Yeah, let's learn who this guy is first.
Wrong sport.
And wrong nation. This is not a Russian player. The Tigers have traded Michael Lorenzen by himself, no package, no sweetener.
So Scott Harris was doing something.
He was doing something.
Okay, just check.
See if it's something
Just
good.
wait till we get what he got.
Lorenzen to the Phillies by himself, no sweetener, no package. 1 for 1. Is this 1 for 1, David?
That's what it looks like.
And it's a second baseman from the Phillies, their farm system. He's not a top 100 player. He's number 5 in their system, a 20-year-old. Hao Yu Lee. He's a Taiwanese second baseman. Your reaction?
Well, looking at it, looks like he's projected to be at the big ball club now in 2 years, 2025. So he can play 3 positions in the infield. I mean,
he's in high A ball, hitting 283 right now. On base, 372. We like on base. That's the whole thing here. Look, I didn't think you're getting a top 100 prospect for Lorenzen straight up, so I'm not going to sit here and this is a terrible return. Fine, I guess. He's a young player.
Hey, if you hate being tracked like I do when you're trying to find something out online, you should be using DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo is a browser like Chrome with its own private search, and it's not going to track you or search for your location. So if you search for something that you need, and maybe you only need it once, like a new car, you only need a new car every, maybe 10 years. You don't want to be bombarded with ads for cars for the next 3-4 months. You say something. You don't want to be bombarded with ads for anything that you're talking about. DuckDuckGo can block those. Find out more information at DuckDuckGo.com.
How do you get that far down the road with a team where a player's got that team on a no-trade clause and you don't have the player's approval? And I really don't think you do. I think Eduardo Rodriguez changed his mind. That's what I think. In lieu of hearing from him, which we will later today, and maybe he'll say it, maybe he won't. But if I watched that news conference today, went back and watched the whole thing, and the nonverbals from Scott Harris, the body language, made it pretty clear to me that Eduardo Rodriguez changed it. And I'm not reporting that. I'm not saying I know for a fact. That's what my gut tells me.
So Woj, I think if we play the blame game, there are plenty of people to blame, from Al Avila to Eduardo Rodriguez, but because he is the man in charge, no matter the reasons, and I'm sure there are some, and we will find out, and some we won't, Scott Harris has to take the hit for this.
Well, yeah, of course. He's the guy in charge. And it does make you think a little bit if why he hasn't hired a GM yet, because it sounds like, I don't think necessarily things slip between the cracks here, but at the very end, with an hour to go, and you saw Scott Harris on the Zoom last night, he did look like a guy who got blindsided. And however it happens, for whatever reason, when you're the guy in charge, you can't get blindsided, because blindsided means you didn't account for every possibility, everything that could have happened.
248-539-9797. I enjoyed that more than I thought I would, talking to those guys.
Oh, it was great.
I know. They were great.
Yeah, lots of energy, good stuff.
Yes.
A little nice back and forth. Flowed well. And
Yeah.
it was fun to talk to them.
Yeah, that's that's the difference between a podcast
Yes.
and what we do, you know. Certain
Well,
times
and, yeah,
you
you
wish
can-
we were more of a podcast.
You could use certain language that we
Yes.
avoid here.
Yes, and it's you know, if the commercial breaks, you can just go
Just
as
go.
long as you want,
Uh-huh.
which is what we have wonderful podcasts here,
Yes.
like Necessary Roughness,
That's one of them.
Cash the Ticket,
Another one.
the 5-Star Zone,
Third.
Bustin' Balls,
Fourth. We're going to count them out.
and Restore the Floor.
Yep. Fifth.
Yes, we have
but not in that order. Let's
no.
just say.
Yes. Although Restore the Floor is the only one that has no promo that runs. Okay. Just had to get that out.
You got to get.
And we have a new one,
We
which
can
will-
make some drops for you.
We will have a new one that'll be dropping today. We will be with Jeff Pearlman, a renowned sports author who wrote the book Winning Time, that the television show that's on HBO that season 2 debuts on Sunday about the LA Lakers in the 80s. And he also wrote books about Bo Jackson
Yeah.
and tons of stuff. My favorite book is Football for a Buck, about the history of the USFL,
Okay.
which is a great read.
Yeah, and they're going to be back for year 3.
Yes,
So
right.
keep adding chapters.
I know. I can't wait to get to. I mean, they can't get past.
That was a USFL game last night.
Oh yeah.
You know, Jets versus Browns. No Aaron Rodgers. No Deshaun Watson. No anybody that's actually going to be have an impact.
Major factor.
Yeah. Major factor. Well, he played for. Who was that? It wasn't not a teammate of Mobility.
Major Booty.
Yes. No, that's General Booty.
General Booty.
Yeah, General Booty
I know,
is in
I don't
Oklahoma.
have my
Yes.
military hierarchy
Yes.
correct all the time.
Yes. No, it's your hopes and dreams.
Yes, indeed. Have any big plans this weekend, John?
Let's see, this weekend. Now, Ellie, they've wrapped up the softball season, but she made the list of all-state players. So they've got a big to-do, a bunch of games of all the all-state players around the state, obviously, coming into the Canton Sports Center.
Oh, nice.
Last year, I think it was in Battle Creek. This year, it's in Canton Sports Center. So grateful to the organization for making it close by this year.
Yeah, it's good.
And then as Doug Karsh enters the studio here, I do want to mention that tomorrow we all have to celebrate.
Yes, we do.
It's the 20-year anniversary of National Underwear Day.
Wait, it's been going on for 20 years?
It has been going on for 20 years.
I have neglected to celebrate even once.
Me too.
Hopefully you celebrate every day. Yes. Doug Karsh showed
Is that a
me
little
his.
awkward? I just showed you.
Wow.
Showed you the wear.
I'm glad you,
You
were
whipped it
sat.
out?
I'm glad you sat on that side.
That's a little awkward. Maybe I shouldn't have done that.
That's okay.
Yeah.
They just look like tights. Maybe I would guess, being the design that they are, I thought maybe you rode your bike in and they were your bike shorts
Is that what it
underneath
looks
there.
like?
Yeah.
I was on the bike the other day, had the spandex shorts with the pad.
On the outside bike?
Yes.
Not the indoor bike?
Not the
You wear those outside, or do you wear shorts over top?
I
of
wear
them?
shorts over
Okay.
the top.
Thank
I'd
you.
be caught dead right around.
Thank you.
But the reason you wear them is they have a pad
I get
in
that.
the crotch area.
Yes.
To but I'm definitely taking the bike out this weekend.
Okay.
Gotta hit the trails.
But
Helmet and
you're not one of those guys who thinks these Lance Armstrong.
I have no sponsors. No.
Good.
If you're asking,
No.
I do not
You
have
get
a
off your
Motorola
bike.
shirt. No.
Right.
Do you wear
US Postal.
you just wear-
clip-ins
you wear-
and you
I do not like
click and
clip-ins.
clack?
I do not like the clip-ins.
You just wear a T-shirt and you have to wear a helmet. I get that.
T-shirt, helmet.
Yeah.
Well, he does wear a helmet. Don't have to wear a helmet.
You don't have to, but there's
you
not one
should.
person you see on the trails without a helmet.
Yeah.
Nobody rides trails without. Well, I mean, there's probably somewhere I've never seen anybody without a helmet on the trails.
So is it boxers, briefs, boxer briefs? Like, what is the go-to?
Briefs. I don't like boxers.
So
I kind of like everything packed in.
you like a tight package.
Wow. He likes the whitey tighties.
Tidy whities.
I don't know if I have any white underwear anymore.
Or is that anymore, or
anymore.
they were
Growing
at one
up,
time?
everything was white, but now,
Now you're
Thank
more
God.
diverse.
yes,
More diverse
That's right,
society.
there you go.
What do you got going on today?
Why are we talking about this? Are we on
Well,
the air?
because
Are we on the air right now? We're not
because
on the
tomorrow
air, right?
is National Underwear Day.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about yesterday being National IPA Day, and I don't like IPAs. Do you?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't know what an IPA is?
I know
Pale
it's
ale.
a type of beer, but I wouldn't be able to tell you how different
It's
it
all
is
right.
from anything else.
Do you like IPAs, Stone?
They're okay. To me, just give me my Bud Light, Miller Light, Coors Light, Blue Light, whatever, or Soft Parade or Summer Shandy.
Yeah.
I'm a big shorts summer Soft Parade guy.
Yeah.
What is, if you can tell me in 30 seconds or less, the difference between an IPA and a Miller Lite?
An IPA tastes like bug spray, and Miller Lite does not.
Okay.
That's my description.
All right. Well, so I'll stay away from them.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're
From the
heavier.
DEET.
They have a higher alcohol content, and they're not for me.
Okay.
But I'm look, everybody. If you love IPAs, great.
Yeah.
Sure.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't judge you, and,
Right.
nor should I. And
No.
hopefully you don't judge me, but I get judged all the time.
Well, we all do. We all judge it in our own little ways.
No
of
one
everything.
judges you more than your friends do.
Well, this is true, and the enemies, also them.
Yes.
So you
Doesn't hurt as much.
So you talk about IPAs and what else?
At this hour, there is some new news regarding conference expansion.
Oh.
We'll get to that right out of the gate.
Have a wonderful weekend, everybody. We'll see you back here Monday. Carson Anderson next. 97 won the ticket.
All right, happy Friday, everybody. Doug Karsh, Gator out today. Gator will be back on Monday. So, look, I to me, this is a huge story, and I don't know how much the rest of Detroit cares. But the fact of the matter is, something I talked about yesterday may be playing itself out today, and that is tapping the brakes on conference expansion. It was going around yesterday on social media like it was a done deal, and this morning there's a couple of reports. First, Dan Wetzel tweets out, the Pac-12 has a meeting in the next hour to discuss its media deal and the signing of a grant of rights, as Ross Dillinger and others have reported. As bleak as things looked for the league late Thursday, numerous sources express optimism that the Pac-12 can halt most or even all defections and push forward together with the Apple deal. So many moving parts and uncertainties, but like a great summer blockbuster, this story may not be over. The Athletic did a tap the brake story on college football expansion. And it was Nicole Auerbach who reports this morning, Oregon and Washington's exit from the Pac-12 to the Big Ten appears to have lost momentum overnight. Sources briefed on the discussions tell The Athletic. This turning of the tides after the Big Ten presidents authorized Commissioner Tony Petit to pursue expansion on Thursday. Additionally, the Pac-12 has a meeting scheduled Friday morning, and there is renewed optimism around it. Okay, look, I'm against this. I've talked about it at length. I don't even want USC and UCLA. All right, now there's a little bit of you better evolve with the times or you get left behind. But it doesn't make sense for me to have these athletic departments in the Midwest and these schools within the Big Ten footprint to then have like 7 flyover states for 2 brand names in California. Does it make sense financially? I mean, I guess if we're in a world where everything, absolutely everything is about money, then I guess it makes sense. And they did this expansion and they got a huge TV deal. But I mentioned yesterday there are roadblocks to this. When I read that Bruce Feldman said the networks don't want to pay for Big Ten expansion, that told me something. Because basically the point of adding Washington and Oregon, it's about money, right? Well, if the networks don't want to pay the Big Ten more, then you're basically taking a pie that's sliced 16 ways and you're going to slice it 18 ways. Now, Washington and Oregon, would they take less money than the rest of the Big Ten schools? Would they take a 50% share of what the rest of the Big Ten schools get in TV revenue? They might. But you also have to consider Washington and Oregon's expenditures as an athletic department would skyrocket when they have to fly cross country for all of their teams. So does it make as much sense financially? That's a question they have to be asking themselves. And are Washington and Oregon as coveted as we think? Because guess what? They're basically for sale right now and nobody's bidding. That's one of the problems with the Pac-12 is they haven't been able to get a TV deal done. If Washington and Oregon were such hot commodities, the TV networks could have them right now at probably a discounted price compared to what they'd have to pay the Big Ten if they added Washington and Oregon. Meanwhile, you got ESPN laying people off in cost-cutting moves. You got people cutting the cord. When all this stuff came out yesterday, if you listen to the show, and I'm scared that I'm the only one that cares, in which case Kang will start giving me the cut sign from behind the glass. But if Washington and Oregon join the Big Ten, the TV networks aren't going to up the ante, then what's the point? It's not even good financially for the current schools in the Big Ten. And oh, by the way, not only does Washington and Oregon have to increase their expenditures to send the volleyball team cross country and the rowing team and the baseball and softball teams and track and field, et cetera, the Big Ten schools have to increase their expenditures to send all their teams out there. So when the stories came out yesterday, I thought there are roadblocks. I can't imagine this is moving as fast as people think if the TV networks aren't saying, yeah, bring it on. Now, they could play the long game and say, yeah, we'll take less money. And the Big Ten will say, yeah, we'll split the pie 18 ways instead of 16 ways for the next TV contract. But we're going into year one. I can't remember how long the deal was. I'll have to look it up. But we're going into year one of this new TV deal where the Big Ten has moved away from ESPN and on to Fox, NBC, CBS. It's not exclusive. It's split between 3 networks. So this is just starting. So anyway, I'm not surprised to see this report today. I'm actually a little surprised to see it one day after everything sounded like it was about to go down. But I'm not surprised that this is the end result, is that the Pac-12 may survive. And I like it. And Kang, you and I were talking, some Washington State fan went on Reddit and made this post about how can college football just completely stop caring about us? And I don't know if it's gone viral. Somebody tagged us on it. but it was an interesting take. How can college football literally stop caring about us? We've been around. We've had a competitive program. Yeah, we're in Pullman, Washington, which is a college football outpost, but suddenly we don't matter at all and get left out on all this. And I said to you, I don't want to see Washington State or Oregon State or all these schools get left out, but I'm having a hard time articulating why I care. I mean, I guess just because I've loved college football the way it is, and I don't know why
I think
we need to shrink it.
You care because it's college football, and it's another college football program that's always been there. And it's hard because a lot of times people in general, they don't care unless something affects them, right?
Yep.
Well, this is affecting a product that you really love and enjoy, and you know it's going to evolve, and you know things are going to change. But I go back to the fact that what makes college football different from pro football? There's got to be some differences. I mean, I know the money's so much now in college football that, and NIL and everything like that. Is it just we're watching professional college kids play football now? That's not enough of a difference for me. I need to know that schools like Washington State are part of it. If you don't give a crap about the Arizona Cardinals or the Jacksonville Jaguars, that's fine. But guess what? The NFL still has to care about them because they're part of the league. Washington State's used them as an example. They're still part of college football. How do you just eliminate them and not even care? You still got to take care of every single school that's in college football. You can't just, all right. Otherwise, hey, let's just cut it down to 40 teams or 40 schools that can play then.
And one of the things that I have said about college football that I love is the intensity every Saturday, because to win a national championship, you've really almost got to run the table. Under the current system, you can get away with one loss maybe, but that means each and every Saturday, there are intense games with national championship ramifications. When we start letting 2 and 3 loss teams into the playoff, which is about to happen, I'm scared that what I think is the best regular season in all of sports is going to start to get watered down. An example of that is college basketball. College basketball plays a 4 or 5 month regular season that doesn't move the needle at all. The postseason is spectacularly entertaining. 3 weeks of March Madness is entertaining as hell. But so many teams get in, including teams that have no shot of winning it, that the first 5 months of college basketball season really barely move the needle. I don't want that to happen to college football. Now, if the Big Ten basically gets Washington, Oregon, Florida State, Clemson, the degree of difficulty in the league goes up, and you'll have 2 and 3 loss teams regularly winning the Big Ten, and it would feel to me like the intensity of the regular season drops a bit.
It's definitely going to drop a bit, but I think that's what they're going for. The NFL model is every fan base has a chance until maybe some point, but even then you have 500 teams getting into playoffs, and that's your chance to win it all. Yeah, college football is going to turn into that. Now, not 500 teams are going to get in, but 2, 3 loss teams, they're going to get in, and they're going to have a chance to win the whole thing.
But I think if the Big Ten adds Clemson and Florida State and Washington and Oregon, which some people were speculating, and now again, if you're just joining us, the brakes have been tapped on that a little bit. I think you might have 4 loss teams get in. I mean, because if you're in the Big Ten and you lose to Clemson, Florida State, Ohio State, USC, but you beat Washington and Oregon and Penn State, I mean, you might be one of the best teams in the country, and their strength of schedule might dictate that. But that really becomes a weird takeaway from the intensity of week in, week out college football, which I think makes it great.
I know, but they know this. And if they expand the playoffs even more, it just makes more money, more fan bases, right? It's just,
well,
they know this.
Yeah. All right, 248-539-9797. People, we will get to your phone calls, feedback. We'll talk some Lions throughout the day. Actually, we're going to talk a ton of Lions throughout the day as they have just wrapped up their 10th practice. And last night there was a football game, the Hall of Fame game. I want to know how deep you made it into that game. It's the Hall of Fame game. I made it far, far longer than I expected. But we'll talk about that throughout the day. Carson Anderson, Gator Out Today, 97.1 The Ticket. Ken Rosenthal tweeted or wrote a story for The Athletic saying the pressure on buyers is mounting. But we got our new guy in charge in Scott Harris, and all reports say he set a high price for people who want to deal with the Tigers. I mean, they can't go through today without trading, right? So he's got to, at some point, blink. And so who blinks first? Do the buyers concede to his asking price? Or does Scott Harris say, okay, because they've had preliminary talks. You know that he has talked to teams, and the buyers being teams like Baltimore, the Reds, Atlanta, maybe Miami, Houston, the Dodgers, whomever. I mean, not everybody's going to be interested in who you have to offer, but somebody is. And they've had preliminary talks and the outlines of deals. And Scott Harris says, I want A and B. And a team says, well, we'll give you B. And then you go, okay, maybe we'll circle back. But you kind of have an outline of what a team is willing to give up for your guys. And you know what you asked for your guys. And so does Scott Harris take this right down to 6 o'clock and eventually pick up the phone and call somebody and say, okay? Or does it go right down to 6 o'clock and that somebody says, okay, I'll do it for what you want?
John, you always, in a weird way, have taught me, just let your play do the talking.
Let your pad speak.
Don't worry about the other stuff. And lately, especially this offseason, forgetting about the NCAA stuff, just the things coming from the coach of this football team, from Jim Harbaugh, it's not.
Doug Karsch, Gator out today, 248-539-9797.
How many guys you
some Lions stuff today at 10:30. This morning, right before the show broke, there were a couple of reports, one from The Athletic,
the Georgia drill
that said that the
beaten
Washington-Oregon movement to the Big Ten somehow lost momentum overnight.
Georgia once.
Right, all right, but they've lost to Alabama in a bowl game.
Dan Wetzel then reported that the Pac-12 is going back to the table, and they feel like they can get their TV deal done today, which might be streaming on Apple. But they think they are going to keep Washington and Oregon. And personally, I'm for it. I love the regionality of college football. And I don't think it makes sense for these non-footprint schools, as big a names as USC and UCLA are. I just find the whole thing to be bizarre that they're added to the Big Ten. I don't hate expansion, but expansion that's within the footprint. Get Notre Dame and Pitt, not USC and UCLA. I know what they're doing. They're going after TV markets. And although I would argue that Notre Dame would be as big as Los Angeles. 248-539-9797. Eric, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Eric.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
So everything I'm about to say is with the preface that UCLA and USC are already committed to the Big Ten, right? So that's a done deal. That is not changing, right? So with that in mind, to me, it actually makes more sense for Washington and Oregon to join the Big Ten. And I'm not saying I like it. I'm not saying it's how it should be. I'm just saying it makes more sense because USC and UCLA are already committed. The reason being is if you have two additional teams in the West Coast, now you have 4 teams on the West Coast who can play each other, not have to travel. I do believe the Big Ten is ultimately going to end up at 20. And I think they will add 4 teams. I think that if you're doing that and you've already got USC, UCLA, you bring in Washington, Oregon, I realize Clemson and, Florida State has nice name recognition, but in terms of covering the West Coast, to me, it would make a lot more sense to go after like Stanford, Utah. Now you have 6 teams on the West Coast. You go back to 2 divisions of 10. And then, it just, to me, it doesn't make sense to spread yourself kind of thin all over the country and have 2 teams all the way on the West Coast isolated and 2 teams down in the South isolated.
You're kind of right, Eric. I mean, I can't disagree with you. It's these. Now you've got these outposts, right? And that aren't right around the corner. I mean, personally, I can't help but think that it's going to really hurt the athletic departments at UCLA and USC that they have to travel. as much as they're going to have to travel. Because
Exactly.
we've grown up here and we hear all the time about how tough it is to make those West Coast trips.
Right.
When you have to play a non-conference game at Washington or Oregon or things that Michigan and Michigan State have both done, they haven't gone
And
great.
that's what I'm saying. Adding Washington and Oregon actually benefits USC and UCLA.
It probably
for
does.
that very reason.
I
that very
personally, I see a future where USC and UCLA are back in the Pac-12 more than I see the 20-team conference, but in part because I think the inherent message of what's going on when you look at ESPN's layoffs and the Pac-12's inability to get a TV contract is the TV money kind of drying up. Kind of. Makes me wonder.
Well, that's how you can get things back to maybe more of the way you're used to, is if the money dries up, because that's the reason why this whole thing is expanding and all these changes are happening, because the money is coming out of the woodwork, right? It's everywhere.
Yep.
And so everyone wants a piece. Everyone's trying to gain more revenue. But if the money dries up, Doug, yeah, you kind of start having to take a couple steps back.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you look at ESPN and, you know, Keyshawn's gone and Matt Hasselbeck's gone and Steve Young's gone and Jalen Rose is gone and like a lot of big David Pollock is gone. Jeff Van Gundy is gone. They've laid off a ton of people for cost cutting. The Pac-12 can't find a TV partner. These feel to me like early warning signs that the TV money is starting to dry up. Mark in Huron Township says, I would rather have Stanford and Cal than Oregon and Washington and better TV markets. Unnamed texter, get rid of conferences. What's the point? You don't play everyone in your conference. Kind of, yeah. When you have a 20-team conference, I mean, and if they got to that, I mean, even now they're going to be at 18 without divisions, and you're going to play 9 conference games. I don't know. It feels like you're just, you know what it feels like? It feels like you need to play a 20-game schedule. The real issue is schools. The real issue is schools from until mid-majors getting left out. I don't know what the hell that means. That'll be the issue with conferences getting bigger. The real issue, I think it means the real issue is mid-majors getting left out. That'll be the issue with conferences getting bigger. Well, the mid-majors are getting left out, but even some of the majors are getting left out. JT in Kalamazoo says college football absolutely cares about Washington State. The MAC and their fans would welcome them with open arms. It's from JT in Kalamazoo. So big-time college football might not care about Washington State, who's become, I don't know, Washington State became the focus because his fans post on Reddit, which I may read later. But Kyle in Detroit says, this move is more about the future, not right now. There's eventually just going to be 2 super conferences like the NFC and the AFC in the NFL. One of the charms of college football was how different it was from the NFL, and it's starting to look more and more like NFL-like. Half the teams in college football can't make the playoff regardless of if they run the table or not. This is just an expansion of the haves and have-nots. I would argue that some of the teams that are left out, if they went undefeated, if Washington State, who plays Wisconsin this year and runs the table in the Pac-12 and wins the Pac-12 title game, I would argue that they would make the college football playoff. What could get you left out is if you don't play anybody. Like those group of 5 teams that go undefeated, like Coastal did or came close to doing a couple years ago, UCF did. You need to make sure, if you're one of those schools and you actually have aspirations of making the playoff, that you include a Wisconsin like Washington State did in their non-conference schedule. Oregon State might be a different story because Oregon State's non-cons are San Jose State, UC Davis, and San Diego State. There's really not a big win potentially in the non-conference. But thank you for all your phone calls and feedback. We'll get to some Lion stuff. 10 players that stood out before the show is done after 10 practices. And Dan Campbell said something yesterday about the offense. I want to get your take on what this could mean. We'll get to that at 10:35. Here on Carson Anderson, Gator Out Today, 97.1. How do you get that far down the road with a team where a player's got that team on a no-trade clause and you don't have the player's approval? And I really don't think you do. I think Eduardo Rodriguez changed his mind. That's what I think. In lieu of hearing from him, which we will later today, and maybe he'll say it, maybe he won't. But if I watched that news conference today, went back and watched the whole thing, and the nonverbals from Scott Harris, the body language, made it pretty clear to me that Eduardo Rodriguez changed it. And I'm not reporting that. I'm not saying I know for a fact. That's what my gut tells me.
So, Woj, I think if we play the blame game, there are plenty of people to blame, from Al Avila to Eduardo Rodriguez, but because he is the man in charge, no matter the reasons, and I'm sure there are some, and we will find out, and some we won't, Scott Harris has to take the hit for this.
Well, yeah, of course. He's the guy in charge, and it does make you think a little bit if why he hasn't hired a GM yet, because it sounds like, I don't think necessarily things slip between the cracks here. But
you want to continue talking college football? 248-539-9797.
You saw Scott
Michigan and Michigan State on the practice field. Spartans unveiled a new locker room.
He looked like a guy who got blindsided.
Michigan enters the season with huge expectation.
For whatever
I'm hearing good things early. Hoping to get
when
to
you're the
practice
guy
soon.
in charge, you can't
in the
get
meantime, we've got NFL last night, Hall of Fame game. Lights went out. End of the third, beginning of the fourth quarter. A bank of lights went out, and I'm like, great. I'm still hanging on to this game, and you're going to say, welcome back. We'll be right back.
I thought the same thing, too. I'm like, man, we're just trying to run out the clock here. I know it's the third quarter, but they found a way to drag this on. I mean, they didn't do it on purpose, of course.
I know, of course not. But I was cracking up. I'm like, okay. I feel like the football gods are basically going, let's test how much you people love football. Let's turn the lights out and delay this thing and see how many people stick with us.
So, how long did you stick with them?
I turned it off after the Browns scored the go-ahead touchdown to go up 21-16, I think it was. I watch these games for a couple of reasons. One is to, satiate the starving of, 7 months without football. But I've always done this in the preseason when there's a preseason game on. Who's the guy I never heard of that I hope gets cut that the Lions can pick up? And I did find a guy last night, but he's probably not going to get cut. And that's Demetric Felton, the running back, number 25 from the Browns. He's probably their third string running back. So and last year he was in and out of the lineup and active some. And Dorian Thompson-Robinson looked great for the Browns.
DTR.
Yep.
As Greg from the morning show calls him, Ditter. I like that. I'm going to start calling him Ditter.
Ditter looked good. How late did you make it? Did you make it later night?
Dude, you were better than me, man.
Really?
I hung around, but so then, was it Melissa Stark who was doing sidelines? She started interviewing like the Hall of Fame inductees.
Yep.
So, like, all right, we got to kill some time. Who's down there? She interviewed Zach Thomas, and I thought that was a great interview. I stuck around for that entire interview.
Yeah.
And I feel bad because I think the next guy she interviewed when they came back from break again, because the lights still weren't fully on, was, I think, Joe Klecko.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw that.
I did.
I kind of bailed then.
Yeah, Klecko Borgia.
Klecko, I was like,
Klecko, the crowd killer. He cooled the audience.
I feel terrible because he's so, probably happy finally getting in and all that stuff. And I'm like, oh, man, I don't know him. I don't know. The Zach Thomas was cool. That was a good interview, but yeah. And then I did go back eventually, but I was not long.
Yeah, Jets lose to Cleveland 21-16. Clearly, Aaron Rodgers, it's not going to work in New York. That's my takeaway.
Especially if he doesn't play.
Yeah. I wondered about that interview. There was a few things about that was funny. One is, if you saw any tight shots of the Jets sidelines, you saw cameramen everywhere. And it's the Hard Knocks guys. All their cameras running around. they're all Hard Knocks on the Jets sidelines. 2 is, I don't know if Aaron Rodgers tried, but Aaron Rodgers was way more likable during that interview than Aaron Rodgers is at other times. And I started thinking about it. Started thinking Aaron Rodgers probably has tons of media availability, and he's probably likable through a bunch of it. But nobody puts that on social media. It's when he does something very canoey that they throw it out there on social media and everybody sees it. So I got to keep that in mind, is if he doesn't say anything controversial or sound like a jerk, people don't put it on social media. So
yeah, because he can be witty. I mean,
he can be very witty.
He's funny in those State Farm commercials.
Did you see the subtle little thing when they said goodbye to him and he just held up the bunny ears over the dude standing in front of him? I just was like, that's funny.
Well, he used to, I think it was him. Well, he used to always stay, be in the background of the opening kickoff pictures or whatever.
I don't know if every team does this or just the Packers, but before the game, there's always a captain's picture. And the 4 captains or 3 captains or whomever, as they're taking the field, they take a picture. And when Aaron Rodgers was his first 3 years when he wasn't playing, Aaron Rodgers photobombed every single one of those pictures. It was pretty funny. But
you know what I thought was pretty funny last night when the lights went out? Tirico said, well, another darkness retreat for Rodgers. Yeah. I thought that was a great line. These guys, this isn't even dark.
Yeah.
Come on, man. You want to get dark.
Yep. Okay, so let's get to this Lions thing. After practice yesterday, Dan Campbell spoke about the offense. Got this from Gina Trotman at her Twitter account, Channel 7. Credit them. And here's what he had to say about the Lions offense and where they are right now. Stop. Hold on. Stop. That's Khalif Raymond. He's at the beginning of that. It was 2 guys. So I guess we're going to hear both of them, Khalif Raymond and Dan Campbell?
No, we're gonna hear it after the break because something happened.
Okay. Well, I'll give you part of that wasn't in the soundbite, but was a quote when you start thinking about like college classes and how the higher up you work, the higher the number. Dan Campbell said, we're at 202 now instead of 101. It's now how fast we grow now that we are at the second level. The offense was good last year. Dan Campbell thinks they're ahead of where they were last year. Now, is it last year at this time or just last year when they finished the season is kind of an important distinction. But it was a top 5 offense. And I do sense a little undercurrent of distrust that Lions fans have with this offense. Little undercurrent. But, I mean, this group, what do they have that's elite? An offensive line. Everything else is really, really efficient. Jared Goff, and it's not just the end of last year, it was the end of the previous year, has really kind of found his stride here in Detroit and is playing some of the best football of his career. And it's wild because there's something kind of counterintuitive when it comes to Goff. Sometimes people don't trust a player's success. Goff was a number 1 overall pick. Number 1 overall picks, the expectation's high for them. But when they have success, people expect it. And Goff, I guess because of his time in LA, it really feels like some people still don't trust him. I do. And I think I credit him and I credit Ben Johnson. And just the one thing that could take this offense to the next level that just feels like it's right there for the taking is Jameson Williams. He just has to do it on the field. He has to prove that he can get it done. He's got so much talent. Nobody denies that. It's on display at practice every day. We're going to see it for ourselves firsthand next week. But he's got a ton of ability. And if he can live up to that potential, wow, this could be a good group. An incredibly good group offensively. And Dan Campbell thinks they're ahead of where they were a year ago.
You know, we're 5 weeks away from overreacting to the Chiefs-Lions game.
Yep, it's 5 weeks from yesterday.
Yeah, but today's the day we overreact.
Exactly.
You know, so
Yep.
we'll have that Friday show where we overreact one way or the other. But then 6 weeks from then, it's when Jameson Williams comes back, though, and there's a different reaction because you won't have Jameson Williams week 1. So no matter what happens, if the Lions score 40 points, you're going to be like, oh, my God, what happens when JMO gets on the field? Or if they score 14 points, I think people might be like, we need Jameson Williams on the field.
Right.
But it's going to be an overreaction. But either way, according to Dan Campbell, they're ahead. They're far ahead of where they were last year, and they're a damn good offense that last 10 games of the year.
Yeah, and I think the running back position is going to be better, personally. The wide receiver position, I think it's going to start the season about the same as it was last year. The Sam Laporta hype is pretty strong right now. Everybody who evaluates practice and goes to practice comes away glowing about Sam Laporta. And, you know, there's another story today, 10 players that stood out in 10 days. And sure enough, Sam Laporta is on the list, and he's taking first-team reps.
With a team
and I'm not
where players got that team.
I'm a little hesitant
clause,
because he's a rookie tight end, and that's a tough position to break into.
And I really don't think you
But
do.
I mean,
I think Eduardo Rodriguez
if Laporta is truly that good,
that's what I think.
yeah, I could see
In
this
lieu
group
of hearing from him,
this group
which
being
we will
even better
later
than it was a
today.
year ago.
We talk about the path
And
to
maybe
playing
he'll
time for
say it,
rookies.
maybe he
And
won't.
Laporta has got a relatively easier one than the
But
others because
if I
he
watched
doesn't have
that
that
news
veteran
conference
tight end in
today,
front of him.
that,
And then
you know,
one of
went
those
back
tight
and
ends that
watched
did
the
have
whole
some
thing.
experience already has gone down has been
and the
cut in
nonverbals from
Zylstra,
Scott
right?
Harris.
The
The
rookie
body
tight end playing
language.
right away thing, I think he's got to worry about not necessarily
made
the
it
pass
pretty
catching.
clear to me
It's the blocking.
Yep.
I mean, he's going to be blocking
That
some
Eduardo Rodriguez
grown men at defensive end or outside linebackers, and he's got to pick up
And
his blitz
this is
packages
not-
and
I'm
things
not
like that.
reporting that.
Last year, I think there were a
I'm not
couple
saying
times
I
when
know
they asked
for a
like Brock
fact.
Wright to get over and
That's
block
what
a
my
guy
gut tells
coming
me.
from the end
So,
or whatever.
well,
It didn't go well.
you
know,
look, I
and
think
he's younger,
if
new.
we play the
Laporta's a
blame
rookie.
game,
I don't know what's going
there
to
are
happen or if they're going to
plenty
help
of
him out
people
or
to
what.
blame from Al Avila,
he
Eduardo
has the
Rodriguez,
potential, and
but
he-
because
he
he is the man in charge,
has made an impression
no
on
matter
everybody
the
that's been there.
reasons, and I'm sure there are some.
Next
that
week will be
we
pretty
will find
telling
out, and some
if
we
he's still
won't.
standing out when the
Scott
Giants
Harris
are in
has
town
to
and they're
take the hit.
practicing against them.
Well, yeah, of course. He's
And
the
then
guy
they
in
play a
charge,
game. It's a
and,
week from tonight. It's
it
a
does
week from
make
tonight,
you think
isn't
a
it?
little bit if
I think it's a week from tonight.
why he hasn't
Friday?
hired a GM yet because
Today
it
is a
sounds
Friday,
like
so
I don't think necessarily things
I think the game
slip
is
between the cracks here.
the 11th. Yeah, week
but
from tonight.
at the very
248-539-9797.
end,
All right, we'll have
with an
that Dan
hour
Campbell
to go,
soundbite for you.
Scott
What he had to
Harris
say
on the
about
Zoom
the
last
offense.
night,
97 won
he
the
did
ticket.
look like a guy who got blindsided. And however it happens, for whatever reason, when you're the guy in charge, you can't get blindsided because blindsided means you didn't account for every possibility, everything that could have happened.
Doug Karsh, Gator out today. Kang behind the glass. A little bit later on, we're going to have a segment I'm very much looking forward to. We're going to have a SummerSlam preview. That's right. The SummerSlam is coming to Ford Field. And if there's one thing about me, I love wrestling.
Did you call it the SummerSlam?
I did.
Awesome.
Yep. It's one of the WWE's premier events, according to this.
No, read it. Yeah, read it with more conviction.
It's one of the WWE's premier events, the SummerSlam at the Ford Field with the wrestlers. Can't wait. Actually, we are going to talk about it.
It's a big event, man. You are
It's
a big.
huge, I'm
love
happy
big
for
events
Detroit.
in Detroit.
In all seriousness, yes. I mean, we all love big events in Detroit, and even if it has nothing to do with us, and it doesn't. I mean, who's against, big events coming to Detroit and generating a bunch of income?
Yeah, seeing people have fun downtown.
Yep, and seeing entertainment for us, right? I'd rather have the SummerSlam than not. What about the WrestleMania? Are we ever going to get that the WrestleMania?
Hey, maybe it depends on how this one goes, right?
Yeah, sure. I hope we show out. Anyway, we'll have a couple of our station resident wrestling experts.
I know a bunch of people going,
you?
including the people that work here. So, yeah. It's going to be a highly attended event.
So could we have gotten credentials to that thing?
I'm not sure. So I was talking to Evan today, and who's one of the people going that we both know.
Mm-hmm.
And if you know the actors and SAG and Hollywood's on strike, right? And so I asked him, I go, how's the WWE? They're not part of SAG. They're not part of, after. They're not part of the acting, the union, whatever, the writers. And he's like, no, I guess they are considered sports entertainment. So they're contractors. Yeah, so that's why they can continue to go on.
They're athletes. What are you talking
about? I know.
They're just professional athletes.
They are athletes.
Competing in
we got our new guy in
legitimate
charge, and Scott
sports
Harris, and
events.
all reports say he set a high price for people who want to deal with the
Yeah,
Tigers.
we'll get those guys in because I'm happy for the
they
wrestling.
can't go
crowd.
through today without.
It's
right?
funny. I just
he's
got an email. We get emails from various media
and so
companies we
who blinks first?
subscribe to.
Do the buyers?
We were just talking before the break.
Concede to
I get
his
an email
asking
from the
price?
Athletic Daily. Headline:
Or
Lions
does-
observations.
Does
Sam
Scott Harris
Laporta
say,
passing
okay,
every
'cause you know
test?
they've had preliminary talks. You know that he is
The Athletic right. Sam Laporta looks like tight end one.
Teams like
I
Baltimore,
don't know how
the
else to
Reds,
say it. The rookie is
Atlanta,
always with the
maybe,
starters.
Miami,
He's the most
Houston,
talented
the
tight end on the
Dodgers,
roster.
whomever. I mean, not
and I believe
everybody's
the
gonna
Lions
be
are
interested
comfortable
in who
with
you
his
have to
ability
offer,
to pick
but
up the
somebody is.
offense. He's
And they've had
passed
preliminary talks
every
and the outlines
test.
and deals.
When the
and
Lions go to
Scott
two tight
Harris
end
says,
sets,
I want A
it
and
typically
B, and the
features
team says,
Laporta
well, we'll
and
give
Brock
you B.
Wright, who have the
And
trust of the staff.
Then you go, okay, maybe we'll circle back. But you kind of have an
And I got
outline
the
of
10
what
20-minute
a
story
team
on
is willing to give up for your
DetroitLions.com. The
guys.
10 players
And you know what
that
you
stood out
asked
in 10 practices.
for your guys. And
Number
so
9,
does
tight end
Scott
Sam Laporta.
Harris
Laporta has been taking first-team
take
reps
this
since
right
day
down
one
to
and
6
doesn't look out of
o'clock and
place at all.
eventually pick up the phone
He's
and
still
call
got a lot to
somebody and
learn,
say,
but all
okay?
indications are that he's a
Or
quick study
does it
and his
go right
receiving
down to 6
skills are
o'clock and
really
that's
advanced
somebody
for a young tight end. He's going to play a
says,
big role in the offense
okay,
starting
I'll,
week one.
I'll do it for what you want.
Big
You
role in the
know,
offense starting
John,
week one.
You always, in a weird way, have taught
So,
me.
maybe
just let your
the
play
second
do
round
the
tight
thing.
end
Let your
out of
pad
Iowa
speak.
will be better than
don't
the
worry
first
about
round
the
tight end
other
out of
side.
Iowa that we had.
And lately, especially this off season,
I mean,
about
of course,
the
it's always great to hear that your
NCAA stuff.
draft pick, your rookie
Just
player is
the
doing
things
very
coming
well
from
Mm-hmm.
the coach of this
in
football
practice
team,
and
Jim
so far
Harbaugh.
in camp.
It's
But
not
the people he's beating out, no
Michigan-like
disrespect,
to
he's beating
me.
out Brock Wright.
bragging about how many
Right.
guys you
So
think
how do I
drafted. They have a
take this
Georgia
information,
drill,
Doug? Do I just say,
talking
hey,
national
he's
champ-
doing
Well,
great,
there's
he's
no
taking all the
bragging.
first team reps? Or do I say, yeah, he's taking all the first team reps because the second guy's Brock Wright?
So, yeah, and a little bit, too, is he going against first team defense or the ones playing the twos? That's why our show time, 10 to 2, isn't ideal for going to watch practice unless we're broadcasting live from out there, which we are next week. So we'll get a chance to see with our own eyes. Because you know who's kind of conspicuously absent recently from, like, practice hype? Is Jahmyr Gibbs. Did he get hurt? I don't think he got hurt. So I'm just kind of wondering. I mean, not that he's doing poorly, but like I'm looking
There
at
were
this.
early reports about him, remember? I
Yeah,
think
there were.
He broke a run. He also got hit on a run that he really got popped, I guess, by C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yep.
So I don't know if the beat writers just kind of start focusing on different positions,
Let me be
different
clear
days.
here. I'm not trying to create any controversy. And you can find it. Just Google search to make sure. There's nothing about him being hurt.
No, I don't think so.
There's just some other guys getting the hype right now.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe it's because Laporta is looking that good. And I shouldn't maybe look at who he's beating out because I should look at he's number one and he's doing well as a number one.
So
right?
I mean, if we finished last year getting production out of the tight ends and the rookie that we brought in is better than what they had, then what we really should care about is that position looks like it's improved.
Yes.
Now, his path to playing time isn't blocked by Travis Kelce, right? I mean, his path to playing time wasn't blocked by any established great player.
There's no Mark Andrews on this team.
Nope.
There's no, even TJ Hawkinson, right? If he were on this team, he'd have to beat somebody out like that. No, he's got a pretty clear path. He's just got to take it and run with it.
Okay, so we mentioned before the break the soundbite we got from Channel 7, quote from Dan Campbell about where the offense was. Is it even better than it was a year ago? Here's what he said. Yeah, I mean, that group was good. And it's hard to imagine, barring injury, that the defense won't be better. Okay, what are some givens that will be better? Is it a given that Aiden Hutchinson will be better than he was a year ago? I think it probably is. Is it a given that Aleem McNeil will be better than he was a year ago? I think it probably is a given. I don't know if anybody else on the defensive front I feel as confident that they'll be better than they were a year ago. Is it a given that the linebacker play will be better than it was a year ago? I think it is. Because even if it's not Jack Campbell, one of the guys that had rave reviews coming out of the spring was Derek Barnes. One of the guys that showed a ton of promise as a rookie was Malcolm Rodriguez. So even if Jack Campbell isn't in the mix or isn't starting, I almost feel like the linebacker position was trending towards being better. And maybe the biggest given is that the secondary is going to be better than it was a year ago. With proven veteran talent like Cam Sutton and C.J. Gardner-Johnson. And, I mean, Kirby Joseph wasn't a factor at the beginning of the year. Will open the season making more of an impact than he did at the beginning of last year. And presumably two guys with a ton of talent, Tracy Walker and Emmanuel Mosley, should be in the mix. So, I mean, again, barring injury, everything you think is going to work out doesn't always work out. But I'm really... it would have to be some major surprises for this defense not to be better than it was a year ago. Now, there are wild cards. James Houston, Josh Pascal, the Oquaras, John Kaminsky. They're wild cards. Maybe it's presumptuous to think Malcolm Rodriguez is certainly going to be better than he was a year ago. Maybe that's a bit of a wild card too. But a whole bunch of this stuff. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me Aiden Hutchinson and Aleem McNeil aren't going to be better than they were a year ago. Tell me the secondary isn't going to be better than it was a year ago. I'm just not sure. It feels like I'm standing on pretty solid ground. I feel like that flag is planted in a good place. So
you feel more comfortable too, Doug, because they're not all going to continually get better, right? But if one or two does, because they're so deep now, much more deep than they were in years past, that you feel, hey, if this guy doesn't improve like he was supposed to, we got a guy right next to him who's going to improve. Like you mentioned, Malcolm Rodriguez. If he doesn't take the next leap, maybe Derek Barnes, from all reports, has gotten a lot better. And you already drafted a first-round linebacker in Jack Campbell, and Anzalone's supposed to keep that group together. You go down the defensive line, Pascal, right? Is Harris back? The Oquaras. There's so many, they're just deeper. So not everyone has to hit. You just need a couple of guys to continue to hit. And that's what the point is, what Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell did with the draft and free agency. You keep bringing guys in competition, Iron sharpens iron, right?
Yep. And again, I'm watching them doing what I do. I watch preseason football games with other teams and looking for players that are going to maybe get cut that can help the Lions. It's going to be a lot harder. It's going to be a lot harder to find those guys. Guys getting cut on other teams. I mean, the Lions are in better shape roster-wise than a lot of these teams, and so their cast-offs probably can't help us. They still got cap space. Some of it set aside for Ted Bridgewater. 248-539-9797. All right, coming up next hour. We want to know if Kang should be concerned. Something happened at his house. I don't know what it is. You just said, I got something I'm not sure I shouldn't be concerned about. We'll get to that today at 11:20. Your Lions phone calls and feedback straight ahead. It's Carson Anderson, Gator Out today, 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. It's Fiesta Tigres this weekend at Comerica Park. The celebration of Latin baseball will be tomorrow. It'll be salsa night with fireworks this evening as Detroit hosts the Rays, one of the best teams in baseball at 66-45. However, only 3 games over 500 when on the road. TV coverage for the game is shifting to streaming again for this opener. Apple TV Plus will have the 640 game. However, as always, Dan Dickerson will have the radio call right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Also this weekend, NASCAR is invading MIS in Brooklyn Brooklyn. The Firekeeper 400 will run on Sunday, with Brad Keselowski looking for a checkered flag in his home state after his teammate won last week. Yeah, trust me, he said that he wants to win. Practices and qualifying run this afternoon, with Fan Plaza opening at noon and the grandstand gates will open at 1 p.m. Red Wings single game tickets on sale as of this morning, including the home opener versus the Lightning on October the 14th and holiday eve games for Thanksgiving and New Year's. And a little tough to see down in Atlanta, former Lion Jeff Okudah carted off during practice today with a lower leg injury. He got a fresh start with the Falcons when Detroit traded him for a 5th-round pick. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, Doug Carr, Skater out today, 248-539-9797, taking your phone calls and feedback. Talking a little bit of Lions and college football to open the show. A little bit of tap the brakes on the college football expansion reports coming out today for people just joining us. In the meantime, feedback coming in. Brian in Monroe says, pump the brakes, go to most NFL team websites, and you'll read that everyone looks great. So-and-so is unblockable. So-and-so hasn't given up a pressure. The ball never hit the ground. Don't get hit by the hype train, Doug. I mean, that's fair. But outside of Laporta, I mean, everybody else that I mentioned why I believe this team has a great chance to be better, it's not based on any of that. It's based on the natural growing and progression of very talented players. I mean, McNeil and Hutch feel like they're it's a given that they're going to get better when you have the kind of off seasons that they have the talent that they have to begin with. The Broderick Martin hype is getting really interesting, but Brian, you're kind of right. I just, outside of Laporta, I don't think anybody else that I mentioned is really about hype. From an unnamed texter, I hope I'm wrong, but I still don't trust Goff. That's from an unnamed texter, but everybody's entitled to their opinion. You're entitled to the way you feel. I think the thing about Goff is that he's a veteran. He's really, really embraced Ben Johnson and vice versa. And it's a working relationship that clicks. It's a working relationship that clicks. And, you know, I guess I kind of understand. But ultimately, I've seen enough. And this texter hasn't. Okay. I mean, that's fine. I mean, those quarterback tier rankings came out in The Athletic, and Goff ranked 15th. So some other people haven't seen enough yet. And I guess it ultimately doesn't matter where he's ranked. All that matters is, can he lead this team to a division championship?
I mean, you just stated, you've seen enough. But
with Goff.
With Goff. Do you understand the other side where certain people are a little skeptical still? Not even like saying he sucks. They're just saying, hey, I kind of got to see it one more full season here.
I mean, like I said, we all have that finish line or that the point where we need to see more or need to see. I've seen enough. I've seen enough with Goff. Started midway through last season or 2 seasons ago. Continued into last season. And he's not elite. I mean, maybe that's the thing, is I'm willing to accept that a team can win the Super Bowl without one of the elite quarterbacks, and he's not an elite quarterback. So it'd be awesome if he were, but look, he's already done it. He's already taken a team to the Super Bowl. He's already won multiple playoff games in multiple years. So I don't I don't know. I guess I've seen enough.
See, I'm one of those people that hasn't necessarily seen enough. And I don't think you have to be elite to take a team to a Super Bowl. I think you have to have a really good year, maybe close to elite, to take your team to the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. But the reason I bring up the not seen enough yet, and maybe a little scared, is the Lions haven't seen enough yet, maybe. And I know they've spoken recently about the open dialogue with contract extension, but they haven't extended them yet. So if they've seen enough, then they would extend them now and save the money. They don't have to.
The one thing I'll say about that is right now they could use the money to potentially improve their chances to win this year. So if they extend him now, it might chew up some of that. With a signing bonus or anything along those lines. I don't want them to do that if it bites into any of the money they have, cuts into any of the money they still have. Like, I want Teddy Bridgewater here, not to push Goff, but in case something happens to Goff, and chances are he won't start all 17 games.
Yeah, and maybe that is the case, but maybe they also can work these contracts where it doesn't hurt them till next year or the year after that. You know how it is. They always rework deals. Yeah. And is the money going to be used on Teddy Bridgewater, maybe Robbie Gould, if one of these kickers doesn't work out, maybe an injury, the unexpected injury that comes up, or a trade deadline move? So, yeah, you like having the cap space, but also you want to use it, right?
Yep.
It's not like, we used to have like carryover minutes back in the day. You don't just carry them over.
248-539-9797. Scott writes in regarding the Givens. I'm not buying the linebacker one. Rodrigo and Barnes still need to show me. Mark in Huron Township. I think the offensive line and running backs are cutting edge, and they will lean on that a lot. Then using St. Brown and Laporta will be solid. Yeah, I'm pretty excited about the running back pair. Now, part of it goes back to when David Montgomery was at Iowa State, I wanted the Lions to draft him. And he went to Chicago, and he was good there. I think behind this O-line, with this offensive coordinator, he could have the best year of his career. I think that could be in play. Now, I think he's wildly talented. I think, part of what happened in Chicago was an incomplete offensive roster. He's been a 1,000-yard rusher. He's caught over 50 passes in a season. He's hasn't had a great yards per carry in his career, but I feel pretty confident that this will be a much better yards per carry. I got to look up. He's at 3.9 for his career. His second year in the league, he averaged 4.3 yards a carry. Again, barring injury, I almost shoot the boot guarantee something. I think he is going to have a great year. 248-539-9797. More here from listeners. Whoop, I deleted that. My bad. Talking about the Lions offense and how much better we think this group can be, and the defense as well. I'm really worried about JMO. That's from an unnamed texter. I mean, here's the thing about Jameson Williams is he's obviously talented. Cam Sutton called him already one of the best wide receivers in the league. He won't have best wide receiver hands this year. But let's say it doesn't work out. Where are they offensively without him? Because, Dan Campbell says they're better than they were a year ago. What if they just are what they were a year ago? That's actually okay, too. With what should be an improved defense, that's actually okay, too. And, the truth is, offensively, they just kept performing. They kept performing. I was talking about that list of 10 players that have stood out in 10 days of practices that Tim Twentyman and DetroitLions.com put together. From the offensive side of the ball, Jared Goff, quote, picked up right where he left off last season. The offensive line, and he says, I'm not going to single out any one player, but they better look good. Amon-Ra St. Brown made the list, which is no surprise, given it sounds like Amon-Ra is so dedicated to his craft. He's already shown that he's good enough to play in this league. Those were the three players that stood out offensively and the offensive line. All the rest were on defense. And we'll kind of sprinkle those in throughout the show. 248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback coming up. Actually, let's go to the phones now. Matt, you're on 97.1. Hi, Matt.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Good, thanks.
So, one of the things that as excited as I am to hear about our new toys,
yep.
I'm hoping like it's those second string guys that I want to hear about, like Jerry Jacobs and Rodrigo, and because no one gets through the year unscathed. And I mean, look at last year, Tracy Walker, or whatever. Those are the guys we need that depth. And now that we're getting more depth, you get more excited. And if we have money left, I'm fine building depth, but also start thinking longer term. Like Jonah Jackson's contract's up, right? So if you restructure him and give him a big signing bonus this year, it helps out down the road, right? Like those are the type of things I want to hear about more in camp, not that, our number one tight end is doing well because he was drafted high, right?
Yeah, I hear you. It's important, definitely, to start looking at contract situations. And Brad Holmes said as much. And Jonah Jackson is one of them. Amon-Ra is going to need a new contract soon. And it gets a little trickier when you have to start paying guys. You better draft well because you need cheap players to perform for you. And that's hard to find. Harder to find. All right, something happened at Kang's house. Should he be concerned? We'll get to that today at 11:20. 97.1 The Ticket. Plans for the weekend? Make sure you're free Saturday night for Fight Night at Twin Peaks. Get ready for war as two of combat sports' biggest stars meet in boxing, and media superstar Jake Paul takes on former UFC and MMA icon Nate Diaz. With so much animosity between the two fighters, fans will see an explosive spectacle. Jake has not lost to a UFC star to date, and Nate is looking to end that run. Make sure you get in early for your front row seats to all the action. Your favorite Twin Peaks girls can't wait to serve up all your favorites, from chilling 29-degree drafts to hand-breaded and cooked-to-order boneless wings, sauced up with all your favorite flavors. Have you tried the new hand-cut strip steak, the New York strip, or thin and crispy flatbreads? Saturday night is sure to be a knockout. Don't miss out. If you're a fan of Twin Peaks, you already know about this because you've signed up for the E-Club, where you stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks. You also score free stuff. Nobody's against that. Free stuff. Signing up is easy. Go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today. And to find a location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Ken Rosenthal tweeted or wrote a story for The Athletic saying the pressure on buyers is mounting. But we got our new guy in charge in Scott Harris, and all reports say he set a high price for people who want to deal with the Tigers. I mean, they can't go through today without trading, right? So he's got to, at some point, blink. And so who blinks first? Do the buyers concede to his asking price? Doug Karsh, Gator out today. Hall of Fame football game last night. I made it into the fourth quarter, and I'm proud and a little scared. Probably would have made it deeper if that power outage, the whole side of the stadium, the one side that lost their bank of lights, if they didn't go out and delay the game. But yeah, football's back. Football's back. Really be back next week. The Lions play a week from today, their first preseason game. We'll get to practice next week. All right, Kang, you said something happened at your house. I don't know what it is, but you asked the question whether or not you should be concerned. Now, is this something happened with your family or something happened with the actual physical structure of the house?
So I've been living with this for the last couple of days, Doug.
Okay.
A couple nights ago, I sleeping in my bed. Door was open from the bedroom door. My wife was sleeping in the other room with my little one because I think she was trying to put her to bed. She fell asleep in there or whatever. It just made it easier, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm in there by myself in the room, and I hear some noise. Now, we have a 2-level house, so I hear something coming from downstairs in the living room, the family room.
Okay.
So I get up, and I slowly walk out there, and I see some lights flashing. So I'm like, okay, is the TV on? Did my wife go downstairs to watch TV? It's 4 a.m. right now.
Yep.
And then no, because I hear her snoring in the room next door. So I'm like, no, she's sleeping. Now I'm a little concerned because it's not one of my 2 little girls that went downstairs.
Right.
And so I go check over the balcony because you can see the family room from there.
Yeah.
Just like I'm literally just peeking my head out because I don't know what's happening. Just someone break in and just decide to watch TV, eat cereal. And I don't see anybody on the couch. I start to listen, look around. I don't hear anything else. I don't see anything else. So I slowly go downstairs. I look around the kitchen, go to the living room. The TV is just on by itself, 4 a.m. I'm positive I turned off the TV. We turned off the TV before we went upstairs because the house was like pitch black. Got to be silent. I turn off the TV. I decided I'm going to turn off. I go do a quick check around the first floor again.
Yeah.
And then I go to sleep with my eyes wide open for the next 2 hours.
Sure.
So, a couple questions here. One, has this ever happened to you, Doug, or anybody else? And two, do I have a ghost? Like, what's the explanation for this? Would you be creeped out?
I can't believe you brought this up.
Uh-oh.
Because about 2 months ago, I woke up in the middle of the night and I heard something. And I walked out, same thing. I could look down from upstairs into the family room and the TV is on. So I go downstairs and I turn it off and it's the same thing. It's the middle of the night. Now the difference is in the house we have a 21-year-old, an 18-year-old, and a 16-year-old. But the 18-year-old, she has a TV in her room and almost never watches TV anywhere but there. The 16-year-old just doesn't, he watches TV downstairs, and the 21-year-old doesn't have a TV in his room. So I just assumed one of the kids got up, turned it on, went to bed, and left it on, which happens way too much. They leave the TV on. I just assumed that was the case, but I kind of forgot about it.
You never asked anyone?
I never asked. I never asked to follow up, and at this point, it's too late. Hey, 2 months ago, did you leave the TV on? So I chalked it up to a probability that one of the kids did it. But your kids are too small.
Yeah, they didn't do it. And they'd probably still be watching TV, if not just fall asleep on that couch.
I did have the thought, is it possible in this day and age that your TV just pops on?
That's
because there's so much,
I
online stuff and over-the-air updates and things like that I just wonder if there's a way that in the middle of the night your TV can come on. Because you asked the question, should you be concerned? And my answer is, hell yeah, you should be concerned. I'm not quite sure why.
Yeah.
But, it seems pretty obvious that this happened, 2 nights ago?
Yeah.
If somebody broke into the house, I don't suspect they broke into the house to watch a World Cup soccer game at 3 a.m.
That's true. You're playing New Zealand, right?
Yeah.
In New Zealand?
Yeah. So if somebody broke into the house, why would they turn the TV on?
Yeah, so that seems very unlikely.
Do you have a ghost? I think that's the only logical explanation, is you have some sort of spirit living in your house.
Don't say that, man.
Did anyone live it? Did you build the house, or did somebody live in the house before you?
Someone lived in the house, but we're the second owners of the house.
Do we know if anything happened with that previous owner?
I don't know for sure, but I don't think so, Doug. I mean, yeah, of course it went through my mind. Can TVs just turn on by themselves? I mean, it's technology. Stuff happens, right?
Yep.
But this has never happened in like the 10-plus years I've lived here. Never. And actually, the TV's not even 10 years old. It's like 3 or 4 years old. So it's never happened with this TV. It's never happened with the previous TV. I don't know, man. I don't know if this is a normal thing. I kind of was freaked out a little bit. Obviously, the last 2 nights, I just, kind of not think about it, let it go.
Did you ask your wife?
I forgot to. It was so early. I went to work the next day and totally slipped my mind.
Yeah, I think you need to ask your wife the follow-up question. Hey, on Wednesday night, did you possibly...
No, I take that back. I did ask her. She has no idea what I'm talking about. And because I told her the story that I heard her snoring, so I know it wasn't her. She was mad about that. But I'm like, hey.
Well, at least she didn't. Well, now everybody knows that she was snoring. Yeah, I don't know, man. I guess, like, you know what's funny? Do you remember yesterday? And this is where I get a little skittish. Yesterday, we couldn't remember the name of a Lions wide receiver.
Yes.
And what was that wide receiver's name?
Travis Fulgham.
Today when I opened up the computer here, you know what I saw? An advertisement for a Travis Fulgham jersey on the opening page of when I logged on.
I know that stuff is getting really out of hand, but that's scary.
Yeah. A Travis Fulgham, it's the opening, when you open it up, and there's a Travis Fulgham jersey that I could buy. A Lions Travis Fulgham jersey. I hadn't thought about Travis Fulgham for years. And we brought him up yesterday. And the next day, my computer sitting here I want to test this. We should bring up a name right now and see if it pops up a little bit later on. I need a new filter for my hot tub. Do you have any recommendations?
You said you need a new filter for your hot tub?
I need a new filter for my hot tub. I don't even own a hot tub. Let's just see if the computer's listening. Anyway, because of stuff like that, do I think it's possible that your TV turned on its own? Yes. Did the TV hear you talking about the World Cup, the Soccer World Cup, and turn on its own? God, the machines are going to kill us. 248-539-9797. Let's go to your phone calls. Does Kang have something to worry about? Brian, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Brian.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good, thank you.
Hey, I don't know if this is, it was a problem or not, but I've had a similar problem. I'm an electrician. I had a similar problem with a customer with a ceiling fan with remotes, where their next door neighbor had the same type fan and remotes and at the same frequency, and the next door neighbor was controlling their fan. So
no way.
Possibility, something like that.
So you're saying that somebody else in the house next door would turn on their ceiling fan and it would turn on the ceiling fan in your client's house?
Correct. And it went to the point where they even removed their batteries from their remotes, and their fan was still coming on.
Wow.
Oh, my God. I'd be freaked out.
Okay, so does somebody have a similar TV? Do you have a neighbor that has a similar TV?
I have no idea. How do you even get to that point where you go, I'm going to ask the neighbors if they have, hey, listen, my TV came on at 4 a.m. last night. I just got to ask you, do you have a, Samsung, whatever? You know what I mean?
Right.
What?
248-539-9797. People are lining up theories here, Kang. We will get to those phone calls next. Kang's TV popped on at 4 a.m. all by itself. What the hell's going on? 97.1 The Ticket. Feedback coming in. Kang's TV popped on in the middle of the night. And Kang's wondering if he should be concerned. Bill writes in, 30-plus years as a home inspector, respected in the industry, and consider myself knowledgeable about all things house. With full confidence, you have a ghost. Kang, you need to look up the term frogging, and then you need to go through your house and make sure that somebody isn't frogging in your house. It's from Jew in California. Okay, unless you can't explain, please explain what does anybody know what frogging is? I've never heard of that term. My TV will do this randomly also. I turn it off, walk away, and then it just turns on. I think it has to be a smart TV and things running. I think it has to smart TV and things running. Okay. Kang, call a priest. Have the house blessed.
My wife had the house blessed when we moved in, actually. We got to bring him back. Maybe it expired.
You obviously go through the
I don't know. Maybe the priest says, hey, this blessing is only good for 10 years. After that, you're going to have to call me back.
Middle of summer 2023, have me back. Have you heard of the term frogging?
No, so I did look it up, and it's scary. Do you know? Okay, this is what it says, Doug. Frogging, by the way, apparently you're supposed to spell it with a PH.
Okay.
Frogging is a generic term used to describe someone who is secretly living in someone else's home without them knowing. This stems from frogging. The word frogging stems from frogs who jump place to place. So you're telling me there's someone secretly living in my house, Doug?
No, I'm
and
not
yours.
telling you.
Yours has been happening for 2 months.
That's right. Drew in California is telling you that.
What? I've never even heard of that.
I hadn't either.
Bring me the ghost.
Yeah. From Scott, I'm sure this is a simple case of the living dead manifesting itself using Kang's TV as a portal. No big deal.
Well, if you put it that way, yeah. I'll just sleep easy.
248-539-9797.
We've gotten hundreds of texts, by the way. I'm not the only one.
Is Kang, by chance, the gatekeeper? So yesterday, my nephew showed me new soccer cleats, and literally 2 minutes later, the dang cleat showed up on my Facebook feed. Yeah, that stuff's scary. Was Kang's wife sleeping on the daughter's bed or hovering above it?
I actually didn't check. I don't know.
Seriously, sometimes I'm listening to my radio in my car, my hands-free hears something and thinks I'm trying to make a call. Does your remote have a speech recognition feature?
Yeah. One of those voice recognitions where you just speak in it. It does.
Maybe that's something. Somebody said something upstairs and the remote heard it and turned the TV on. I'm getting more and more uncomfortable. Kang's got a stranger living in his house. Let's go to Dante here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dante.
Hey, guys. Hey, have you lost power with these Mother Nature beatings we've been getting at your house?
Within the last few weeks? Yeah, we lost power a few weeks ago, I think.
All right. So I'm dealing with this right now. My TV didn't turn on, but I did find out from an Xfinity tech that they'll do random, like signals to boxes when they're trying to fix after power outages. And, yes, they have control. They can turn your TV on. Like, it can happen from your box. What do you have, Xfinity?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they may be doing a random thing. Listen, if I came out, if I was you and I looked over the railing of my house and my couches were turned over, I think I have a ghost, okay? But if I'm just if I'm coming out and my TV's on, dude, technology is so late these days, like. But yeah, if I come out to my kitchen and all my Tupperware is stacked like a pyramid on my counter, yes, I'd have a ghost.
You have a teepee made out of sticks in the middle of your living room.
A witch made out of like silverware,
hanging from the ceiling fan, in the shape of a cross. I'd be more concerned.
Yeah, this is true. This is true. We can always say, well, technology, right?
Yep.
I can't explain the other. You're right. The couch or whatever. Yeah, chairs being moved around.
So, yeah, that'd be a bigger concern. 248-539-9797. Kangs TV came on, unexplained, 4 a.m. He's freaked out. Ray is next. Hi, Ray.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're good.
Hey, I had that problem going on for a number of months on my TV where somehow, some way, at 3 o'clock in the morning, every morning it will cut on automatically. Now, you kind of made reference to who your service was with. I have Dish. Now, ironically, what happened is I bought another TV, a smart TV, and it stopped doing it. But it was doing it every freaking night at 3 in the morning. It would do something in regards to the Dish system reprogramming. My TV would be on when we wake up in the morning. So I think it's something related to probably your cable system doing something at that given time.
Did you, thank you for the phone call. Did you, because Jimmy came in and said it's happened to him. And you think it might be brand related, that this certain brand of TV
That's
does?
what our boss thinks, Jimmy. And we do have the same type of TV, the same brand.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I mean, you mentioned it earlier, so
Yeah.
I will say it again. It's a
Well,
Samsung.
I was just throwing out the name, but yeah, it is mine.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't know. I have to look into that part of it. Also, we got a ticket test that says, Kang, you've got to claim the extended warranty on that blessing. So maybe these spam calls, one of them was for the extended warranty of something I wanted, which was the blessing of the house.
Could be. Unnamed texter, Kang's TV issue, probably a power surge / outage. Mine used to do that all the time. John and Commerce says, a lot of TVs run on the same wavelength and can get turned on accidentally by your neighbors. It happens all the time. My wife a few weeks ago pressed some buttons on the remote, and now the TV will shut off, but it comes back on about 10 minutes later, but not the streaming boxes. Dude, I hate that when you hit a setting and you have no idea how you got there, and now you can't undo it. It happens to me with computers all the time. Happens all the time. I have Xfinity. That's from Dave. An unnamed texter. I've had this happen to me on a number of occasions. I hear something in my basement. I'll go down there and the TV will be on.
Doesn't that freak people out?
Yeah. I mean, the basement, the whole idea of it, the basement TV coming on, that's even scarier.
But I guess it'd be scarier if my couches were turned upside down.
That is true.
Hey, there's a bowl of cereal. And the Cheerios are in a form of a unicorn and a little, I don't know, it's like a leprechaun.
Is that a sickle? 248-539-9797. Jason, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jason.
Hey, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. Hey, so some of the other guys were talking about it, but there is a setting in these newer TVs and the cable boxes called CEC. It's like Consumer Electronic Control, and it lets you consolidate one remote to control everything. If you had that turned on, like at my house, and I just turn the cable box on, it does turn my TV on automatically. So if Comcast or Xfinity did do an update and it made that box turn on, that might be why the TV kicked on.
Well,
you can go and toggle that feature on and off if you want to, so it doesn't do that.
Kang, did you catch that?
Some of
it. You may not have touched it. It may by default be turned on. Like you said, with these smart TVs, a lot of times they'll have every smart function turned on by default. I'm expecting like consumers to use it, but they might not be using everything or even want to, for that matter. But that could be something that's doing it, possibly.
Well, we have a cable box in our bedroom, and you know those updates. I was talking about how I got up for the U.S. Women's World Cup game at 3 a.m. the other night, and I go downstairs and I turn it on, and it's in the middle of a Comcast update, and I'm like, really? I'm up at 3 a.m. once this year to watch TV? Once by design. Sometimes I can't sleep, and I flip the TV on. And the one time I actually want to watch something, it's in the middle of a Comcast update, which lasts 5 minutes, and I see the welcome, bienvenidos or whatever in all the different languages, and it works its way through, and then bang, it's back. When that update happens and the TV is off in our bedroom, the light on our cable box gets super bright. And in the middle of the night when I'm having a night where I can't sleep and all of a sudden the cable box light comes on, it'll freak me right the F out. But The TV itself has never come on in our bedroom.
That's what I'm saying. I understand the update because I've been through the 3 a.m. update as well, Doug. I've seen it happen when I was up for whatever reason, happened to watch something, and the 3 a.m. update happens. And it even asked you, do you want to continue the update? Do you want to skip it till later? But the TV's never turned on.
Right.
You know, they can update it without turning on your TV. So this was strange, man.
Well, you should, whoever's frogging in your house, you should start charging them rent. 248-539-9797.
Well, at least part of the cable bill.
That's right. We got an update regarding the Pac-12. This morning, there was a lot of tap the brakes reporting saying it's not so fast. Oregon and Washington to the B1G. Well, there's an update on what's going on right now out west. We will get to that today at 11:48. More Lions to pay attention to that have stood out so far in practice. We'll get back to that list. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, let's update what's happened so far today. As far as college football expansion, there is no sport that has changed more dramatically in the last couple of years. Nothing has changed like college football. stuff is happening rapidly. And, it's really weird because we're all living this in real time, right? And so everybody is seeing college football change rapidly. So we're all going through the urge to say it was better back in the day, or right. We're all fighting that urge. And because these are dramatic shifts, and the latest conference realignment stuff, I mean, it seemed like Colorado pulled out of the Big 12 last week and all hell has broken loose. Pac-12 couldn't get a TV deal done. We talked about it at great length yesterday, how it's just not a good time. The money might be drying up a little bit. It felt like ESPN and Fox had oil tankers filled with money that they could pay in rights fees, and now all of a sudden a major Power 5 conference can't get a TV deal done. And so Colorado leaves, and you could kind of see it coming that this could be the beginning of the end of the Pac-12. So we've got this era where college football is kind of eating itself. And so yesterday, there's all these reports that the Big Ten is doing preliminary work, and Oregon and Washington are going to bolt the Pac-12, and Cal and Stanford might be going with them. Not so fast. The ACC, Florida State, hates its deal and wants out, and they're under contract till 2036, and they might take Miami or Clemson with them, and they might be looking at the Big Ten. And I said yesterday, whoa, and gave all the reasons why I thought this stuff was a little bit premature, if not a lot premature. Then this morning it comes out, and the first thing we saw was Nicole Auerbach of The Athletic headline, Washington, Oregon to Big Ten losing momentum. According to sources, Oregon and Washington exit from the Pac-12 to the Big Ten appears to have lost momentum overnight. Sources briefed on the discussions tell The Athletic this is turning the tides after the Big Ten presidents authorized Commissioner Tony Petit to pursue expansion on Thursday. Then Dan Wetzel tweeted out the Pac-12 has a meeting in the next hour to discuss its media deal and the signing of a grant of rights, which is a TV contract. As bleak as things looked for the league late Thursday, numerous sources expressed optimism that the Pac-12 can halt most or even all defections and push forward together with the Apple deal, which was the best that George Kliavkoff, their commissioner, could come up with, was an Apple TV streaming deal, which paid the most money. So many moving parts and uncertainties, but like a great summer blockbuster, this story may not be over. So, look, Bruce Feldman had a very important report yesterday saying the TV networks don't want to pay the Big Ten any more money. So if you're adding these two teams, the slice of pie, the TV contract, goes from being sliced 16 ways with the addition of USC and UCLA to 18 or 20 ways, depending on if you add 2 or 4 teams for the Pac-12. So that just means less money for every school. So if it's not about the money, what good is that's all decisions, it seems like today, tradition or morality or what's best for the sport, all that stuff's out the window. How can we make the most money? But if they're going to make the same amount of money and just split the pie, then what are we doing here? And and there was reports that the Big Ten might offer Oregon and Washington less money to join. So Oregon and Washington might, if they take less money, but dramatically increase their conference athletic department expenditures to get across country for not just football, but for men's and women's basketball, baseball, softball, gymnastics, track and field, all the rest of the non-revs, volleyball, golf. They're going to really increase their expenditures for not a full share of Big Ten. Would they do that? So the Pac-12 is going to meet again today. And Dan Wetzel just reported the following at this hour. Pac-12 couldn't close a grant of rights deal this morning. Fate of league likely rests on if Oregon can make a deal with the Big Ten. There is hesitancy amongst many in Big Ten about logistics of 18-team league. Travel to Eugene. Money usually wins out on these things. We'll see. I understand why there's hesitancy. So we'll continue to monitor it, but that's the very latest. Now, this stuff, I get it. It's all about money. I seriously don't want to see this happen. I just don't think it makes any sense. I don't think it makes it any better for the fans. And the crazy thing about this is there's some data that backs that up. The Athletic did a fan survey, over 5,000 fans around the country, about what's your biggest concern about college football moving forward. The number one thing was conference realignment. That surprised me. We also have an update on the condition of Jeffrey Okudah. Adam Schefter tweeted out earlier this hour, Falcons cornerback Jeff Okudah was carted off the practice field today after suffering an apparent leg injury. Then he just followed it up 10 minutes ago. Okudah is set to have an MRI on his ankle to determine the severity of the injury. I mean, man, that's a tough break for a guy that, I mean, you have to think if this is serious, the whole injury-prone thing is just part of his story. And the Lions, who probably never should have drafted him in the first place, pulled the plug at the right time and gave up on him.
Yeah, but, his time here, I mean, he started his time with the Lions injured.
Yep.
Basically, right? I don't think he was injured in college, right? Doug, you followed him more at Ohio State.
I don't think he was, yeah. I don't remember him.
And he's always been a physical cornerback. Not that this was, caused by physicality or anything. Maybe it was just, running and following a receiver, but he never got, it's almost like whether they should have drafted him or not, he never got a chance to prove it. And that's, that's not necessarily his fault or anybody else's fault, but you're right. It's part of his story. And I always say about injury-prone players, to me, it doesn't matter if it's a freak accident or he's doing something stupid. If you're continually getting injured, you're just injury-prone. You can't stay healthy. That's the end result. That's the full stop, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough deal, right? There's certain injuries that are predictable. And we've talked a lot over the years about pitchers and their motion and their delivery and how there's a score. The pitchers on this score, and a lot has to do with where is your arm when your front foot lands and how much strain it puts on your arm. And I don't really understand it, but I talk to people in the game that do, that say, yeah, Fulmer, it's probably going to happen again. Mize, be careful with Casey Mize because it could happen to him. There is a degree of predictability in that sport. In football, you can't play the game. I mean, I guess you can, but you have to be physical. To play at the highest level, you have to be physical. And so is a lot of it bad luck? It might be. Suffice it to say, though, you're right. You get that tag. If you keep getting hurt, they're going to call you injury prone, even if it's just bad luck. Even if it's just bad luck. You can't always control when that guy rolls up on your ankle who's engaged in a block with somebody else just nearby, and they get thrown your direction and they roll up on your ankle. Now, I have no idea what happened with Okudah today. I'm just using that as an example. But, man, it's bad luck for him. Bad luck for him. And maybe good luck or shrewd move for Detroit moving on than just giving up on it.
Yeah, I don't know if they saw another injury possibly coming or it's just, performance on the field where that, we've seen enough. I think we can move on and try getting our secondary elsewhere, which they obviously did this offseason with all the new guys they brought into that secondary, including draft.
Yeah. Okay. We were talking about some of the players that have stood out so far in training camp for the Lions. And we're going to revisit that list that Tim Twentyman put together and mention the guys that we haven't talked about yet, including an undrafted free agent. We'll get to that today at 12:05. Here we go. Some feedback. Rookie hype doesn't always mean rookie success, but usually is validation that the team drafted a dude and long-term they should have success. Yeah, it's when the hype changes to he will make an impact in week 1, which is what was written about Sam Laporta. And it's not some rogue reporter off on their own. It's like everybody's raving about Sam Laporta. We'll see. I think things change next week when the Giants come to town for dual practices and then the game. Unnamed texter, I would love it if Broderick Martin totally opens things up for Hutch and he gets 15 sacks. Dude sounds like a people mover. Most interesting draft pick. Most interesting draft pick. And I mean, I will tell you, he's on the list of 10 players that have stood out in 10 days. And when you go get somebody nobody's heard of, and you're right, you look like a draft Jedi.
And if you're wrong, you got Jelani Tavai.
Yep, exactly. And we've had our share. Jelani Tavai was such a who pick?
Well, that's the thing. I don't remember them. Maybe I'm wrong here. Do you remember like an Inside the Den or anything with the Quinn era?
No.
Okay, so it'd be curious to see if they had the same conviction and happiness when they got their guys as well, right?
Yep.
Because that conviction doesn't mean results. Nope. It doesn't mean he's going to be good. It just means you got the guy that you targeted.
I heard a story from a reliable source that said in the middle of the Millen era, they were debating who they were going to take with a second-round pick, and Matt Millen just picked up the phone and called in the pick. Ikaika Alama Francis. And the room went, what? Like he wasn't even a player they were debating, and Millen just made the call. I heard that story. And take it for what it's worth. I don't know if it's true. Kind of stand to reason that kind of stuff went down in the middle of the Millen era. But all right, we'll get to the other players listed on the 10 that stood out through 10 practices. Also coming up next hour. Oh, people are going to make fun of me, but what else is new? That at 12:20, 97.1 The Ticket. Gator out today. It's the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Great to be with you. Hope you got a good weekend planned. Ken, I was looking at the schedule, and this will happen with your kids as they get older. We have nothing scheduled for tomorrow. Nothing.
Doug, I yearn for those days.
I asked my wife, when's the last time we had a Saturday with absolutely nothing on the schedule? I feel almost obligated to fill the day, but I'm not going to. I'm going to let the day come as it happens.
Just RELAX, my friend. And let the day come to you, because we have one of those. I bet you do too, because you're this type of person and family. We have the calendar that you can just fill in every single day, right? It's on, ours is on our fridge. We have the current month and we have the upcoming month. Dude, August is filled for us with birthday party every weekend. I mean, the whole summer was, and I'm sure yours was too. So yeah, if you look up there and you see we have a free Saturday.
Yep.
Yeah, that's nice. I think it's nice. I don't know if you feel you're one of those likes to check the boxes.
I will tell you that this is I can deal with one or two of these a year. But I'm not sure that we get more than one a year. It's just crazy. I mean, the kids are active, which is great, and we stay busy. But I mean, tomorrow might be a long bike ride day for me, and a nap.
Enjoy it, man, because
maybe some day drinking. Maybe I'll do some day drinking.
Do it, because during football season, you're jealous of everyone that gets to tailgate and do all that stuff on Saturdays. You're working, of course.
Yep.
Sundays is NFL. So, yeah, enjoy the, this is probably going to be your last one, honestly.
I'm just looking down here. Leon Dave says, day drink and watch movies. Reese says, binge watch Severance on Apple TV with your wifey. Severance, are you familiar with Severance?
No.
It's good. Is it good? You don't know.
I'm assuming they think it's good or they're trying to play a joke.
I've got about 10 minutes left in the final episode of Quarterback. Last night I got interrupted and had to stop late. So I'm going to make it through that series. But yeah, I've got to pick up something new.
Maybe enjoy the weather, man.
That's true. I mean, that's why I'm
outside.
I walk out the door this morning at 7 a.m. and I have to walk past my bike to get to the car. And I just, yesterday, of course, I executed the Thursday mow. So the lawn looks great. It's a little bit crisp out. It's not cool just yet, but I walk outside and I'm like, God, if Gator was in, maybe I'd just blow the day off and hop on my bike and go riding.
Enjoy it, man.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. All right, so I said we'd get to this list by Tim Twentyman, 10 players who stood out in camp practice. And it's tough because we can't get out there until next week. And so we're relying on the reporters. So far, we've mentioned the offensive players. Jared Goff stood out, the O-line, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and tight end Sam Laporta. A lot of defensive love, too. Here are the defensive players that were amongst the list of 10 players who stood out early in camp. 1, defensive back Brian Branch. First-round talent that dropped to the Lions in round 2. Branch has come to Allen Park with a chip on his shoulder and something to prove. Branch is already working himself into first-team reps with his ability to play both in the box and cover equally well. If Branch continues on his trajectory, it's going to be hard for defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn to take him off the field, especially on passing downs. Okay. That would be useful.
That's very useful, and I know Gator subscribes to this, is the guys in the secondary seem to always get hurt, and they get hurt often.
Yep.
Whether it's for a play, a week, or a month, you have to have depth there. And if you have quality depth, that's huge, because going against someone's – what happens in a game, Doug, when a starting cornerback goes out of the game and they replace him with someone off the bench? That guy he's covering immediately gets targeted by the other team. Okay, so to have Brian Branch or anybody, Jerry Jacobs, whoever it is, ready to go if they don't start, that's huge.
Also off the defense, who else has stood out? Defensive lineman Aiden Hutchinson. Hutchinson focused on gaining strength and polishing some movement skills this offseason, and the results have him looking like a player about to take the league by storm. Yes, please. Also on the list from the defense, players who stood out. Broderick Martin. There's no teaching, 6'5", 330 pounds, and arms long enough to, it looks like Martin could tie his shoes standing up. He comes from a small school and still has some technique stuff to sharpen, but he's already making enough of an impact to earn some first-team reps. He's long and strong and is trending towards a nice role in the center of the Lions' defense sooner rather than later. You know how we were talking about Scott Harris's inexperience? The Tiger baseball president. We got a lot of talk on that earlier in the week. And certainly you're probably going to be better at your job 5 years down the road than you are when you first took it. I was thinking about Brad Holmes, who built draft boards in Los Angeles for Les Snead, the GM. And he almost never had a first-round pick. And they still crushed it in the draft. They still were getting Cooper Kupp. And I always forget the name of the safety from Ohio State. But anyway, yeah, you look at their drafts, and you go, bang, starting tight end in the 6th round. Bang, starting safety in the 7th round. Bang, one of the best wide receivers in the league in a middle round. That's what the Rams did. Now, with the Lions, what if he's even still getting better? I need to tap the brakes, but I mean, the Broderick Martin hype I am starting to completely buy, which is just, this is the one where that caller told me to settle down. Broderick Martin, where I probably need to settle down the most, because the idea of getting a defensive tackle in the 3rd round, late 3rd round, that could be an impact player is like the best case scenario. But all it is a bunch of practice stuff so far.
Yeah, I mean,
I will say this. When they play the Giants next week, a week from today, I will be squarely focused on Broderick Martin when he's in the game.
And, yeah, that's the things you can do before they play their regular season games, whether it's practice or preseason. You can actually just focus on one player and not the whole play. Broderick Martin, he absolutely looks the part. The man's massive.
Yep.
6'5", 330. If he can get his pad level low and technique, and that's what the coaches are working on, of course, because he went to a smaller school, so you don't even know the level of competition that he was playing against. If he can get all that, Doug, yeah, I can understand the hype. I mean, like I said, he looks the part, man. But 3rd-round pick, they targeted him, they moved up. We'll see. This could be another Brad Holmes special.
Also standing out, defensive back C.J. Gardner-Johnson. He's been an emotional and vocal leader every time he steps on the field. He tied for the NFL lead with 6 picks last season, and that ball production has already shown up in camp. There was an injury scare with him early, but that's in the rearview mirror. Gardner-Johnson is versatile and a team leader. He's going to make the defense a heck of a lot better. Defensive lineman Aleem McNeil, 22 pounds and 13% body fat. McNeil cut this offseason is noticeable. Made him much quicker and more agile off the ball. He's been a noticeable uptick in the pressure he's caused in the pass game in the middle. And finally, at 10, undrafted rookie cornerback Starling Thomas. Camp hasn't been too big for the undrafted rookie out of UAB. He's consistently been taking second-team reps on the outside and has found ways to make some plays. One thing I notice about him is his physicality and compete level. He doesn't look like an undrafted rookie out there, and that's a compliment 10 practices into camp.
That's your guy, man.
When they signed him, took a look and loved the scouting report. And that would also be a pleasant find, an undrafted rookie to compete and maybe make this squad. But yeah, I mean, the story that got me was when they talked about his speed and how he tore his ACL and kept playing, which is amazing. All right, 248-539-9797. You want to keep talking Lions. In the meantime, something for people to make fun of me regarding, which is nothing new. We're not foreign to that on this show. And, boy, things are moving quick. Pete Thamel just tweet out something about college football expansion. Well, we shall see. We'll read that tweet for you today at 12:16, 97.1 The Ticket. All right. This is so hard to keep track of. It's literally changing by the hour. Pete Thamel tweeted out 57 minutes ago, can confirm, AP report, that there's a Big Ten president's call now scheduled for today. There wasn't one scheduled early this morning. 16 minutes ago, Pete Thamel tweets out, sources, Washington and Oregon are fully engaged with the Big Ten. Things are made fluid, but are trending in that direction. And now I look up at the TV, and Pete Thamel's on SportsCenter. And underneath is the graphic, Arizona deal to join Big 12 expected to be finalized soon. Arizona State, Utah, future with the Pac-12 remains uncertain. If Arizona joins if Arizona joins the Big 12, I think that means Oregon and Washington will be compelled to move to the Big Ten. I mean, that'll really feel like the ship is sinking. Question is, how are they going to sort out the money? How are they going to sort out the money? Unless the networks, I was just reading this story during the break. Who wrote it? Chris Vanini, college football writer, about whether or not TV deals going to much. If you stay, make it okay. If Oregon and Washington stay in the Pac-12 and make a few college football playoffs, would the Big Ten come around again in 2030? I'm guessing when the Big Ten's TV contract runs through. Big Ten's got to decide, do they want, I should say, this may come down to the Big Ten deciding if they want to add 2 teams when it doesn't add to the revenue, when it doesn't add to the guaranteed money that the TV networks are paying them. I mean, it could inherently make the Big Ten a hotter property from a higher TV rating standpoint. But this is a roller coaster. Stuart Mandel just tweeted out, if Oregon is truly on the fence and money isn't that different, one thing they have to be considering, much better chance of regular college football appearance in a smaller Pac-9/10 than an 18-team Big Ten. Yep. And that's what I keep saying. If I'm an athletic director, what I can't shake is, where am I going to win? Like, if you're Washington and you have rivalries with Oregon and Washington State, and you've got longtime conference partners in Stanford and Cal, and you've got a hell of a really good other program in the Pac-12 in Utah, is it worth joining an 18 and becoming part of an 18-team Big Ten when you have a better chance of just flat out winning? In the meantime, you've got all these athletic directors, not at Michigan or Ohio State or Penn State, in the Big Ten, and they have to be asking themselves, okay, what are the chances that we here at Minnesota are going to win the Big Ten if we bring in Oregon and Washington? What are the chances here at Northwestern that we're ever going to win the Big Ten again? I mean, there's do I really want to sign off on this? And I mean, I'm just talking about strictly football. And I guess they just, as an athletic director, you basically are running a corporation. And here's just the question I have, and it's the real world, okay? And in the real world, money drives so many decisions. We've moved past, though, money driving the decision to money exclusively driving the decisions. So we're entering into nonsensical business partnerships from every other way except the money. And it's 100%. It's not 90%. It's not 75%. Tell me how this makes sense in any way other than financially, which still might be the holdup because they have to decide, do they want to split the pie 18 ways instead of 16 ways? I don't know.
You could maybe if someone told them, hey, yeah, financially it makes a lot of sense short term, but long term,
right.
This is going to hurt our sport as a whole, and we're going to be crippled by this at some point, or we're going to, this is going to be a big mistake, and we'll see it down the line, or have to repair the sport that we love. I'm with you, Doug. Of course, at some point, Dave, you made enough money. Let's just, you're hurting the game now by trying to get even more greedier and more money. But I just don't see the execs and the conferences and the presidents looking like that. They're looking at, hey, we're falling behind. We got to get into super conference. And then the smaller schools that are already in, like Northwesterns, Washington States, whatever, are going to get left behind.
Aren't there warning signs right now, though, that the money might be drying up, that we've reached perhaps some ultimatum when it comes to TV networks? The fact that the Pac-12 can't land a TV deal, I don't think Kliavkoff is so inept that it's 100% on him. I just don't think the bidders are there. And so, I don't know. We might have reached, I've talked about a sports bubble, and I've talked about it for years. Maybe it's bursting. Maybe we've just reached the limit, but.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can overvalue your product. I mean, we just went through the trade deadline with baseball. Did Scott Harris overvalue some of his products? You're at the mercy, and he said this, you're at the mercy of the market. And sometimes you think you know the market, but you could be wrong. And if the Pac-12 thought they knew the market, but maybe they were wrong,
yeah,
they could be screwed, right?
Yep. All right, so look, we'll keep you updated, but I mean, this feels like it changes every hour. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's going to go down today. And we'll be welcoming Ducks and Huskies. By the way, 2 beautiful campuses. Have you ever been there? I mean, beautiful campus. My daughter strongly considered UW. We went out there, and I would have been perfectly comfortable with her going to University of Washington. It was fantastic.
You were in Big Ten country.
I didn't realize it at the time, but perhaps I was.
Yeah. Midwest.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay. So yesterday was National IPA Day. I don't like IPAs at all. I've tried a bunch, and I guess I just don't have the taste for it. And I feel like it's one of those things that most guys like. Not all of them, but most guys like them. Not me. And I don't feel like any peer pressure or anything like that. It's funny because sometimes we'll go out to a place and I'll be hanging with friends and I'll order these exotic beers with these fancy names and these high alcohol contents. And I'll be like, do you guys carry Miller Lite? No. What do you have that's like Miller Lite? And it doesn't bother me that much, but a little bit is like, God, I'm not in this club. I'm not in this club. And I feel like the people that have maybe just a more tolerance for different flavors of beer, like they're having more fun than I am. They get to experiment. They're constantly searching for the next great thing. And I'm stuck over here in my ways with the sorority beer that I like. And the thing about it is I will expand and try here and there some things. If I read a description of something, or can I taste that? If I can get a taste of something, and I'll find some new stuff I like every once in a while. But here's the question I have with National IPA Day being yesterday. What is the thing that most guys like and you just don't? And I'm talking about cliche things like cigars or football or Margot Robbie or whatever. Like, I'm just trying to think of, you can't stand golf. You can't stand chicken wings. What is the one thing that you think most guys like and you just don't?
Yeah, we're just going to get stereotypical here, right?
Yes, of course. Yes, that's exactly what we're doing.
I got one.
What's that?
I don't even know if most guys, I feel like a lot of guys like this, and maybe it's changed now, or maybe it's my age. I'm not a huge fan of loud cars.
Yes.
Maybe Gator, if he were here, he'd yell at me because he loves cars. He loves
Yeah.
classic cars. He loves sports cars. But I've turned on that's just too loud. You know,
Right.
Right,
and they drive past you. Like,
Yeah,
man, that's
you're
loud.
like,
Can you imagine driving that thing the whole time?
No way. No way. It'd be like,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm not. The other day I was in a parking garage, and
Yep.
so you know how it echoes, it amplifies any sound in there.
Yeah.
Some guy was driving through. I don't even know what kind of car it was, but it was loud. And he's like, "Rrr." I'm like, find a spot already. You know, like, hey, take my spot, man.
Yeah.
I'll usher someone in
Just
for you.
quit
I'll
driving,
Yeah,
man.
you want me to get the flags out? I'll make sure you get a spot. I'll save it for you, but just stop. So maybe that's me.
Yeah, I like it.
Different.
248-539-9797. What's the thing most guys like and you just don't? And girls, the ladies out there, what about you? Most girls like it, but you don't. This on the heels of National IPA Day yesterday, where I just don't like IPAs. And I feel like I'm missing out, but I also don't feel like it's going to change. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Breaking news regarding conference realignment. According to sources, the U.S. women's national team is joining the Pac-12. Odd move. I don't know. This story's moving so fast. Honestly, I think these writers are starting to write a story, and by the time they're done, before they filed it and tweeted it out, the news has changed. Pac-12's not falling apart. They went back to their commissioner today, and they all sat down to kind of finalize the deal, and now they're back out. Arizona's going to the Big 12, and Oregon and Washington are in talks with the Big 10 again. Breaking news, the Hamilton Tiger Cats have joined Conference USA. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Brandon. You're next. Hi, Brandon.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
We're doing well.
Hey, listen, so things that I'm not too fond of that maybe all other guys are, but Megan Fox, dude. Everybody likes this skinny, hot piece of whatever, but I don't know, dude. I lean more for like the Kate Upton side. Like I like a little bit of curve. I like a little bit of woman there. It's more realistic.
Okay, thank you. We did this topic because I don't like IPAs, and when we were asking what are the things that guys like, and you just don't.
Yeah, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, Doug.
Yep, that's true for beer too. 248-539-9797. Greg is next. Hi, Greg.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, things that I don't enjoy that I think a lot of guys do is I don't like to drink when I golf. Like, I play terribly. I mean, I used to maybe enjoy it, but over one beer, no, I can't do it. It's just not my thing.
You'll go out and you'll be playing with your buddies, and here comes a cart girl, and everybody gets a beer, and you just pass?
I mean, I'll get an Arnold Palmer or something like that, or maybe a Snickers.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe your number. But, I just don't drink.
Well, here's the thing about it, too, is it doesn't help. I know it's swing oil. No, it's not. It's not. 248-539-9797. Scott writes in, my ultimate, I hate Red Zone. Wow, Kang, you love Red Zone, don't you?
We got to put him on the no-fly zone here, man. No more text zone. Are you kidding me? What do you not like about Red Zone? I mean, if you have to watch an entire game of something, fine. But if you're not watching, Lions versus Falcons or whatever, why wouldn't you not be watching Red Zone? I don't know what else you want to do. What's wrong with Red Zone?
Maybe you don't get a feel for how a game's going.
I'm
you can't understand this.
This is one like that. No.
From an unnamed texter, UFC, guys love the MMA. I'm not one of them. Give me boxing all day.
He still likes fighting, just a different form of it.
Yeah. Unnamed texter, disc golf. It's boring as hell. Tom and Canton, smoked meat. I think it tastes god awful.
Almost lost me on that one too, but I'm going to keep an open mind, Doug.
Nate the plumber, I do not like golf. It's the absolute worst sport, and I'll never understand what people see in it.
I can understand that. It's slow, right? It's slower. It's harder to watch. Some people only enjoy playing and not watching.
Yeah. The more I play, the more I watch. And what determines how often I play, it's almost how often I get up north, because I don't golf down here very much. Mine is poker. I do not have the patience for it. That's from an unnamed texter. Matt in East Lansing, I like football, but not to the extent that most guys do. It's not a much must-watch every Sunday for me.
He probably has a healthier lifestyle than most of us.
Yeah. Ben in Ann Arbor says, I hate motorcycles. Hate them. Too loud, dangerous, hate. Patrick and Hal, hot sauce. Don't tell anyone, but I can't stand hot sauce.
That's one where the fellas, you almost have to fake it. Yeah, some hot sauce. All right. When you're like, man, hurts my boom boom, as Gator would say, right?
That's a good one, yeah. My wife does the grilling in our home. I love grilled food, but I just don't want to go through the actual cooking of it. That's from Jared in Westland.
That's a good one because everyone assumes guys want to grill.
Yep. We were talking about this because I don't like IPAs. Yesterday was National IPA Day. So we were just like, what are the things that most guys like and you don't? 248-539-9797. Let's go to Chris. You're next here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Chris?
Hey, guy kind of stole my thunder with motorcycles, but specifically crotch rockets. If you're on an expressway,
yeah,
thinking about life going home from work, and it's one, yeah, and then 10 more come, scare the crap out of you. It's a heart attack.
Yeah, if you get caught off guard, it's happened to me a couple of times where you're driving along and it's not always a crotch rocket. Sometimes it's a car that just goes by going like 110. You're like, whoa. 248-539-9797. Things most guys like. And girls, if you want to give us one that most girls like and you don't, let us know. We go to Roger. You're next. Hi, Roger.
Hey, thanks. I don't like IPAs also, but Bo Jackson for me, I think he's like one of the most overrated athletes of all time. And the reason why, you know, he ranks like 2,800, 2,900 all-time rushing. Baseball, he was no good in baseball. He struck out once out of every 2.75 at bats. He's a terrible defense player. Only one time in his career did he have a higher batting average than the team average. I don't care about potential. I look at results.
So, you know what? He provided some of the most incredible baseball highlights I've ever seen. And one highlight here, one highlight there doesn't mean he's a great player. I saw him throw out just an absolute BB from left field.
I know what you're talking about on that.
Threw out an Oakland A. I think it was Carney Lansford at home plate in a game. I saw him, you know, we saw the play where he ran up the wall when he breaks a bat over his knee. These things didn't make him a great player, but he was a spectacle as an athlete.
Well, the thing on breaking the bat over his knee and over his helmet, he struck out.
Right.
That was my argument on that.
Breaking news, college realignment. Arizona State has joined the English Premier League. Strange move. 248-539-9797. Anthony is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Anthony.
How you doing?
What's up?
Well, the conversation sort of turned towards beer, didn't it? That's what I was calling about.
Yeah.
I hate getting I used to be able to drink 12 beers on the golf course or on the boat. I can't do it anymore. I hate drinking that much because the morning and the next day, the result is just not good.
You don't bounce back like you used to.
Not like I used to. I'm 63 now, so, you know.
Yep.
And that guy 2 callers ago that said he didn't drink on the golf course, maybe he should pick it back up. Then he has an excuse for his game. You know.
Yep. Thanks, Anthony. 248-539-9797. Most guys like him. You don't. Larry is next. Hi, Larry.
Hey, how you guys doing, Doug?
We're good, Larry.
Gang? Hey, you know what? You mentioned it before, cigars.
Mm-hmm.
And it tastes like, my wife smokes, but it tastes like a wet ashtray. When I think I have a cigar in my mouth, and that's like, it's god awful. And
they're pretty
strong. I won't smoke a cigar. If somebody buys me a expensive one, nope.
They're pretty strong.
They're no, the taste of it it's you know what? I like IPA. Sorry.
That's okay.
No, I won't. No.
I'm not surprised somebody said cigars.
Maybe dip your cigar in an IPA. Help you out a little bit, Larry.
All right, seriously, we do have more breaking news as it pertains to conference realignment. We'll get to that today at 12:46. It's Carson Anderson, Gator Out Today, 97.1. Ken Rosenthal tweeted or wrote a story for The Athletic saying the pressure on buyers is mounting. But we got our new guy in charge in Scott Harris, and all reports say he set a high price for people who want to deal with the Tigers. I mean, they can't go through today without trading, right? How do you get that far down the road with a team where a player's got that team on a no-trade clause and you don't have the player's approval? And I really don't think you do. I think Eduardo Rodriguez changed his mind. That's what I think. In lieu of hearing from him, which we will later today, and maybe he'll say it, maybe he won't. But if I watched that news conference today, went back and watched the whole thing, and the nonverbals from Scott Harris, the body language,
breaking
made it
news,
pretty clear to me.
Eduardo Rodriguez has declined an offer from the Pac-12 and will stay in Detroit. No, this is real.
And
Yahoo Sports.
I'm not reporting that.
Dan Wetzel.
I'm not saying
Ross Dellinger. The Big Ten is in the final stages of negotiating an expansion to 18 teams and adding the University of Oregon and Washington. Industry sources have told Yahoo Sports. The move adds a Pacific Northwest presence to the arrival of USC and UCLA while bringing two known football brands to the Big Ten's broadcast offerings. I got to tell you, these Pac-10 conference calls have been disasters. Every time they have a conference call, it's like they exit the conference call on shakier ground than they went in. We wake up this morning, all the reporting is that the Pac-12 is got a chance to survive. There's a conference call this morning. They hang up the phone, bam, Arizona, the Big 12, Oregon, and Washington to the Big 10. These things have been disasters. Here's what is most interesting, because I've talked about the revenue a lot the last couple of days. Both schools, this is according to the Yahoo story, both schools are expected to agree to a cut rate, perhaps as low as 50% of the Big Ten's media revenue that could reach $65 million per year per institution. So let's say it's $65 million, and they get 50% of that, so $37.5 million. The story goes on to say that is still more than the Pac-12's proposed media deal with Apple TV, which is estimated to be in the $20 to $25 million range. While contracts are not signed, deals have been agreed to in principle. Big Ten presidents met Friday morning to discuss expansion and settled concerns about increased travel and logistics of an 18-team conference. After a roller coaster of exploration and negotiation across the weeks, the Ducks and Huskies will exit the Pac-12, leaving the 108-year-old league with an uncertain future. The University of Arizona is expected to take an offer to head to the Big 12, and both Arizona State and Utah could follow. The Pac-12 was already down to 9 teams with the defections of Colorado, USC, and UCLA in 2024. The 4 remaining schools, Cal, Stanford, Oregon State, and Washington State, will need to regroup either on their own or together. If the Pac-12 survives as a brand, it will be unrecognizable to its reputation as the Conference of Champions that served as the preeminent college athletics league out west for generations. I mean, I'm still going to be there on Saturdays. I don't like this. But when Colorado went to the Big 12, I thought that was as seismic a move as any of them. And now, what's going to be left of college athletics on the West Coast? I mean, those teams are going to have to, I'm sorry, I don't know how it doesn't negatively impact Washington, Oregon, USC, and UCLA. On top of that, recruiting on the West Coast, all those kids and their families are joining a conference in which there's nowhere you're driving. Their games, any road game is going to be played thousands of miles from home with the exception of when they play each other. Now, it's also a bit of a fallacy because those Pac-12 schools, they're not close to each other. When Washington plays at Arizona, you're not driving that either. But still, it's definitely a bigger travel commitment. So, do the 4 remaining Pac-12 schools just join the Mountain West? Or do they invite Mountain West teams? I mean, a Pac-12, now Pac-4 with Boise State, Colorado State, UNLV, San Diego State, that gets them back up to 8. And Boise State is kind of one of the secondary brands in college football. UNLV, big market. Colorado State gets you back closer to getting into Denver. San Diego State, Southern California market. Or do they just join the Mountain West? I don't know.
Is the Pac-12 done, Doug?
I think so. I think we just watched it die.
Y'all want to see a dead conference? Come this way. No. Okay. Is there any way, like, let's say this fails, these super conferences, and just adding, every conference is 20 teams or whatever, and it fails or whatever. Do you think it ever goes back? Like, hey, let's reform the Pac-12
I don't know,
or Pac-10.
Right? Colorado's gone back to the Big 12.
Yeah,
which now has, 14, maybe 15 teams. 15, 16 teams if Arizona State and I don't know. I mean, look, there was a fight for survival between the Big 12 and the Pac-12. And when the Big 12 nabbed Colorado, that set all this in motion. I mean, I joked at the beginning of all this, like last year when these first started to percolate and the Big 10 added USC and UCLA. It's okay. Maybe they add Cal and Stanford and Oregon and Washington and maybe the Arizona schools will call it the Big 10 West. And then at the end, the Big 10 West champion will play the Big 10 East champion in the Rose Bowl. We can call it the Rose Bowl. Just basically all under the umbrella of one conference. But I don't know.
This is a big, huge change to a very popular sport. Like in other, when a team moves from the NBA from the West to the East, or the NFC Central doesn't exist anymore and they make it the North. These are kind of minor changes. We get used to them. It's not a big deal, right?
Yep.
This is eliminating a staple.
Yep.
Staples of college football.
Pete Thamel just tweeted out, the Big Ten's expected to move ahead with formal offer letters for Oregon and Washington. A Big Ten vote is expected to take place later today to formalize their admission, barring any last-minute snags. I mean, a couple things about this. One is apparently I was wrong. It is moving fast. Two is I wonder if anybody in the Big Ten is going to vote no. Anybody in the Big Ten, because it was hard enough to win the Big Ten as it was. And now, I mean, you're talking about more than a few Big Ten schools that just aren't winning it in football anytime soon. And, I mean, I think the teams at the top are going to continue to be at the top. Why am I so uncomfortable with this? If you have a conference that's that big and 2, 3, 4 lost teams from your conference are making the college football playoff, September, October, November in college football aren't going to be nearly as good as they were. December might be fantastic, okay? But I loved the way the sport was configured, and I really, truly believe it had the best regular season in all sports.
I mean, we're headed towards as close as we can to being the NFL.
It's basically, they're going to be,
right?
Because in the NFL, you can go 7-5. I mean, you play more games, but
you can go 9-8 and get in. Okay.
Yep.
So that's the college equivalent is what, 7-5. So instead of having like an AFC and NFC though, college football, because they have so many teams, it might be like 4 conferences, but 4 huge conferences. Like I said, this is basically the NFL.
I mean, if we do things that make sense, right, geographically, the Big 12 may as well offer all the Pac-12 teams, and then tell Cincinnati and West Virginia, why don't you go join the ACC? I I mean, it makes more sense for Cincinnati and West Virginia to be in the ACC and the Big 12 and the Pac-12 to basically just merge. But, I mean, there's no czar of college football that can negotiate sensical and geographical alignments, because we know football drives this and money drives this. There are a whole bunch of student athletes at other sports that are going to be impacted by this. Well, maybe nobody cares, but athletic departments care.
Well, they should know this more than anybody. No, you're right.
Yes.
You
I mean,
should-
athletic departments, football pays for everything, but entire athletic departments are impacted by this. And I'm surprised that this has gotten to this point. But like I said, we're clearly in an era where we've gone from, I think money drove 50% of decision making at a point in my life, and then morality and logic and sense is the other 50%. And then it got to be 60% driven by money, 70% driven by money. This is 100% driven by money. And it feels a little bit like this is a short-term financial windfall, all this realignment. And I do wonder about long-term ramifications. 248-539-9797. Let's go to John. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, John.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Kang, your comments were a lot about what I was thinking. Sure, you got Michigan, Ohio State, the big names who are going to maybe make the playoffs every year and finish first, and it's still unsure as to how playoffs will work out. But how many of these teams like Penn State and Michigan State and Purdue, and I know Purdue's important to Doug, that are going to, or UCLA or USC are going to be happy with being second, third, or fourth every year and going to the second-tier bowl games? And would that possibly be eventually the trigger to, hey, maybe we should get our old conference back together?
Yeah, I mean, John, I was thinking about this. If you're an AD at Indiana or Maryland or Rutgers, are you sure you want this? Because it's just like, it's already tough enough for these schools to make an impact in the league as it is. It got harder when USC and UCLA joined, and now here come Oregon and Washington. You got no shot.
And again, it's not the winners. It's these people who, after, the alumni who, after finishing behind, are going to say, hey, you know what? We aren't winning anything. The money I'm giving you guys isn't really working out anymore.
Yeah, well, I short-term financial windfall at what long-term cost? I don't know. I have expressed my discomfort with this, but I feel like I'm on an island. Although, Kang, you like the NFL more than college football.
Yeah.
But even you seem concerned about the future of college football.
Yeah, I like the NFL more than college football, but if they're going to be the same thing, what's the difference? I like what makes college football, and we're losing a lot of that. And I'm not even talking NIL or transfer portal. I'm talking geography, regionality, like all the schools, most of they matter. But schools like, we already knew maybe MAC schools weren't going to get into the dance, right?
Yep.
But now like Washington State, Northwestern, which never really had a chance, but like Maryland, I don't know, Purdue, whatever.
Northwestern, like Minnesota came dangerously close 3-4 years ago. Remember they played that undefeated game against Penn State and eventually just missed out. Hell, the COVID year, Indiana flirted with it, but that's even less likely. Well, you know what the other thing about this is? Seriously, your move, SEC, right? I mean, the SEC is going to say, well, we need to do something now. And you've got at least two schools down in the southeast footprint that they might be looking at. You know what's going to happen? Well, we'll get to it. This is wild. 248-539-9797, 97.1 the ticket. All right, so wonder how an impact this has on Notre Dame. I mean, Notre Dame is the brand, the college football brand, right? I mean, it's a huge brand, and they're right in the middle of Big Ten territory. Should the Big Ten just say Notre Dame, go back to Notre Dame? And I know some people, seriously, I know a ton of people are like, F Notre Dame. But I think if you can move past that, it makes all the sense in the world.
Someone texted, I think it was Tom, that said, you just called Notre Dame up and you go, last chance.
Kinda.
This is your last chance.
Yep.
I hate you. This is your last chance.
They got to bring back divisions now, right?
Yeah, you would think. There might be like 4 divisions within a conference at this point. You know, like,
yeah.
I'm telling you, this is turning into the NFL.
Which NFL has its place, but part of the charm of college football was how different it was. It was and fine the way it was. So if you bring back divisions, Washington, Oregon, USC, UCLA, Nebraska, and Iowa are 6. Minnesota would be 7. I need 9 over there. Wisconsin and Northwestern. And then the East is Illinois, Purdue, Michigan, Michigan State, Ohio State, Penn State, Maryland, Rutgers. Did I get them all? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm missing somebody. Who'd I forget? Oh, Indiana. Sorry, Hoosiers. I mean, you got to go east, west, play everybody on your side, and maybe 2 crossover games. There's going to be some great matchups. I mean, that's the positive. Is it feels like there's going to be some great football games to watch, but I don't know. This is wild. God, what a disaster George Kliavkov's Zoom calls are. I mean, a disaster. This morning, everybody thought the Pac-12 was going to survive. All right, let's all talk again. They get done. Arizona to the Big 12, Oregon and Washington to the Big 10.
Maybe I shouldn't even ask this question, but I'm going to anyways, because maybe no one around here cares. But it's like that Reddit post, that Washington State fan. Does anyone care about what's left over with the Pac-12 and what happens to those teams? And that conference is gone. It's going to be dead.
Yep.
I know you probably care, Doug.
I care. And
you're a huge college football guy.
The regionality. I mean, one of the things that I worry about, and it's happened with the NCAA tournament, one of the cool things about college football is you flip on your TV at 10 o'clock at night and you go, oh, I'm at Sun Devil Stadium. Oh, I'm at Cal. Or you flip on your TV at 7 o'clock and you go, ooh, I'm watching Virginia, Miami at Virginia. Like everything has its own flavor, its own look. Everything's different. All the cultures and the traditions and all that is really, really cool if you're way into the sport, which I am. And those things, it's all getting homogenized. And I don't know. It feels like we're just moving towards an NFL model, which has its certainly its appeal, but
you know who it matters to too? The people in Washington State, the people at Arizona State, they tailgate, they have parties, it's an atmosphere. The pageantry of college football still exists out there.
There's large swaths of fan bases right now around the country that are just going, what the hell? Like,
so who's who has to look out for them? Do they even matter?
The message that they're getting is they don't. Stanford, Cal, Oregon State, Washington State on the outside looking in. And I mean, there's other programs around college sports right now going, Iowa State, that are holding on to their position in these power conferences. The Big Ten has more than a few that don't pull their weight on the field. But I don't know. I'll still probably be there on Saturdays as excited as I've ever been because I'm always fired up for it. But I wonder if that's ever going to die or start to die.
Well, could this happen, Doug? What if the Big Ten goes, you know what? We'd rather have Oregon State than Indiana.
Could it ever happen? I think everything is
right
on the table right now.
So just because unless you're Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State, Michigan State, you probably feel safe, of course. But anybody else that's lower tier.
Well, but here's something else that we need to wonder about. What if the Big Ten asked like Tennessee? They said, let's go raid the SEC. Or if the SEC asked Ohio State. There's exit fees and all that, but maybe that's the next step, is that the power structure in college football is the SEC goes after Big Ten schools. I don't know. That's just, this whole thing is so weird. It's going to take some getting used to. And I hope we all get used to it, and it really doesn't have a negative impact. But 248-539-9797. Let's go to Chad. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Chad.
Hey, what's up, gentlemen?
How we doing?
Yeah, I got a lot to say about this. I know I can only say a few things, but this is turning into NFL 2.0 for sure. And this is not what we wanted. We already have the NFL. And the problem is there is no governing body in college football. It's a free-for-all. It's a wild, wild west.
Yep.
And it's all ran by money, which there's no parity now. We saw what happened in the championship game. It was 65-0 in the championship game. So just think of how bad it's going to get. It's just going to be who can outbid the other guy. And we know who's going to do that. 8 schools. And that's all it's going to be. And college football is dead.
I don't know if it's dead. College football, as we knew it, is dead.
Well, do you want to watch a 16-team playoff? They think that's going to it's going to be great ratings. This isn't NCAA basketball. There's a real unique feel about NCAA basketball. I don't think that their 16-team playoff that they eventually want to go to, or 8-team, is going to work out. I mean, if TCU's getting smoked 65-0, what do you think Alabama or somebody's going to do as the number 8 seed?
Yeah, I don't know that we can regularly expect absolute, blowouts in the championship game. I'm not seeing that as part of the fallout of this. I'm not seeing that at all. I'm just seeing the sport become smaller. At this point, the MAC just may as well join D2. And the remaining Pac-12 teams, we've now got 4 conferences. The Big 12, the Big 10, the SEC, and the ACC. Feels like the ACC is even on thin ice right now. When I said before the break, your move, SEC, my first thought was they're going to go get Florida State, Miami, Clemson, North Carolina, or something like that. But then I was like, you know what? No, they'll probably go get Stanford and Cal. They'll probably go get Utah. The SEC will probably go get Utah. And they'll probably try and expand that direction because why not? What's the biggest media market available? I mean, the thing about Stanford and Cal is, no, they're not particularly good, but that's San Francisco and Oakland. That's one of the biggest TV markets out there. 248-539-9797. I said Division II. It's what, FCS. It's not Division II anymore. Thank you, Ben, on the Twitch feed. Let's go to Jeff. You're next. Hi, Jeff.
All right. How you doing, gentlemen? Let me ask you a question. Are there still scholastic requirements in college football?
Yes.
Okay, so obviously the erosion of anything we know of as college football is happening before our eyes, and it's always been the AAA farm system for the NFL. But I mean, I can foresee basically scholastic requirements going away from college football, at least, and because of the money involved. And I know it might not be a big thing to anybody, but I think it's something that we're going to see happen.
When you say scholastic requirements, you're saying they don't have to be students to play?
No, not necessarily. Yeah, that isn't that big of a stretch. But they don't have to maintain a C average. Maybe a D average. Maybe they just have to graduate or be trending towards graduation. But, I mean, I've heard nobody talk about the scholastic requirements. And if we're changing the entire paradigm of college football, I can also see that part of it going away or being completely changed as well. I just thought – I hadn't heard anybody talk about it, so I thought –
No, I mean, I know it's been important to the Big Ten to add schools that are in that Association of American Universities, which I believe both Washington and Oregon are. They're both really pretty damn good schools. And so, that does matter to the Big Ten. I think it probably matters to the Big Ten more than it matters to other conferences. But look, the way things are changing, I remember years ago when Gary Danielson worked here. And if I recall correctly, Gary said that the European club sports model makes more sense, which I found very interesting, coming from a guy who is as steeped in college football broadcasting as anybody. European club sports model is just, they're just clubs. They don't have any tie-ins to any schools.
It sounds crazy because these are student athletes, but I understand the caller's concern as, I don't think it's a crazy reach anymore. If we keep trending towards being a professional, model, the NFL, whatever club teams, yeah, do they just lower standards? You talked about the Big Ten poaching SEC schools. Yeah. They're gonna, not every SEC school is gonna be a school that the Big Ten's gonna generally want, I guess, right?
No, but I just at this point, the way this is moved so rapidly, I'm kind of thinking about what's the next thing we should expect. Big Ten offered Tennessee. Big Ten offered Kentucky. SEC's offered Ohio State. 248-539-9797. This is wild, but the report, if you're just joining us, it all unraveled this morning during a conference call in the Pac-12. Oregon and Washington hung up the phone, called the Big Ten, and it looks like they are now final stages being reported. In the final stages, the Big Ten adding Oregon and Washington. Arizona is expected to take a spot in the Big 12. Utah and Arizona State expected to follow Oregon, to follow Arizona to the Big 12. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. trying to be open-minded here. Maybe this new order of college football will be better. Maybe I'll love it. College football as we knew it, I feel like it died today. If indeed what is being reported is just a rubber stamp away from being accepted, which is Oregon and Washington to the Big Ten, Arizona to the Big 12, a likelihood that Arizona State and Utah are going to the Big 12, and that the Pac-10, I'm not saying college football's dead. I'm saying college football as we knew it was dead, and maybe this new world order of college football will be better. Maybe, because the weird thing is, I don't know how we're going to escape sort of the Big Ten and the SEC just swallowing up everything. They're going to have the two best conferences by far, I think. And then if you're the Big 12 and the ACC, I mean, they got to do their best to strengthen their conferences. And there's going to be some people left out. And why I care as much about the people that are being left out, I'm not even really sure. But I do. I'm uncomfortable with this. Maybe it'll be better. 248-539-9797. So that's the very latest. This morning it's been a roller coaster. And now Dan Wetzel and Ross Dellinger of Yahoo both saying Oregon and Washington leaving the Pac-12 with an uncertain future. Both schools are expected to agree to a cut rate. So they're going to take less money to join the Big Ten. I'm a little surprised they do that. Could be as little as 50% of what Big Ten schools are getting. The networks, it doesn't sound like want to pay for it and up how much they're paying the Big Ten. So if the Big Ten schools are getting $65 million a year, which is the high end of what they can get, and Oregon and Washington will come in at $37.5 million, and say, I guess it would be $32.5 million, $32.5 million, and say that's good. When the Pac-12 is offering $20 to $25 million, is all that going to cover their travel expenses? I don't know. The Pac-12 just turned into this sinking ship. Let's go to Matt next here on 97.1. Hi, Matt.
Hey, Dougie. Happy Friday. Before I get jumping, really, I think the plan is four-team conference divisions, and then you rotate divisions like the NFL does, where you just play your division and then two other divisions. There's your 11-game schedule. So 4, and 11. There you go. But I think what really ought to happen is the ACC and the Pac-12 need to call each other right now and have a come to Jesus meeting and call it the PACC or whatever they want to call it. That where they have from Atlantic to Pacific covered, and they can sell to a market that will have football from noon to midnight. You can ACC in the morning, Pac-12 at night, and that way it can preserve itself and let Clemson, let Florida State go down to the ACC. And then you would have your super smart folks from Stanford, your Wake Forest, your Duke, your Carolinas, and then you basically have your coasts. That way, then we go back to our four teams. Four
conferences.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be obviously Big 12 or Big 10 SEC being the top boys, but then at least whatever the PACC and the Big 12 might kind of balance each other out, so they can still kind of fight and pretend to be relevant. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I think they've got to like really kind of merge together, because otherwise they're both going to get swallowed up real fast.
Yeah, you might be right. There's this isn't done. Like, there are major moves still to be made. I think the SEC is going to move. You got Florida State screaming down there in the ACC how they hate their deal, but they're locked in contractually with a $120 million buyout till 2036. You've got 4 schools out in the Pac-12 apparently blowing in the wind. You've got other schools that have been rumored to be trying to get into the Pac-12, like San Diego State and Boise. San Diego State applied to the Pac-12, and the Pac-12, or they wrote a letter telling the Mountain West they were going to leave. But then the Pac-12 apparently said, we didn't want you. I think Kliavkoff has been one of the most disastrous. It looks to me from the outside, one of the most disastrous reigns of a commissioner in the history of the sport.
Yeah, Brett McMurphy tweeted out late in 2022 a quote from him saying that no one's leaving the Pac-12. If they would have left, if they wanted to leave, they would have left already.
Yeah.
Like, it's just been terrible. The word is now, Doug, Bishop Sycamore wants in somewhere. And they're waiting. You know, they have letters out throughout the college football landscape trying to get in somewhere.
Yeah, if they want to keep a West Coast presence, they should add the Edmonton Eskimos, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, the Saskatchewan Roughriders, the BC Lions, and the Calgary Stampeders all join the Pac-12. So weird. Who do we got next? Scott, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Scott?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, this is going to sound a little critical, what I'm about to say, and I'm really not trying to point fingers. I'm just making an observation. The caller a few callers ago said this isn't what we wanted. People are bemoaning it. I bemoan what's going on here. But, guys, I actually think this is exactly what we collectively wanted. I'm not necessarily including myself in that, but there's two big things that people have been clamoring for years that I think have led to this. First and foremost, we weren't content with the traditional bowl games, with the regional rivalries. We wanted a national champion. And that when you want to nationalize college football, what you're looking at is the nationalization of college football. Yeah, it does look more like the NFL because that's what we said we wanted. But even that, I don't think did it by itself. Here's the second thing that I think did it is even with the national playoff, which, by the way, I think is a great thing. But if they had just made it conference, you have to win your conference championship to get into the playoff.
Yep.
You would actually disincentivize the super conferences, and
100%.
over time, you would actually spread out the talent level across the conferences, just as the market worked. But people weren't content with that. They said, "Oh, we don't like the fact that you've got an Alabama that might finish second, and they're better than the conference champion from the Big 12." Well, that may be true, but they didn't win their conference, and because we wanted to include everybody, we've driven ourselves towards this. So this is exactly what people wanted, whether they realized it or not. This is the fallout from what everybody's been clamoring.
So I think you're right. I was in the camp and said it for years that I don't mind expanding a playoff, but to maintain the best regular season in sports where conference championships matter, it should be just conference champions. It should be the 5 power conference champions, and the leagues can determine however they want how to determine their conference champion. And you have the 5 power conference champions, and then a group of 5 / independent be the 6th, and you seed them, 3 plays 6, 4 plays 5, 1 and 2 get a bye, and there's your college football playoff, expanded college football playoff with heavy emphasis on winning your conference championship, and hence heavy emphasis on the regular season. I mean, by continuing to add Big Ten, strength and power programs to the Big Ten, you have a bunch of 8-4 teams. And because they're you can't get through this gauntlet. Now they're going to split. I suspect they're going to split back to East and West. And the West is going to be Washington, Oregon, USC, UCLA, Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, and Wisconsin, Northwestern. And you know what? That looks like a Big Ten West that could actually win the Big Ten title game, which they've never done. The East will be Illinois, Purdue, Michigan, Michigan State, Ohio State, Penn State, Maryland, Rutgers, Indiana. And like I said, maybe I'm wrong, and maybe this will be better. It could be better. I don't want to just immediately poo-poo it, but college football as we know it is done. This is a new era of college football, and it's going to take some getting used to. 248-539-9797. We go to Phil next here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. We're just talking about the conferences. You go, if the Big Ten's going to add, they're probably not going to stick at 18. They're probably going to move to 20. At that point, I think you do 2 divisions, bring divisions back, a classic division with the 10 original Big Ten teams, and then a modern division with the new guys. 2 really strong divisions that could act as their own conference. The winner of each probably gets a seat in the playoff. And then from there, you play your conference championship, and that winner would get a bye.
You could call the 2 divisions the Big Ten and the Pac-10.
Yeah.
I mean,
this is so weird.
Right?
This is really weird.
Yeah. I don't know if I like this, but you know what? I want to preserve the tradition of the game. It's what we need to do.
So, there's certain traditions that are going to survive. I mean, I suspect Michigan, Ohio State, Michigan State are going to survive. But a lot are going to die. college football was better with Nebraska and Oklahoma playing every year, Texas A&M playing every year, and that's back. But it's probably better with Washington State playing every year. Maybe that'll be preserved in non-conference games. Who knows? We'll have to see how this whole thing shakes out. Carson Anderson, again, responding to the report that it looks like Oregon and Washington to the Big Ten is a rubber stamp away. 97.1 the ticket. All right, Doug Karskater out today, reacting to the breaking news this afternoon. Oregon and Washington are on their way to the Big Ten, pending approval. A disastrous morning for the Pac-12. We woke up this morning with reports from multiple media outlets that it looks like the Pac-12 is going to be saved. They were having a conference call. And after that conference call, apparently it was over. George Kliavkoff, the commissioner of the Pac-12, every time he holds a conference call, it feels like things are unraveling. Brett McMurphy at this hour tweeting, Arizona State and Utah showing interest in the Big 12, source told Action Network. Arizona's already applied for Big 12 membership, but Big 12 now exploring its options following news of Oregon and Washington leaving for the Big 10. So college football is crazy. And it's just gotten, it's virtually unrecognizable as to what it looked like 5 years ago. You start thinking about NIL, transfer portal, conference realignment, and maybe the new world order of college football is going to be fantastic. Maybe we're going to love it. In the meantime, I'm uncomfortable.
Well, I'm just scared of what makes college football. And I still, whatever happens in the end here, I still want it to be recognizable as different from the NFL.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Other than it's just students playing the game. Because, dude, the Pac-12 is done.
The Pac-12 was a fantastic watch. For most of my life, Pac-12 football was fun as hell to watch. And it was sort of, for us, kind of a mystery. And you get to see these places and these schools. And, it was recently as Mike Leach at Washington State. Washington State, what's going to happen to them? Oregon's been exciting as hell to watch for a couple of decades. And they were part of the Pac-12. Now they're going to be exciting, I guess, in the Big Ten. Washington is one of the great settings in college football. I actually went to their spring game this year because my daughter was visiting the campus, and I'm like, the spring games this weekend? I'm going. And I got to see that setting, and it's beautiful. It absolutely lived up to the hype. The Cal and Stanford, and the band is on the field. Like, what? If that happens in the Mountain West, which is where they might end up, does it even register the way it did when they were Pac-12 members? Marcus Allen and Charles White and Troy Aikman and all these great Pac-12, it's dead.
I remember staying up and watching, which I still think, this is for me personally, the greatest college football player in my generation, Reggie Bush, play. And just the insane runs he'd have, and it'd be late at night, of course, when I was staying up watching those games. What if I told you in 2003 that, hey, the Pac-12 is going to be gone and Las Vegas is going to have a hockey team and they're going to be good?
Right.
It's just crazy how sports evolves and changes. And I know you have to keep up with the Joneses and you can't just hold on to tradition. But I think where tradition actually really kind of matters a lot is college football.
College football matters. and yeah, it's, what traditions are going to survive. Maybe new traditions are going to be fantastic. Maybe we had no idea how good Washington and Minnesota would be. Maybe Michael Penix will say something about PJ Fleck's mama, and it's on. But
their rival is Indiana, Doug.
That's right. Yeah, they stole Penix from Indiana. Great point. Look at you. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Greg here on 97.1. Hi, Greg.
Hey, Doug. Man, I'm with you. College football is my favorite, and I'm definitely scared right now that all the fun stuff is just going to dissolve. But I think there's someone, it needs saving, right? I think there's two different organizations that could save this. One, the NFL, which is not going to happen. It's hilarious. Over the years, what they've gotten away with just having this free minor league to just pluck from and not have to do anything with. But the one organization I think will do something and needs to do something is the College Football Playoff Committee. If they could come in and make all of these standards and rules and everything that everyone calls in with, I want it to be like this for only the conference champions are the ones that get in. If they could come in and they could set all these parameters that you have to follow to be eligible to get into their playoff and then go from there. And I love the idea of relegation. I think that would really solve the problem with having so many colleges with teams and then have them all feed in year after year to give everyone a chance.
So you're kind of right. The idea of the College Football Playoff Committee, I've always thought they could make college football a lot better by saying you have to qualify for the College Football Playoff, you can only play one FCS school, and you have to play a FBS school on the road to be eligible for the College Football Playoff.
Couldn't they go as far as being like, okay, you're only allowed to make $30,000 a year as an NIL?
Yeah, that's
if any of your players are over that, I mean, someone's going to have to give up power, which is tough. But
well, let me just say this: of all the things that have happened, like, what am I really scared about? I'm scared about not spending every Saturday watching with a high level of intensity. I think every college football fan, if you're a big college football fan, if you're not, you don't understand, and that's fine. But if you're a big college football fan, every single Saturday, there are multiple games with national championship or playoff ramifications that you care about. And one of those teams in a playoff spot and you hear a score coming from out of town, you know, and it's Kentucky 20 and LSU 17, fourth quarter, you're looking for that game because that's going to impact the playoff. You know, Kansas State 35, Oklahoma 31, fourth quarter. You're looking for that game because that's going to impact the playoff. If you're a fan of college football, you know what I'm talking about. And at noon, 3:30, and 7 o'clock, you could map out the important games that you want to see. You got your own team, Michigan and Michigan State fans are going to watch that, but then you're like, God, I kind of want to get home for Kentucky, you know, or Tennessee, Florida tonight, or whatever the game is. But the way it's set up now, my biggest concern is it's going to lose that week in, week out intensity. And that, you know, that is part of the charm. And it's going to be a damn exciting postseason for sure. But with, I mean, right now, 2 power conferences, I think the Big Ten and the SEC are going to lobby for 4 teams in the 12. We should have 4 teams, 5 teams in the 12. So if you finish 4th in the Big Ten at 8-4, but you played that schedule, maybe you get in. And then what does that do to each and every Saturday during the regular season? I'm allowing for the fact that I might be wrong. I've been wrong on stuff before, including this ever going down. I didn't think this was actually going to happen. But that's my concern. That's my biggest concern. Bigger than NIL or transfer portal is that because there's 2 power conferences that will play with so many good schools, that you're going to have 4th place team, hell, maybe even 5th place teams get in the playoff.
They know this, Doug, and guess what? It happens in the NFL every year, and they like it, and the model works for them because every fan base feels like they have a shot whether they lose 1, 2, or 3 games, or now maybe even 4, right?
Yep.
Another tradition in college football, like fan bases traveling.
Yeah.
When you bring in West Coast schools to the Midwest, I mean, how far do you think fans are willing to? They're not going to drive, okay? They're going to have to fly.
What's the ask for the Washington, the Oregon, the USC, and the UCLA fan? They probably, I mean, I guess it's great for us here in the B1G footprint is, you know, Oregon's ticket allotment's going to go unsold.
Seriously, right?
Yeah. 248, because they can't, I mean, how can they afford that much travel? I mean, some people can. Let's go to Mike. You're next here on 97.1. Hi, Mike.
Hey, Doug. How are you doing?
Okay.
Well, after you get done working a Michigan game, do you ever hurry to somewhere where you can watch some of these games?
Yes.
You know, after you get done with your work.
Yes. I mean, seriously, we taped that TV show, and I'm always like, let's go. I want to see 3:30 games. Absolutely.
But, Doug, if we can't get Big Ten after dark, I'm not going to be happy about this. We need, like, you know, Michigan and Oregon at 10:30, so you'll be calling a game at midnight this Eastern time. I want to see get Stanford in here so we can see Stanford and Northwestern, you know, at noon. You know, I just want to see some interesting changes that are fun. You know, what do you think about that? Just like I think it'll be good, but what about the only thing I'm saying about is like old traditions. What about the Apple Cup? What about Washington versus Washington State? You know, these regional rivalries that have made college football special, and some of these traditions that made college football stand out from any other sport are going away because of money. So I think
yeah, I mean, look, there's a couple things here. You're talking to a guy that wants every game to start at noon. So if you want me to embrace a 10:30 kickoff in Eugene, Oregon, it's unlikely.
You might end up calling one of those games.
I might, and I'm probably in the moment. Look, in the moment when the ball's on the tee and we're ready to go, it doesn't matter what time it is. I'm fired up. It's exciting as hell. But if before the season they came and said, Doug, you get to choose the start times for every game this year, it would always be noon. And it's incredibly selfish. But I like the idea of being done with that and then getting to watch everything else play itself out. That's what I love. And
because I want to watch the most games possible, and that's the best way to do it. And that 10:30 game, I mean, I'll be able to watch the noons and 3:30s in their entirety, and so maybe I'll love it. And like you brought up the Apple Cup, okay? I've watched a bunch of Apple Cup games, Washington State, and a lot of times it's on Black Friday, and I'm down in Columbus, and that game's on, and I'm sitting at a bar taking it in, loving it. Would I change? But in and of itself, is saving the Apple Cup worth not making college football, quote unquote, better? No. But saving the Pac-12 would be. Like, I can't believe the Pac-12 is dead.
Oh, it's gone. First of all, they don't give a crap about the Apple Cup, Doug. You
No.
know that.
No.
Yeah, but as the conference as a whole, it doesn't seem they'd give a crap either.
Right? And remember, by the way, the Pac-12, I mean, UCLA basketball is pretty good. And then they're out of that league. And I guess Arizona, pretty good basketball program. They're out of that league. Pac-12 baseball's fantastic.
Anyways, I know you're the one who cares, but I just saw this tweet. Someone wrote, Rutgers volleyball traveling 3,000 miles to play in Eugene, Oregon is going to be rough.
Yes.
But yes, there are other sports involved in this. That's why I thought they just don't care.
No, and they have to go back to divisions. And by the way, somebody just pointed out, if they go back to divisions and you have 9 teams in your side, you're going to play 8 games. How many protected rivals are you going to have? If they're going to go with 8 conference games, how many? I guess you're protecting one rival from the other side? Or do you just play 8 conference games and you play two crossovers with two non-conference games? I don't know. I don't know how they're going to do it. If they don't have divisions, so there'd be 17 other schools. This gets really. They got to bring back division. 97-1 the ticket. Doug Karsch, Gator out today, and boy, I mean, seismic change in college football. I need a breather. Like, they need to slow down. They've changed so much so fast, it's literally unrecognizable from 5 years ago. I mean, and I'm not saying 100% that it's in a worse place. It's in a dramatically different place for sure. A dramatically different place. By the way, Team Heartfire from the basketball tournament has been offered a spot in the Pac-12. 248-539-9797.
You think the B1G can get messy?
Maybe. Big Ten has offered a spot to Messi.
Yeah, going back to, they have to have divisions. They're just going to have to call them the Big Ten and the Pac-10.
That's right.
Just come full circle, Doug.
Again, if you're just joining us, Oregon and Washington are like literally just apparently dotting I's and crossing T's away from being Big Ten members. Arizona's going to the Pac-12. And it looks like, or Arizona's going to the Big 12, excuse me. It looks like the Pac-12 is dead. There's Arizona State and Utah are expected to follow Arizona. And, maybe the New World Order is going to be spectacular. My biggest concern is the watering down of the best regular season in sports, in my opinion. Not everybody sees it that way, and that's fine. I don't know that these changes are worth it, but we're about to find out, I guess. Let's get back to your phone calls. We're going to Zach. You're next. What's up, Zach?
Hey, Doug. How's it going?
Okay. Little rattled.
I can hear that. I'm wondering why you're so freaked out about all this. I mean, I get the regular season aspect to a degree, but, somebody else there in the studio made a really good point that I think it just becomes more like the NFL sort of regular season, which seems to do okay, don't you think?
It does, but I like that they were very different.
Yeah. Obviously, I see the side of it where, fans traveling, that sort of thing. But I'm personally more worried about NIL as far as like college football tradition and whatnot. Keeping continuity year to year and depth in the programs and everything.
Yeah. I kind of hope that something gets sorted out there. I'm less concerned about that, but I would like to see some uniform rules. It's ridiculous that you have different laws in different states that allow for different parameters that schools can work under and student athletes can work under. I think the one thing about it is that the best idea I've heard is Mike Leach's idea. Well, no, not Mike Leach. I'm sorry. Thoughts and prayers. Mike Gundy's idea that when you're offering a student athlete a scholarship, you sign a contract 1, 2, 3, or 4 years. And both sides have to decide what makes the most sense. Then there's at least some roster certainty. You'll see guys accept the 4-year offer, guys accept the 3-year offer. Some will only accept a 1-year offer. And then you got to decide if he's only going to want a 1-year offer, do you want him? It'll be up to the coaches how they want to build their roster, but there'll be a lot more certainty that way. Jim Costa is in studio. What's up, Jim?
What's going on, Doug?
Well, a lot.
Yeah, so I see.
Yep.
Now, Rico did ask you, hunger strike is prepared, imminent. How are you doing? Because I think you are as traditionalist as any host on the station.
I am trying very hard to be open-minded. I've crystallized my concern coming down to ruining the best regular season in sports, in my opinion, that I enjoy the most. And it's because every week we are circled some games that have impact on the national championship that loom huge. And if the Big Ten and the SEC swallow up so much of college football, you're going to have 4th place Big Ten teams, 5th place SEC teams making the playoff. And what is that going to do to the intensity of the regular season?
It's a problem.
Yeah.
I think it is.
Yeah.
Well, then you threw the hornet's nest at us.
Well, the scheduling model,
which is TBD at this point.
Yeah, we have no idea. They have to go east and west. They have to.
You don't have to.
See, Rico shaking his head. Hey.
Doug.
Okay, so
Doug,
how many,
you get a hug after
how many
conferences? I know this is painful for you today. And
it's
you know
weird.
what? Hey, Doug, It's not your fault.
Well, I didn't think it was.
It's not your fault.
And when Saturdays come, I'm sure I'm going to be fired up. But my question is, how many conference games are you going to play now in a 20-team conference? Or 18-team conference, excuse me. How many conference games?
9.
I'm thinking 8.
8 conference
you go
games?
backwards.
So if you play 9, there'll be, 8 and 1 protected rival? If you have a 9-game conference and you play 8, because then you play 8 one year, the other 8 the next, and the 1 protected rival every year. Who will be Michigan's protected rival?
Come on, man.
Yeah. So what happens to Michigan State
Oh,
and Michigan?
You know what? Don't even get him started. He basically flipped me off and walked into the studio.
Because you're not going to lose that game.
You are.
It depends on the model.
And the model matters, but I think we saw way back as far as 2 months ago when they reset this deal. It's so funny that things change as quickly as it does.
It's already
outdated. They kind of had this, not a one-size-fits-all. Some teams get 3 rivals, some get 0. We're willing to bend the schedule to certain teams, and I have a hard time believing you're going to lose the in-state Michigan State rivalry.
But I think it was a compromise because that was the big holdup because some schools wanted to play a bunch and other schools were like, throw them all away. Let's just start over.
In the last 20 years, Nebraska, Oklahoma died. Texas A&M died. Washington State died today.
The Civil War, Oregon State.
Hold on. Let me just stop.
Bedlam.
It just might be an every other year thing.
And that's what I'm saying.
And it has to be that model. The model that makes sense is East-West. They have to go East-West.
It kind of goes like Notre Dame, where all of a sudden you guys play each other for 3-4 years in a row, and then you fall off for 2 years.
There's a lot of uncertainty. Yeah. And
Woosah.
Deep breaths.
Woosah, go home, go deep fry some kale. You'll be okay.
Thank you. That's a great idea. I'm sure you guys will continue the conversation. Yes. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 90-1.
cookies for life. That's what his shirt reads. Sitting across from Rico Beard. Happy Friday.
It's for you, my friend.
The only member of the show not participating in Floral Friday, but I'll let it slide. I don't know if everybody else will, but I appreciate you, Rico.
You know what? There was a reason for that. I can only throw myself at the mercy of Kenny and hope that Kenny one day will love me again. But all the news going on with the Pac-12.
Let's get into it.
I'm on my phone and I'm talking to people on the West Coast and I'm talking to different people around and just trying to figure out everything that happened this morning.
You get Gene Smith on the phone? What did he tell you?
Gene Smith is Ohio State. He doesn't.
No, but you guys are tight. I heard that the other week.
He's a little busy. Right?
Okay.
Yeah, you refer to him as Gene.
Right.
So you're working your other
he's
sourcing.
Mr. Smith to you.
Okay.
Athletic Director Smith to you.
So you're working the phones. You're trying to put this together.
GS.
They're initial basis.
Yeah.
For people who are listening to Doug, they're well aware. For people who are just tuning in to us, this has been moving pretty quickly. I think you said it was a 180, then a 360.
Right.
This was going to happen, then it was off, and now it is very much back on. Oregon, Washington expected to join the Big Ten, expanding to 18 teams. The two schools have informed the Pac-12. Reporting is that this is, in fact, happening, Rico.
Yeah.
And the breakdown is that these schools are going to take less money than the quote-unquote traditional Big Ten schools just so they can get off the sinking ship that is the Pac-12 conference.
That was because I think that a lot of that, the posturing today was the bargaining chip.
Mm-hmm.
It really all came down to Oregon. And for about around 8 o'clock this morning, as I'm driving to the barbershop, Oregon was headed back to the Pac-12. You know what, guys? We'll be the big fish in a little pond. It's guaranteed we're going to make the playoffs every year. All right, we'll take this money. But then it was, seriously, we only get, I think it's either $24 or $28 million with the Apple TV package.
Correct.
And then all of a sudden, if Oregon was going to go back, then I think Arizona was saying, well, if you stay Oregon, we'll stay. And Washington's like, all right, guys, I guess, you know what? We're the new Pac-12. We'll bring in Hawaii. We'll bring in San Diego. We'll fill this thing out. And then it changed again. Breaking news. I forgot who had it first, whether it was Pete Thamel, whoever it was. Somebody broke it. I apologize if I didn't get it correct. Nope. They're leaving. And they're headed to the Big Ten. They'd rather take the Big Ten's smaller payment of, let's just roughly say, let's say the Big Ten offers them $50 million a year to join the conference, rather than the Pac-12's $28 million for Apple TV.
This is the reporting from Yahoo. Cut rate 50%. The media deal from the Big Ten could reach $65 per year, so cut that in half. It's still more than the Pac-12 was supposed to get from Apple TV, which was quoted $20 to $25. So even coming in at half the rate, they're going to make more money than staying out west in what was left of the Pac-12.
Half the rate, plus you're going to go into a conference that's stable.
Growing, too.
I don't know if it's growing.
Growing or swelling.
Right. Because there's a difference between the two. When your conference is growing, it's getting stronger, it's getting better. Swelling just means eventually it's not there. And the swelling, like if you stub your toe swells. Eventually it comes back down. But at the time, you got a big toe.
No one wants a swollen toe.
No.
But you're the one that always tells us about TV markets, and Seattle is a pretty big TV market, so it's growing, right? That's an increase for the Big Ten.
No, because, David, here's the problem. It's swelling because the deal is done.
Yeah, David, I think long-term the answer is yes, but they just signed this Fox TV deal, so there's not more money, more revenue coming in with Oregon and Washington. In fact, everybody else is going to have to take a little less spread out among the other 16 teams to accommodate. Now, long-term, when it comes up to re-up in 2030, then they'll say, we've got the Seattle market and we've got Oregon and their flashy uniforms and the brand and Nike, but they're not going to generate revenue for the conference for several years.
And if that's the case, David, that's why I say it's not growing. Because if you're the Big Ten, do you really need Oregon and Washington? Do you need them? Not do you want them? Do you need them? Because here's the thing. If you wait, when your contract is up, I believe, in 2030, you go get one of these ACC teams. And now you're looking at potentially Miami and bringing in the Miami market. You're looking at, Carolina and Charlotte market. You're looking at other teams that you can bring in. Right now, I think it's a rush to judgment. Hey, we need to just scramble and pick up these teams. But I would be the voice of dissension in the room saying, guys, no. Let's just stick with what we have and wait this thing out, because we may get better teams rather than just going out and getting teams because they're available right now.
So where are you guys at? We bring this up. Conference expansion rumors turn to reality. 248-539-9797. Is the Big Ten growing or swelling? How big is too big? It's up to 18. What if they get to 20, as Rico has talked about? 24, 32, 64. I mean, I'm being ridiculous, but at some point.
Or are we just headed to Big Ten versus SEC?
Haves and have-nots. Are you in one of the big two?
Because I think, I want to say I was talking to somebody, and Ryan Day brought that up 2 years ago at Big Ten Media Day, and said if you're a team and you're not aligning yourself with the Big Ten or the SEC, you're on the outside looking in. And that's really what happened.
So the Big Ten throws Washington and Oregon a life preserver today. We still don't know when they would officially join. Is it with USC and UCLA as soon as next year?
I got to think so, which means...
What about these protected rivals? What about our divisions back? Are we in pods? Are we in... I don't know. We don't have any of these answers. So, you can get as granular as you want with us, but I do just want your first blush reaction as a college football fan. If you are a traditionalist, like Doug Karsh, how are you feeling today? You said you need a hug, buddy. How do you feel if you're a traditionalist? Or, Rico, you said some of those traditionalists are kind of hypocrites because at the end of the day, what?
Yeah. At the end of the day, you're watching a conference die right in your arms, and you're picking the carcass clean. It's dead. You are Allen Iverson stepping over Lou in the NBA Finals. That's what you're doing right now. Oh, Pac-12, let's just go ahead and take those last couple teams. You won't be needing these teams because your conference is dying anyway, so we'll go ahead and take them. If you're a traditionalist, you should be upset about today. This is bigger than NIL. This is bigger than transfer portal. A conference that's been around for over 100 years,
108,
is now dead today. Gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Both schools, Oregon and Washington, been in the Pac-12 since 1915.
That's when it founded, when it started.
So
this is an iconic brand, the Pac-12, and it's dead. It's dead, and the shovels are out, and they're going to bury it in the next year here as everybody exits.
But, hey, congratulations. Here in the Big Ten, we are officially a have. So, 248-539-9797. Big Ten fans, are you excited? Oregon, Washington, joining the Big Ten. The Big Ten will expand to at least 18 teams, 4 teams on the West Coast. Are you happy about this, or do you think maybe this is too much? Because honestly, I don't know where we're going with this, but the days of everybody playing everybody are gone. You may not see teams for 4 to 6 years after you play them. Because if you're constantly going through the rotation of teams, the rivalry games, we talked about it before. I don't know if you can do rivalry games and do the schedule, because now do you treat certain teams better than others, or do you just put everybody in the basket and pick the teams?
The short answer should be yes. You should preserve some rivalries, because some of those rivalries are the most watched games. And TV's the thing that's generating all this movement to begin with. So, yes, you should always play Michigan, Ohio State. There's too many TV eyeballs and dollars advertising to not play that game. But then where is the line? What's the cutoff, I think, is a fair question. And the bigger the conference gets, the harder it is to draw that line. We've seen some rivalries just vanish, like Bedlam's going to go away, Oklahoma State. The Apple Cup, dead. The Civil War, Oregon State, dead. Now, that's not our problem in Big Ten country, but the question is when it comes to our doorstep, and you can only play, let's say it's a 20-team conference or a 24-team conference.
Right now,
you can't even play half the teams.
Right now, it's an 18-team conference. That's 17 teams besides yourself. even if you did like Doug said, hey, go 8, you keep one protected rival, you play one team, and you're still not going to see West Coast teams or other teams for at least 2 years. If you just did a home and home. You did a home and home with Indiana and a home and home with UCLA. That means you don't see USC for year 3 and 4.
Yeah.
And then you won't see UCLA again.
And then what are you? Are you even a conference at that point if you aren't playing a chunk of the teams in the conference for years at a time?
And that's why I'm saying at this point, get the rivalry game, you're like, hey, they're the most watched games, but here's the news flash. Here's a dirty little secret when it comes to the networks. It's kind of like season ticket holders. Once the team has your money, they don't care if the seats are empty. They already have your money. If we talked about the Lions yesterday selling out. The Lions, they go 0-10 and nobody shows up.
See, he's so negative.
No. Doesn't matter. Sheila's got her money. She doesn't care if you show up or not.
Meaning now that the Big Ten has their TV deal, if they don't deliver the high ratings, check still cashes. Okay, so things could be compromised. 248-539-9797. Good thing, bad thing, the ramifications of Oregon and Washington joining the Big Ten. It's 97.1.
Ken Rosenthal tweeted or wrote a story for The Athletic saying the pressure on buyers is mounting. But we got our new guy in charge in Scott Harris, and all reports say he set a high price for people who want to deal with the Tigers. I mean, they can't go through today without trading, right? So he's got to, at some point, blink. And so who blinks first? Do the buyers concede to his asking price? Or does Scott Harris say, okay, because they've had preliminary talks. You know that he has talked to teams, and the buyers being teams like Baltimore, the Reds, Atlanta, maybe Miami, Houston, the Dodgers, whomever. I mean, not everybody's going to be interested in who you have to offer, but somebody is. And they've had preliminary talks and the outlines of deals. And Scott Harris says, I want A and B, and a team says, well, we'll give you B, and then you go, okay, maybe we'll circle back. But you kind of have an outline of what a team is willing to give up for your guys, and you know what you asked for your guys. And so does Scott Harris take this right down to 6 o'clock and eventually pick up the phone and call somebody and say, okay? Or does it go right down to 6 o'clock and that somebody says, okay, I'll do it for what you want?
John, you always, in a weird way, have taught me, just let your play do the talking.
Let your pad speak.
Don't worry about the other stuff. And lately, especially this off season, forgetting about the NCAA stuff, just the things coming from the coach of this football team, from Jim Harbaugh, it's not Michigan-like to me. Bragging about how many guys you think are going to be drafted. They have a Georgia drill. Talking national championship.
Well, there's no bragging about the Georgia drill. The Georgia drill is because they haven't beaten Georgia or anybody like Georgia.
Okay, well, they only played
in
Georgia
bowl
once.
games. Right, all right, but they've lost to Alabama in a bowl game. They've lost to Florida in a bowl game. They've lost to Georgia in a bowl game. They lost to TCU in a bowl game.
Okay.
Oh, they get to the SEC and they're not ready to play. Because that's the counter to that. That's what we're going to hear next. When they weren't focused on playing Georgia.
And who knows if they're going to play Georgia? Who knows if they make the college football playoffs this year? There's a lot of people that are predicting that they will.
Right. But I don't want to hear Michigan people brag about them right now. I mean,
You don't want to hear Michigan people brag about their team?
Their coach and their players. Just play it cool. Just go out and kick ass.
Let's not celebrate.
Sorry.
Yeah, let's learn who this
Wrong
guy
sport.
is first.
Wrong sport.
and wrong nation. This is not a Russian player. The Tigers have traded Michael Lorenzen by himself, no package, no sweetener.
So Scott Harris was doing something.
He doing something.
Okay, just check.
See if it's something
Just
good.
wait till we get what he got.
Lorenzen to the Phillies by himself, no sweetener, no package. "108 years of Pac-12 football dying before our eyes. Reports are Oregon, Washington set to join the Big Ten at a reduced rate. They want to get off the sinking ship."
Yeah, Arizona was like, "You're not leaving me here. Hey, Big 12."
Dominoes are falling, and the question
Bear
is
down.
as simple as this. Like, do you like this or not? Yeah. I mean, there's more nuance to it, and we can get into divisions, no divisions, rivalries, no rivalries. But do you like this?
Contrary to popular belief, NIL and portal is not the biggest catastrophes going on in college sports right now. A conference is dying right in front of your eyes. It's like a slow death from the Titanic, where you hear, where basically if you're Cal and Stanford and Oregon State and Washington, you grab your instruments and you just start playing, because that's it. We're done. Nobody offered us a lifeboat. We're sinking. We're done.
This was inevitable, and people can trace it as far back as they want, but this was inevitable, and it's keeping up with the Joneses. So last year, right, it was last year around this time, the Big Ten announced USC and UCLA. But that was a counterpunch after the SEC added Oklahoma and Texas.
Right.
So the Big Ten's just trying to stay ahead, but laying in its wake the destruction of all these regional rivalries and traditions.
Right. And I wonder if the Big Ten is actually ready for all of this, or does it look cool that we added all these teams and look at all the teams that we have here? We're now going to the West Coast, but do you have the infrastructure to make this actually work? Or are we going to be sitting here? My worry is these 4 teams become like Nebraska, where there was a lot of pomp and circumstance with Nebraska's joining the Big Ten. Nebraska's really done nothing. They've been dead weight.
I was just going to say, if you don't pull your weight, then it ends up being a disappointment.
Now, from what I just gathered from somebody out on the West Coast, 2024 is when, David, when you're in this business long enough, you make friends all around. So, yes.
Boots on the ground.
I went to the Washington game. So I've met with a lot of people out there, and I've been talking and texting with them. And, 2024. So next season
is when all of this would happen.
So the game, Michigan State, Washington, one more year, that's a conference game.
So they're going to have to come out with a whole brand new schedule.
Yeah,
the schedule that we saw gets tossed out the window. The current Pac-12 deal ends after this season.
So it makes sense.
So if you're the Pac-12, you know what, guys? You got to go. You're leaving us? Go. Get your stuff and get out. We're not going to carry you. It's gone. So, yeah. Now, the thing is, remember, it took a long time for the Big Ten to come out with their schedule, because protected games was the biggest sticking point. Talking with athletic directors, that was the big sticking point. How many do you keep? Should it be uniform? And finally, they said, you know what? For the first 2 years, we'll just kind of go a la carte.
Yeah, everyone gets their own rules.
We'll figure this out later. They're going to have to read that schedule that we saw 2 months ago. Everybody got excited for. Hope you didn't book your plans, because it starts all over again.
See, but here's the question I have, and I know it's another layer to it.
That's fine.
It may be too big right now to
This
talk
is breaking.
about.
We're just talking through it.
But, Jim, you just said it. The Big Ten was basically reactionary by grabbing USC and UCLA because of what the SEC did. So now what does the SEC do?
Well, Florida State's been making a bunch of noise.
The SEC is quietly waiting for the breakup of the ACC. They have Miami, Florida State, North Carolina, and Clemson are the big schools that they're probably eyeing to go ahead and bring in. Now, the problem is they don't have the money. If Florida State were to join the Big Ten, I think they owe like $130 million to buy themselves out. If they took the reduced rate in 2.5 years, they could start making money. So for 2.5 years, they would be a college football intern. You're on the job. You're just not getting paid for it. But then in year 2.5, you start turning a profit, and now you start making money.
See, but I bring it up because a lot of people that are Big Ten fans will always say, oh, well, Florida State's never going to come to the Big Ten because of the education side of it, because of Florida State.
Actually, that's wrong.
Okay.
Because I know somebody, Florida State, I think, is the 55th ranked university. So it's up there. They're,
So it's just people looking down on them. They're just not as high as Big Ten.
Because when you think Florida State, you think of all the antics that they did on the football field.
You do.
And you don't realize, like, you think Miami. Miami's a top school.
Mm-hmm.
But you think the U, and you watch that 30 for 30, and you're just like, man, they're just a bunch of hooligans out there. No, they're actually
they're
not.
the convicts. What are you talking about?
Beautiful campus. It's very small. I think it's like 8 to 10,000 people go to the school. It's not a big school at all.
Coral Gables, it's like gated community nice.
Right.
Now, one of the things we brought up is
USC. Now, that's the one I think would shock people when they go on that campus. They literally shot Boys in the Hood across the street. I'm not kidding you. They literally shot it across the street. Like, they told me, like, yeah, whatever you do, don't cross that street. Stay on this side. Stay on campus.
Noted. One of the things that came up is how big is too big, right? The Big Ten has grown. It's no longer 10, 12, 14, 16. Now it's 18. Who knows when it stops? Rico, if you get to a point where you can't play half the teams in your conference, aren't you too big of a conference? That's kind of where we're getting. You can't even play half the teams, let alone all of them. You used to be able to play all of them. You can't even play half of them if we get one more wave of this.
You know, it's funny you say that because, and then we will throw this also out there to the listener. How do you divvy up the teams? You could go, if you go divisions, you could go, as of now, 3 16 pods. Or you could go old Big Ten, new Big Ten, and treat it like the American and National League, where the winners only play each other in Indianapolis. So if you're in the other league, technically you're in the same conference, but you never play each other unless you play in a championship game.
All right, my head officially hurts. Let's go to other people, get their thoughts. James, you're on 97.1.
How's it going?
Hey, James.
I think what they need to do now, they need to go with 24 teams. You have 4 16 divisions. You could have 10 conference games. You could have a playoff for the championship game, and that way you can still keep traditional games going, like Michigan, Ohio State, and you would actually be able to go after the ACC teams now, and then we can go after Notre Dame, and we can make sure if they don't join, we just phase them out all completely and be done with them if they don't join us.
Hit them with that tough love, Rico.
James, here's the problem with the 10 regular season games. The SEC will never play 10 regular season games, which means that the SEC will have better records and put more teams in the college football playoffs because you will cannibalize yourself playing 10 regular season games while they play 8.
And the 2 that they play out of conference are going to be Chattanooga and Charleston. And yeah, exactly. Right. The stuff they're already doing.
So that's why I said, if you're the Big Ten, the way you like college football, the way you've watched, not just you, everybody, the way you've watched college football, you have to realize it's eroding away. It's different. If you're the Big Ten, you get to hit the reset button. Your best bet is to play 8 regular season games, exactly like the SEC. Why is that important? Because in order for you to make up extra revenue, you get more teams into the college football playoffs, so that's extra money that comes to the conference. If you play extra games because you want to show how big and tough you are, the SEC is going to say, fine, go right ahead. So now, because I always look at the SEC like this. Every team in there has one extra padded victory.
Correct.
So an 8-14 was really a 7-5 team.
Thank you. Don't say it too loud.
Because they
get another finger wagging from Jimmy.
They don't play that game. Look, Georgia is Georgia, and Georgia's going to beat anybody. Alabama's Bama. They're going to beat anybody. But I'm talking about the Mississippi States and the Arkansas of the world that, they're not really that great, but they just happen to schedule. As I like to use this example, MSU takes Washington off the schedule last year and replaces it with Bowling Green. They're in a bowl game. They're 6-6. That's the difference.
E, you're on 97.1 E. E, talk to us.
Hey,
what do you think?
How y'all doing?
Good.
Can
E, you're on the
hear me?
air. Yes, you're on the air, man. E, you got to turn the radio down.
All right.
Yeah.
We're just, you know what?
He's listening to, yeah. This is a big
I'm not ending that. We're going to go to another one. West, you're on 97.1.
You said West?
Yeah.
It's you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Man, I love this. I love this like I love the expanded playoffs. Now, I would like just 2 divisions and then go back to East. I don't want all these divisions because when you have, unfortunately, sometimes you have 2 or 3 powerful teams in one division, like it was in the Big Ten recently. You know, so I don't like that because that's going to happen again. There's 2 divisions, seed them at the end of the season and let them play. But I love it. And you know what about the Big 12? We could just say, the Pac-12. Once upon a time, there was a Pac-12, and they used to play the championship of the Big against the big team.
West, it's like a nursery rhyme. It's like a story you tell your kids to go to sleep at night. Like long time ago.
You know what the Pac-12 is? It's the phone booth. It's pagers.
The yellow pages.
It's going to Kmart and then stopping off at Blockbuster to pick up some VHS tapes.
Get your music from LimeWire.
Right. It's you making a mixtape to court your woman.
How do you feel about it? And yes, I'm aware. I'm sure Roberto's getting great material out of the phrases growing and swelling, but that's the debate right now in the Big Ten. Is this necessary expansion, and how do you feel about it? It's 97.1.
This is fitting. Everything is changing so fast these days, and that's a great thing. Hey, back in my day, we had football conferences on the West Coast. But now there's Xfinity 10G network. That means it's the fastest internet on the largest speed network, rolling out more speeds than ever. And the internet can power a whole house full of devices all at once with ultra low lag. So while one person is streaming a movie in their room, another person's playing video games in the basement, another person's in the kitchen doing the latest TikTok creation.
I came to
it's the 10G generation. It's the 10G network, and it's all from Xfinity. The future starts now. And now through August 28th, new customers can get a 200 megabit internet on the next generation Xfinity 10G network for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, no annual contract is required, and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G. Call 1-800-XFINITY or just stop by a local store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
The first time in the Ford Field era, the Lions have sold out their season tickets. Here are the defensive players that were amongst the list of 10 players who stood out early in camp. 1, defensive back Brian Branch. First-round talent that dropped to the Lions in round 2. Branch has come to Allen Park with a chip on his shoulder and something to prove. Branch is already working himself into first-team reps with his ability to play both in the box and cover equally well. If Branch continues on his trajectory, it's going to be hard for defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn to take him off the field, especially on passing downs. Okay. That would be useful.
That's very useful. And I know Gator subscribes to this, is the guys in the secondary seem to always get hurt, and they get hurt often.
Yep.
Whether it's for a play, a week, or a month, you have to have depth there. And if you have quality depth, that's huge. Because going against someone's what happens in a game, Doug, when a starting cornerback goes out of the game and they replace him with someone off the bench? That guy he's covering immediately gets targeted by the other team. Okay, so to have Brian Branch or anybody, Jerry Jacobs, whoever it is, ready to go if they don't start, that's huge.
Also off the defense, who else has stood out? Defensive lineman Aiden Hutchinson. Hutchinson focused on gaining strength and polishing some movement skills this offseason, and the results have him looking like a player about to take the league by storm. Yes, please.
So I was wondering, 248-539-9797, real quick, who's the worst Lions quarterback in your lifetime?
Well, that's a terrific question. And
in your Lions fandom.
Unfortunately, there are many to choose from. And how far are we going back? We're just going 30 years? My lifetime?
Your lifetime.
Okay, all right. I got to believe at the near the top of that list would be one Ty Detmer. Was 1-3 as a starter, threw 3 touchdowns, and that's where the positives end. 3 fumbles, and had 10 interceptions. This all being, let's go back, 1-3, 4 games.
Yeah. I mean, what was it, 6 or 7 in one game? I think he had 6 against Cleveland. That was the first game after 9/11. And he had another one that was disallowed because of a penalty. Yeah. You know, John, you always, in a weird way, have taught me, just let your play do the talking.
Let your pad speak.
Don't worry about the other stuff. And lately, especially this offseason, forgetting about the NCAA stuff, just the things coming from the coach of this football team, from Jim Harbaugh, it's not Michigan-like to me. Bragging about how many guys you think are going to be drafted. They have a Georgia drill, talking national championship.
Well, there's no bragging about the Georgia drill. The Georgia drill is because they haven't beaten Georgia or anybody like Georgia.
Okay, well, they only played Georgia once.
Games. Right, all right, but they've lost to Alabama in a bowl game. They've lost to Florida in a bowl game. They've lost to Georgia in a bowl game. They lost to TCU in a bowl game.
Okay.
Oh, they get to the SEC and they're not ready to play. Because that...
All right, let's get to the phones. Here's some of what you guys are thinking, how you feel about it. College football changing rapidly. Big Ten adds Oregon and Washington next season. Quickly, things change. The Pac-12 is dead.
Yeah, remember that old schedule from like 2 months ago? We were all excited.
Old news.
Yeah, just go ahead and ball that.
Hey, my protected rival. Tim, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Tim.
The one thing I love about this is the competitiveness from a standpoint of I don't want to see Michigan play UNLV. I don't want to see Alabama play Louisiana Lafayette. I like the idea of it, but I don't like how tradition is going out to die. Like it's like the grandma at the nursing home. She has dementia. You just push her in there, and that's it.
It's sad.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Tim. You're still going to see the Michigan UNLV games because the top teams are going to try to fix their schedules to get as many wins as possible. Because now that there's 12 teams going into the college football playoffs, you need as many W's as possible. Now, I know a lot of you think, well, this means you could afford to lose games. No, this means you really need to make sure when you play that 1 or 2 tough game, and let's say you lose them both, you're still sitting there at 10-2, and you're on the bubble of making the playoffs.
But that's the thing that's frustrating to me is the incompatibility of this. Part of going to 12 teams was supposed to allow each of the conferences to be represented, and instead they are dissolving and breaking apart right when the 12-team playoff would kick in. Like, the incompatibility of this is frustrating.
The real problem is there is no commissioner. And that's the problem. Because the SEC sports is a copycat business. The SEC's figured out a formula on how to make this thing work, and it's working. And we make fun of them, but you can't really make fun of somebody if something is working. Even down to the Cupcake Week in November, we're going to give our guys a week off. We're going to play some Division II school or whatever, or some low-level power school, but our starters don't have to play. They could rest up for a week before they go into the finale and the playoffs and all of that. It works. While the Big Ten is up here trying to play 9 games, and now they may play 10 games. You guys just keep going ahead and beating up on each other, because that means out of the 12 teams, it'll be 8 of us, 3 of you, and Notre Dame.
I'm going to be honest. My head's spinning. I don't know how many teams it's going to end up with. But it was 18, then it's going to be 20. Are there divisions? Are there not? Are they cutting it down the middle? Are there going to be pods? How does the 12-team playoff get in? My head's spinning on all this, and I just want to look forward to the football games that are going to be played later this month. Like, we have college football later this month. But I get it. This is the news of the day, and people have things to say. Eric, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's up?
So what I see this happening is I think they're going to turn into an NFL model where there's going to be 2 big conferences and 4 divisions within each other. So eventually, let's just say 5 teams in each, the North, South, East, and West. They'll play those teams, and then they'll play another 4 games within their conference, and there'll be a 4-team playoff between the one big conference and a 4-team playoff between, let's say, the SEC. And eventually it'll accumulate to the SEC versus, let's just say, Big Ten championship game. I think that's the way it's going to go, like the NFL.
So there's a couple things. The NFL is wildly popular, so trying to be the NFL is not necessarily a bad thing. However, if you are the NFL with less talent, you're the XFL and the USFL. Like, part of what makes college special is a certain kind of historical significance and the traditions and the pageantry. If all that gets crisscrossed out and you are the Birmingham Dragons, you're the USFL, but that's when you go too far.
Yeah, but college football really is – there's 3 types of college football, okay? There's the college football for, like, the top 12 teams. They're going for the title. Teams 13 through 25 or so, hoping for good years, maybe steal a victory, but you know you have no shot. And then there's teams 26 through 100. You just hope that you make a bowl game, have a good year, go to homecoming, go team, yay team. That's it.
What about the other 30?
Yeah, they're just collecting checks.
Yeah, and that's the problem.
They're collecting checks to build their new athletic centers.
Mike, you're on 97.1.
Hey, buddy. How are you, Cookie?
What's up,
Rico?
Hey.
Listen, I'm looking at this from a different perspective. Maybe I'm a Big Ten, I might be a proponent or, a big champion of the Big Ten. The way I'm looking at this, we're getting some of the best teams out there, and they're going to be in our conference, and we're going to play them on a more annual basis than we did in the past. The Big Ten is no longer just a cakewalk, considered that back in the day we would say the SEC's champ and everything else is a joke. And as a Michigan fan, I mean, it's outside of just having OSU, Penn State, and maybe MSU when they're doing well, now we can actually schedule some games that, we can't – people can't just say, hey, we're playing cupcake games. And I understand your point, Rico, that we are going to definitely still do that because that's what the SEC does, and you need the wins to get into the –
hey, Mike,
to the conference.
Mike, I'm going to let you finish. I didn't mean to cut you off, but think about this. You know who adopted the SEC way of thinking? Jim Harbaugh.
Michigan, yeah.
And what's happened the last 2 years when they went to this model? They've gone to the playoffs.
I'm all for it, buddy.
Yeah. So,
right. But my thing is, it still gives us that parity. I think,
Mike, I get what you're saying. You're saying even if they play a couple gimmies early, the difference is the mid-October games, instead of playing Purdue, you're playing Oregon, and that's an upgrade for you as a fan.
USC.
Yeah.
UCLA, as a fan, I mean, this is amazing.
But
and
Mike,
then secondly, if you think about it,
with 18 teams, no school wants to see. Wait, we got 6 of these teams on our schedule, and you get to play Rutgers, you get to play Indiana and Northwestern, and I got USC, Ohio State, and Penn State. Come on.
Back to back to close out the season.
Listen, and this is what I'm saying. They're going to have to figure out a way to make it work. However, for me, I'm just sick of seeing Illinois, Indiana, the gimmies, that we have on our schedule all the time, the Northwesterns. And mind you, they have years here and there, but
again, I'm just being a realist. I'm being an honest individual. I like competition. And to me, what's ruining college football is the expansion of the college playoffs, not the expansion of the Big Ten and the SEC. It's when you want to, they had it good with the whole 4-team format. And now, because of the money, they want to kind of open it up and allow other teams in.
Mike, here's the thing. If they didn't expand the playoffs, we wouldn't have all the movement going on in college football. Because that's the one thing that Oregon seriously thought about. If we stay and we keep the Pac-12 together, we're in.
Yeah, what if you stack together a bunch of 10, 11, 12-win seasons?
Because the Pac-12 still has the name. It would be known as the weakest Power 5, but the winner still gets to go.
To a 12-team playoff, absolutely.
So, yeah, if you're Oregon, you can literally write the playoffs in your schedule. We will be there.
So they have actively made it harder to make the playoffs because they're going to get twice as much money, and over the long haul, significantly more money being in the Big Ten.
So for everybody that tells me, you're just being it's all about money. Oregon could have a cakewalk to the playoffs. They chose money over winning.
We're going to keep talking about this, okay? 3 o'clock, I want to mix in a little murder mystery, a little game of Clue. Professor Plum in the library with the lead pipe. Who killed the Pac-12? Who is responsible? We'll do that at 3. We'll keep talking to you guys about your reactions in the moment. The breaking news, Oregon and Washington are headed to the Big Ten. Coming up next, little pit stop of Football Today. We got a suspension for an NFL star and some scenarios that could flip the season on its head. That's next, 97.1.
That's the counter to that. That's what we're going to hear next. When, they weren't focused on playing Georgia.
Yeah, and who knows if they're going to play Georgia? Who knows if they make the college football playoffs this year? There's a lot of people that are predicting that they will.
Right. But I don't want to hear Michigan people brag about them right now. I mean,
you don't want to hear Michigan people brag about their team?
Their coach and their players. Just play it cool. Just go out and kick ass.
Let's not celebrate.
Sorry.
Yeah, let's learn who this guy is first.
Wrong sport.
and wrong nation. This is not a Russian player. The Tigers have traded Michael Lorenzen by himself, no package, no sweetener.
So Scott Harris was doing something.
He was doing something.
Okay, just check.
See if it's something
Just
good.
wait till we get what he got.
Lorenzen to the Phillies by himself, no sweetener, no package. 1 for 1. Is this 1 for 1, David?
That's what it looks like.
And it's a second baseman from the Phillies, their farm system. He's not a top 100 player. He's number 5 in their system, a 20-year-old. Hao Yu Lee. He's a Taiwanese second baseman. Your reaction?
Well, looking at it, looks like he won't. He's projected to be at the big ball club now in 2 years, 2025. So he can play 3 positions in the infield. I mean,
he's in high A ball, hitting 283 right now. On base, 372. We like on base. That's the whole thing here. Look, I didn't think you're getting a top 100 prospect for Lorenzen straight up. So I'm not going to sit here and this is a terrible return. It's fine, I guess. He's a young player, international player. We haven't had enough of those international developed players. Right. He's 20. He's still going to have to develop. Your point, Rico, is he's not going to be here this year.
How do you get that far down the road with a team where a player's got that team on a no-trade clause and you don't have the player's approval? And I really don't think you do. I think Eduardo Rodriguez changed his mind. That's what I think. in lieu of hearing from him, which we will later today, and maybe he'll say it, maybe he won't. But if I watched that news conference today, went back and watched the whole thing, and the nonverbals from Scott Harris, the body language, made it pretty clear to me that Eduardo Rodriguez changed his mind. And I'm not reporting that. I'm not saying I know for a fact. That's what my gut tells me.
So, Woj, I think if we play the blame game, there are plenty of people to blame, from Al Avila to Eduardo Rodriguez, but because he is the man in charge, no matter the reasons, and I'm sure there are some, and we will find out, and some we won't, Scott Harris has to take the hit for this.
Well, yeah, of course. He's the guy in charge. And it does make you think a little bit if why he hasn't hired a GM yet, because it sounds like I don't think necessarily things slip between the cracks here. But at the very end, with an hour to go, and you saw Scott Harris on the Zoom last night, he did look like a guy who got blindsided. And however it happens, for whatever reason, when you're the guy
on a day
in
where
charge,
college football has dominated the headlines, we got some room for the NFL. Here's Football Today.
So we're going to go through some chaotic situations, some hypotheticals that would turn the NFL league on its head. But let me get to this news first, because it's just released. Alvin Kamara is suspended for the first 3 games of the NFL season. This is for his role in the altercation in the right before the 2022 Pro Bowl, where he pled down to a misdemeanor and settled his civil suit. So he will miss the games week 1 through 3. So Titans at Panthers at Packers.
Listen, I've gotten lost in what precedent is or isn't in the NFL. It feels like there's never any consistency. My expectation was it was going to be more than 3 games.
Mm-hmm.
Rico, is that what you would say? You thought it was going to be more?
Yep. And you know what Alvin Kamara did? I'm not going to mention his name because it's a lightning rod in this town, but Alvin Kamara knew this was going to happen. So rather than going out and doing other stuff and going to Vegas right after, he started meeting with the commissioner. What can I do to make this thing shorter? What do you want to hear from me? What do you want me to say publicly? Where do you want me to go? I'll do it because I want to get back into the league as soon as possible. It seemed like Kamara was constantly going to New York, meeting with the commissioner. That's being responsible, and I think that's one of the reasons why he only got 3 games instead of 6 or 8 or 12.
I mean, there was talk last year of him being suspended because he did this in February of 22. Yeah. Dragged it out, only got 3.
He went full, I'm sorry, what can I do?
So to the chaotic situations that may turn the league on its head. First one, this is a Bleacher Report. Now, I don't believe this one. This won't happen. Aaron Rodgers abruptly retires? I mean, it would turn the league upside down, but no,
see, I can't see that happening because I think Aaron Rodgers is in too much of a, I need to show you I'm not dead yet. I don't like how the season ended. You guys are putting dirt on me, especially you people in Detroit. Yeah, just wait and see what I have in store. His ego is too big for him to walk away right now, David.
I mean, it's very unlikely, obviously. If you watch the Hall of Fame game last night, he's talking up all his playmakers, and he looked like he was rejuvenated. Garrett Wilson's got a little Devontae Adams in him. This 17 is kind of like that 17. But, David, in the scenario where that mysteriously happened, would it really change that much? The Jets didn't win the division last year. The Jets didn't make the playoffs last year. It wouldn't really change the landscape of the NFL all that much. So give me a better one.
That's fair.
Give me another one.
The next one involves privilege. The San Francisco 49ers acquire Kirk Cousins or Ryan Tannehill.
Why does that got to be privileged, man? That's just mean and hurtful.
No, I'm just saying it involves your privilege. But would this turn the league? Yeah, would this turn the league upside down if this happened?
It could, because here's the thing. As you said, David, with Brock Purdy, it's why You just need somebody back there to just make sure you don't turn the ball over. Now, if you add people with actual NFL experience, you increase. That's why Sam Darnold could go there and possibly turn his career around. Now, did he get better? Probably not, but it's the cast around him.
By the way, did you hear what your coach called him, or not called him, but he's saying he could basically be a Steve Young type.
Who could be?
Sam Darnold. Basing it, Steve Young was not good before he went to San Francisco, turned his career around.
Yeah.
Second chance syndrome.
Yeah, you know what? He had a lot of hype. He came in from the USFL, and you know what? Play within the system, Steve, and this will work for you.
The Kirk thing might be a year early. I think that's a real thing that could happen next year. Shanahan is obsessed with Kirk Cousins. They have a great relationship.
Right. Yeah,
and he could run that offense.
Purdy's arm doesn't heal. Trey Lance turns out to be a bust.
You're looking in the quarterback market, so
he's available.
He's a free agent. Let's go get him. Or what's Jared Goff doing?
Next scenario that can turn the league
baiting me.
upside down. Sean Payton and Russell Wilson become absolute fire for the Denver Broncos.
Such a tough division because you got Mahomes at the top. But if they caught fire, could they get in as a wild card? Could they upset somebody in the first round? Stars align, Hall of Fame coach and quarterback combo. I don't think it's likely, but David, it would flip things upside down, wouldn't it?
No, I think this could happen, especially the caveat. If something happens to Kelsey, Kansas City slowly but surely keeps losing receivers. We see Mahomes. Take a look at the wide receiver room. It's not that great.
Doesn't matter.
It's Travis Kelce. He goes down. And now who's your number one target? You don't have one.
Rico, they lost Tyreek Hill, who was a big deal for them.
Right.
And it didn't even matter. Like, part of me thinks you could get Mahomes and like 5 guys from a local wreck.
No. Want to know why? Because he had Kelce. And Kelce became the number one receiver. He goes down. And now he's forced to play with just a bunch of nobodies. Not quite the same.
Next one. Elite running backs move left and right, meaning they get traded. Jonathan Taylor gets traded. Austin Eckler gets traded. Saquon gets traded.
This season or next season?
Saying this season.
So let's say
now remember,
let's say in-season deadline.
You know what?
Exactly.
I can see that happening.
Well,
it almost becomes baseball free agency. You know what? We need one more back, and I think we could win this division. Yeah, go ahead, trade for him. Because all you could trade is, what, a second, third round pick?
Possibly.
Well, yeah, it's Christian McCaffrey last year didn't get a first for him. So, yeah, maybe there's a blueprint there. And isn't it kind of like relievers in baseball?
Yeah.
Hey, we need guys who can come in and eat innings, guys who can come in and take carries and
yeah, that I'll give you.
Yeah, I could see it. Now, who would benefit most? Like, who are some contenders that could just add a Saquon out of thin air or a Jonathan Taylor out of thin air?
You would have to look at what the draft capital is, but like off the top of my head,
yeah, sure, just spitball.
Like a Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, let's say Swift doesn't stay healthy, Penny doesn't stay healthy, but they got a great line and they plug Jonathan Taylor in at the deadline.
The Detroit Lions.
You got the picks. You know what?
If they're rolling,
we could win this division. But you know
how about the Vikings? They let go of Cook. Let's say they're still competitive and they need an oomph in the backfield.
So yeah,
I think this is maybe the best one.
The next two I'm gonna put together because it's basically about a fire sale. So the Rams and the Bucks hold a mid-season fire sale. So Evans would be available, Stafford would be available, Cooper Kupp would be available.
I could see
Aaron Donald.
I could see the Rams.
Ding ding.
I could see the Rams, and it would almost be if Aaron Donald was on the market. Teams will be coming up with all types of packages to make sure that they were the team to get him. You said the Rams and the Bucks?
Yeah, both teams fire sale, yeah.
I think the Bucks believe they're going to be better. So how quickly can they swallow their pride and realize you're not that good?
See, these are the two teams I'd be more interested in partnering with if I'm the Lions. They don't have an X receiver. Mike Evans is the prototype outside jump ball machine, and he's 1,000 yards every year. If they're awful, and by the way, it's Baker Mayfield, Kyle Trask duking it out at practice, they're going to be awful.
No.
Evans might be an intriguing deadline.
You bring
and
in
so
Cooper,
is Aaron Donald.
No. If you bring in Cooper Kupp to go with St. Brown.
No, they're both slot guys.
I know, but no one can cover these two.
That would be dangerous.
I'm telling you, the funniest thing is just TJ Lang's text. How in the bleep is he still open? Why don't they cover Cooper Kupp?
And
every time it's the funniest thing
in that
ever.
Super Bowl, he was the only guy left standing. They couldn't run the ball. Odell's got a blown out knee.
So, yes, I know they play the same position, but it's just the fact that both guys always seem to be wide open. So, but yeah, you're right. Evans, you go get somebody like that, I could easily see. Yeah, fire sale from both of those teams.
Change the league.
All right, last two here. Atlanta Falcons happen to be right about Desmond Ridder. Now, this goes with the other one about the Bucs fire sale. It would have to be Desmond Ridder taking, flight.
See, honestly, I'm beginning to think that they are. They may have something where he could end up being. Let me preface this, but how everybody wrote Jalen Hurts off. Jalen was taken in the second round. He was just okay. He wasn't great. Even going into last year, when they started the year off against the Philadelphia Eagles, people were like, we can't lose Jalen Hurts. By the end of the year, we lost Jalen Hurts, so it's okay. You have enough pieces in place, young team, kind of like Jalen, where maybe everything falls into place.
Well, and like Jalen, I'll give you this for the comparison. They run the ball. Atlanta third in rushing last year. They add Bijan. I'm fascinated to see what they do with 3 different running backs that all can catch the ball and tight ends that they can play. I mean, the Arthur Smith personnel packages are going to be like a football junkie's dream this season.
You get to play most of your games indoors.
True. In a bad division.
Right. So, yeah, you got you got at least, 9 games indoors.
How are you talking me into Ridder? I don't think he's any good, and you're talking me into Ridder.
But because a lot of times we see young quarterbacks who aren't taken in the first round, and we just automatically assume that they're going to be nothing.
Well, situation
and we don't
matters.
let them grow and get better. And that's what I say. Hurts was the ultimate because, he got kicked. He lost his job at Alabama, and he hasn't done anything since he got into the league. Well, he showed everybody, wait, hold that thought. Watch me take my team to the Super Bowl.
And then the last one, quickly, this will hurt you, Rico. Your thoughts of this quarterback in the season. The Baltimore Ravens offense falls on its face. I can see that.
No, I mean, I can see it's feast or famine with Lamar. But I think I'm going to say no because I think Lamar is kind of on that Aaron Rodgers. I have to show people, you guys wrote me off, and I'm still Lamar. And I don't care if we have a running. I saw some stat that says he's the running game. Mm-hmm. When he rushes for more than 90 yards, I think they're like 16-1. So I don't need a running back. Screw it. I'll run the ball. We'll win games.
And that is in football today.
You can't get blindsided because blindsided means you didn't account for every possibility, everything that could have happened. Brought to you by Builders First Source. According to reports, Oregon and Washington, the latest teams to inform the Pac-12 that they will be joining the Big Ten, which will have 18 teams. The future of the Pac-12, uncertain. Former Cleveland Brown quarterback Johnny Manziel says he attempted suicide after the Browns released him in 2016. Saints running back Alvin Kamara suspended 3 games for a fight in the city of Las Vegas. Former line Jamal Williams likely to fill in. 66-45 Tampa Bay visit the 48-60 Tigers tonight at Comerica Park. 6:40 the first pitch right here on the ticket. Reese Olson going for Detroit. The Rays easily swept the Tigers to begin the season in Tampa. They trail first place Baltimore by 2 in the East. Tigers claim a left-hander Andrew Vasquez off waivers from Philadelphia. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Boy, we just had a sad thought. The Pac-12 is dead. But the 4 teams that may be left standing might still try to use the branding, and it'll be the saddest thing in the world. Utah State, Colorado State, Pac-12 football.
I mean, it is. Now, they're going to get delisted. Yeah. They won't be allowed to be a Power 5 anymore. But as I said, imagine if Michigan State, Purdue, Indiana, and Northwestern stuck around and absorbed the MAC. Yikes. And yet called it the Big Ten.
Yikes.
Not quite the same thing.
My chips are a Power 5 school. Let's go, baby.
Right. Yeah, you don't get the automatic bid anymore. Because that's the thing. Remember, Oregon turned down an automatic bid for a check. So when people tell me how money doesn't matter, you're lying to yourself. Because Oregon would have been in the playoffs guaranteed every year.
I mean, at least 2 out of every 3 years sitting in the gravy train and what's left of the Pac-12 in a 12-team playoff. Yeah, the Ducks would be in there damn near every season. Instead, they're going to sit there and fight through Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, USC.
And you want to know what's funny, too?
What?
You know one of the teams who were trying to block the Oregon-Washington?
Tell me, Rico.
Was USC.
Full circle.
You want to know why? Real quick, and then we'll get to the game.
Pettiness.
Yeah. USC didn't want them coming to L.A. to compete for recruits. Because if we're in the Big Ten, you know what? Big Ten's better than the Pac-12. Now, well, we're in the Big Ten too.
248-539-9797. Your reactions to the news, good, bad, indifferent. Big Ten keeps getting bigger. I also want to mix in a little bit of game of murder mystery as we talk about the death of the Pac-12. Rico, who or what?
Wait. We can't get the creepy Roberto. Is that like that music for, what is the Deal Breaker?
We debated that, but everyone would think we were doing Deal Breaker, so we didn't do it.
If it was ever music for that,
okay,
but
I'll do it. Give me a second.
All right, give him a sec. We'll reboot this. Live radio.
If anything, that just is like, no.
Give him a sec. He'll cue it up for us. Murder mystery style. Who or what killed the Pac-12?
Yeah.
So is it Professor Plum in the library with the lead pipe? Who is most responsible for what is now the death of the Pac-12? A body lay on the ground in cold blood, and I want you to be the detective, Rico. Magnifying glass out and solve this crime. Who or what killed the Pac-12?
Well, see here there, young Costa. I went knocking on the doors to figure out who killed the Pac-12. As I looked at the corpse laying there in the street, bludgeoned, the media's taking photos. I went to go talk to the commissioner of college football, only to find out there is no commissioner.
Nobody's home.
Of college football. So I put the fedora on, I put the overcoat on, and I started walking the streets. Started asking some people around, hey, what do you know about this? What do you know? What did you see last night? Why is everything going on? Some people said, hey, have you talked to Lincoln Riley and USC?
Lead suspect?
I kind of saw them in the neighborhood. They were here. They hopped in. They committed a crime, and then they jumped into a blue and yellow car, and those two drove off east. Oh, okay. Did USC and UCLA kill the Pac-12?
There's a case. But, Rico, I would argue it goes back a little further.
They had an alibi. They didn't do it.
You could point to Texas, Oklahoma, who incited the move. And you sit down and you talk to both those schools. But, Rico, I don't think either of those two are responsible either.
No, they had an alibi. They were learning how to lose to Georgia and Alabama in a tutorial program. So they couldn't have done it either.
So who was it?
Cookies went a little deeper.
Okay. Look at him. Getting to the second sheet of the notepad.
I looked and I saw the Pac-12 house, but when I went and knocked on the door, it was falling apart. There was eviction notices on there. Who's paying the bills here? They were like, you need to go see the old commissioner, Larry Scott. Larry Scott ran up all the bills, and then he left us high and dry. They got a new commissioner in there, but he wasn't a football guy. He was a media guy. So did Larry Scott kill the Pac-12?
Rico, before you put the handcuffs on him, I'd like to present somebody else, another entity. See, I think this goes all the way back to the birthplace of college football, ironically enough, because the first time we started adding teams to conferences for TV markets, it was Rutgers. I'd make the case Rutgers killed the Pac-12. Those New York TV dollars that you keep talking about ultimately led to the LA TV dollars that put the bullet in the Pac-12.
No, you know what? This case was getting complicated. I had to call up an old sleuth friend of mine. No, not him. I called up Mr. Karsh.
Doug?
Lieutenant Karsh. We put our minds together. He just sent me something. He said, you know what? It was the Longhorn Network. The Longhorn Network. Remember, Texas went rogue and said, we're not splitting TV money. We're Texas. We don't have to. We'll have our own network. Because of that, Nebraska broke away from the Big 12 and said, no. You don't get special treatment. We're not sitting at this table. And with Nebraska leaving, because Rutgers, Jimmy, I like what you did with Rutgers, but no one cares about Rutgers. Nebraska, this was Nebraska with Ndamukong Suh. People care.
Rico, I think you go back further. In 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. We got it!
Okay.
He expanded beyond his means. It's Columbus's fault he killed the Pac-12. We solved it.
Somebody take the crown royal away from Jimmy. Somebody take this crown royal away from Jimmy.
So who is it? 248-539-9797. You got somebody else.
Oh, I got it. It's significant because it happened on this day. I want to say it was October 30th, 2007.
BC, Alexander the Great.
And it's significant because a big event happened that day to really implement their start. David, you know what happened that day? I believe it was October 30th. August 30th. The App State, Michigan game.
I was about to say, I know you. Oh, my gosh.
The Big Ten Network. Coming full circle, it was the Big Ten Network. Why? Because the Big Ten Network makes so much money. Teams are saying, I don't care that we've been in this conference for so long.
108 years.
I want the money. But then we go one step. The real culprit, the man behind all of this, Jim Delaney. Jim Delaney killed college football and the Pac-12. It was Jim Delaney. His idea for the Big Ten Network, everybody called him crazy, but he was a crazy genius.
Book 'em, Dano. Jim Delaney.
Jim Delaney killed the Pac-12 back in 2007.
We've gone through a list of individuals, conferences, networks, 248-539-9797. Of course, your general reaction to the news, but also who's responsible for this dead body, for the chalk outline on the West Coast, the death of the Pac-12. It's 97.1.
So you go on your computer and you go looking for a gift, and you find the gift and you buy the gift for your wife or significant other. And now that gift just keeps popping up. As a matter of fact, she wasn't surprised because she saw it on the timeline. Why? You're not using DuckDuckGo. You need to download DuckDuckGo like I did. It's a private browser that blocks trackers so you won't be followed. It won't get creepy. And you could just search for things and not have them follow you all around. Simply download DuckDuckGo in your app store or visit DuckDuckGo.com.
Ken Rosenthal tweeted or wrote a story for The Athletic saying the pressure on buyers is mounting. But we got our new guy in charge in Scott Harris, and all reports say he set a high price for people who want to deal with the Tigers. I mean, they can't go through today without trading, right? So he's got to, at some point, blink. And so who blinks first? Do the buyers concede to his asking price? Or does Scott Harris say, okay, because they've had preliminary talks. You know that he has talked to teams, and the buyers being teams like Baltimore, the Reds, Atlanta, maybe Miami, Houston, the Dodgers, whomever. I mean, not everybody's going to be interested in who you have to offer, but somebody is. And they've had preliminary talks and the outlines of deals. And Scott Harris says, I want A and B. And a team says, well, we'll give you B. And then you go, okay, maybe we'll circle back. But you kind of have an outline of what a team is willing to give up for your guys. And you know what you asked for your guys. And so does Scott Harris take this right down to 6 o'clock and eventually pick up the phone and call somebody and say, okay? Or does it go right down to 6 o'clock and that somebody says, okay, I'll do it for what you want? For the first time in the Ford Field era, the Lions have sold out season tickets. There's officially a wait list in the Motor City. I'm going to assume at one point there was a wait list at the Silverdome, but the Silverdome sat like 80,000. Ford Field, smaller, but I guess I want to hear from the consumers. Because you know what we have heard? I came to the station back in 2001. I think it was January 2001. And at that time, pretty much from then until 2023, we have taken calls with people who call up and say, I'm canceling my season tickets. We would take that call kind of on an annual basis at some point during the season. I'm canceling my season tickets. And now, for the first time in the Ford Field era, the Lions have sold out their season tickets.
All right, having a little fun with what is a sad day if you're a traditional college football fan. The death of the Pac-12, 108 years on life support. And Enrico, people think it's dead. I mean, you lose Arizona, Washington, Oregon.
No. Have you checked Arizona's room? We've all, if you went to college, like that person who leaves early, you go knock on the door and it's nothing in there.
Cleaned out.
Just a trash can and a bed. Arizona's gone. Arizona's back. Arizona's in the Big 12 right now.
So what's your reaction? 248-539-9797. Dwayne, you've been hanging out. This is breaking news today. What do you think of it?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon.
Hold on. There we go.
Appreciate you, brothers. Yeah, me personally, I think it's good for the Big Ten. At first, I thought it was good for college football. It kind of slightly hurts. But I agree with you, Rico. Oregon did do this for money, but I also think that I think this is their mentality. Okay, we'll take the money. We don't want to be number one in the Pac-12, which is considered now a lesser conference. We'll take about 30, 32, 33 million. I think they're just rather take the money and just make the group of the at-large for the 12-team playoff. And I think they're looking at it like, okay, if we go to the Big Ten, we get these marketing dollars, we get all these TV households, we can attract more kids to come to the school, maybe from the SEC. It's going to take a while because SEC is still going to be dominant. But I think for the Big Ten is good for college football as a whole. I mean, it kind of hurts, but then again, college basketball before the Big East dissolved was really the Big East and the ACC were the best teams, and it didn't really hurt. So that's just my take.
Yeah, so if you're Oregon, part of the thought here is more money coming in the Big Ten. We can upgrade our facilities. We can attract better recruits.
Oh, dear God.
We don't have to finish first in our conference. We can finish third in the Big Ten and still be a playoff team. I mean, that's some of the...
If you finish first in the conference, you're in. But I just thought about something. I love Oregon's football stadium. It means we got to look at that god-awful basketball court. Every year.
Because Autzen, the zoo, is great for football, but their court, it's that, like, speckled...
It's a design like that.
I know what it is, but it looks like it looks like an accident.
No, it looks like somebody high on LSD designed it. It hurts your eyes. I'd rather watch the team that plays on the red football field,
Eastern Washington,
than
Cooper Kupp School.
Then that school is like, okay, this is just bad. The Oregon basketball court. You remember those photos? I think it was like in the 90s, early 2000s, when you stared at them and then all of a sudden it would separate and you would see like the depth of the field of the depth perception in there. That's what that court looks like. Like I'm supposed to stare at it, and when you look at it long enough, it turns into something else.
Oregon, Washington to the Pac-12, death of the Pac-12. Who's responsible for killing this iconic, legendary legacy conference? David, Ticket Text, what are people saying?
Someone says that was a very good segment. Adding this music live on radio, and the segment was Radio Go, Frank and Pontiac. The Big Four TV networks did it, period. They killed the Pac-12.
But see, that's why I said it was really Jim Delaney. Because the money in college football changed when the Big Ten network said, we can do this. Now, the Big Ten, they don't win championships in football. They haven't won one in basketball. They've won one in like the last 23 years. That's Ohio State, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But they learned how to make money. This conference is recession-proof. Okay?
Well, especially now. You have New York and L.A. and Chicago. The markets are all covered.
Right. So when they were adding teams, that's why when everybody calls and says, oh, you got to kick Rutgers out. No. We want Rutgers in here. We want New York. We want that market. This is why Oregon wants in, knowing that eventually one day I'm going to get $100 million from the Big Ten because they own the top 5 markets. They own Chicago, D.C., New York, L.A., Philadelphia. They own all of these markets. That's why. They were so smart in their thinking. Because when you first start, like, why do you want Maryland?
Well, you think about it as a football fan, you go, it's stupid. Rutgers and Maryland haven't added anything to the conference on the field. And you brought up the point about Nebraska. They've been a complete letdown in terms of what we thought we were getting in this Big Ten arrangement and what we've actually gotten. But Money has gone up. Every deal has gotten progressively more and more lucrative.
Right. So now they add the Seattle market. Seattle's not top 10, but okay, great. You're adding more markets, more eyeballs, bigger checks down the line. Jim Delaney was a POS commissioner, but he figured this out.
Nice cleanup.
Not getting us run off the air. Rico, why do you do this? Money's the obvious. The other thing that's come up from some of the callers, and they're making good points, is from a week in, week out standpoint, you now have access to more games against USC. Those are marquee. Those are games worth looking forward to as a fan. Oregon, Washington this year, you never know. But if you have 18 programs, if you have 5 or 6 of them who are really good, those are big games on your schedule. I think from that standpoint, the fans can look forward to that. No, they may have to lose
but I don't think
some of the games that they were used to, but if they get replaced with better teams, maybe that's the trade-off.
I don't think you're going to get the games that you want because these teams aren't stupid. You're going to have to spread the games out, so you may only get 2 marquee games. You may not get rivalry games anymore because those may go the way of the Dodo Bird and Blockbuster Video. But you may get marquee games that, okay, you get Michigan, USC. Now, I know Big Ten fans, no, we got to keep our tradition. Guys, if you haven't seen it, look to the West. Tradition means nothing. You could try to hold on to it as all you want. It means nothing, Jim.
I guess I'm not as callous as you are, cold-hearted as you are, because I think some of what makes college football...
It's fun. But college football is telling you, I don't care about your traditions. It's about money.
But be careful. Be careful. To a point, you are right. But why I caution you is it turns into the tail chasing the dog. In other words, part of why college football is big business, big money, is because people like it, right? Because people consume it, because people enjoy it. Are you at all taking away some of the enjoyability, a.k.a. TV eyeballs, connect the dots, revenue? You got to be careful when you abandon all tradition.
I'm going to look to the Southeast and invite the governor from the state of Georgia in here. Representative Cott.
Yes.
He's been so smug through all this.
I mean, this is king of the pillow fight. Ooh, you're going to get Oregon. Good for you.
You're talking about the traditions. Best game in the SEC is who versus who?
It depends. I mean,
what is the ultimate game in the SEC? Okay, get off your high horse. Put down the Kentucky bourbon and just answer the question.
I would say Florida, Georgia.
Okay, you know what?
Georgia, Alabama.
It's Georgia, Alabama.
But as you always point out, we don't play every year.
Right. That's just it. Georgia and Alabama play in the regular season once every 10 years. But if you ask anybody, what's the game you want to see every year? It's Georgia, Alabama. You don't necessarily get it, but you get the anticipation of it could happen. That's what the best game for tradition is those two, and they don't play.
But to the Kenny's point.
And the SEC could make this happen anytime they want, and they choose not to.
To Kenny's point, that's a bit of a moving target. You go back 5 years ago, it wasn't Georgia, Alabama. You go back 10 years ago, you would have argued it was LSU, Bama, and they play every year. At one point, you could have said Florida, Tennessee, if you want to go far enough back, they play every year.
Cookies, you're making my point. It's a fluid situation, so by locking yourself into a rivalry game, you may be setting yourself up so that, you know what happens when this team isn't that good, and did you really get anything? Okay, I know Michigan's beaten Ohio State for the last 2 years. But before that, did Ohio State really get anything out of beating Michigan? No.
Well, they would win the Big Ten.
No, they would, but they would win the game. But it didn't help them on the grand scheme of things.
No, but those games were still highly rated. And I know I don't want to do a straw man. Ultimately, Michigan, Ohio State is not off the table. They're always going to play.
That's the highly rated thing. The networks have already made their money. So whether it's highly rated or not, the networks have made their money. It's just great that they're highly rated.
But don't lose who you are, because yes, you might be able to pull a fast one.
We've lost who we are, man. We've lost it.
To an extent.
No, it's not to an extent.
It's still Michigan, Ohio State. It's still Indiana versus Purdue. It's still
playing in the Big Ten Northwest division.
I know.
Indiana, Purdue. While you're right, I'd laugh at that.
You laugh at it.
Right.
I know.
Yeah, that's in the Northeastern Division.
I'm not
in the Tecumseh area.
I'm not denying all that we've lost. We've lost a lot of great rivalries in the last. I'm not even going to say 10 years. I'm going to say the last 5 years.
Right, in the last 5 weeks. In the last 5 hours.
Right, 5 minutes.
Right, we've lost everything that you hold. You can keep trying to hold on to this and hold on.
Why can't I try to keep some of it? Like,
brother
there's got to be, you
man,
draw the line somewhere. I get it.
You're
TV,
trying to hold back
revenue,
a river.
markets, but can we keep some of these traditions alive? Some of them?
You're trying to hold back a river with a fishnet. Good luck.
Okay. 97.1.
And we're brought to you by the good people at DuckDuckGo. According to reports, the University of Oregon and Washington, the latest teams to inform their conference, that would be the Pac-12.
Oh, I get what you did there, DuckDuckGo.
They'll be joining the Big Ten. Nothing gets past that guy, what can I tell you? Which will now have 18 teams in the Big Ten. The future of the Pac-12 is uncertain. Former Cleveland Brown quarterback Johnny Manziel says he attempted suicide after the Browns cut him back in 2016. Former line Jamal Williams likely to get some more time now at running back for the Saints. Now their running back Alvin Kamara has been suspended for 3 games for a fight he had outside a nightclub in Las Vegas. Tampa Bay and the Tigers tonight at Comerica Park. 6:40 the first pitch right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Reese Olson going for Detroit. Tampa trailing first base Baltimore by just 2 games in the East. Tigers claim lefty Andrew Vasquez off waivers from Philly. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You know, in this way, it's kind of poetic. The Pac-12 would cannibalize themselves on the field at the end of every season. Now they're cannibalizing themselves off the field before the season even begins. Colorado says we're going to be leaders, not followers. We're going to the Big 12. Arizona soon to follow. You don't want to be left in the dust. Oregon and Washington say we will take less to join the Big 10. Please offer us a life raft. That is in the process of taking place. They're inflating it as we speak.
Yeah, I think the funniest way to really sum this all up, and I saw this on Twitter, I want to make sure I credit Dan Wolken. The reality of all of this, Fox and ESPN are going to end up getting the teams they want on the networks without paying for the teams they didn't want.
Correct.
And the game goes on.
Round and round we go. 248-539-9797. George, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey.
So I got another hypothesis, I guess, as far as the death of Pac-12. I think it started not even with football, but with the Big East basketball when the ACC started taking their teams, Syracuse, the Pitts, the Virginia Tech, and they took their football as well. And you had Virginia Tech became a powerhouse there for a few years, and you got the Northeast TV market for the ACC, and I think that I'm not real good on the timing, if I'm right on the timing, but I think that kind of started as well.
Sounds about right. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, they broke up, I want to say early 90s or so. But
and Notre Dame was all basketball in the Big East, and then they moved, the ACC got them with all sports and even got 5 games of football out of them too. So, I mean, I think that kind of got the snowball rolling as well.
Yeah, I mean, this stuff.
It did, but it wasn't the major migration that you're seeing now, where now teams are, I guess, when you really look at this, Arizona, Colorado, Oregon chose more money rather than being the top dog in the Pac-12. Because had Oregon stayed, Arizona would stay.
Washington stays.
You would have had 9 teams there. You probably would have went out.
San Diego State, get to 10.
You would at least taken San Diego State, had 10 teams, maybe put feelers out there for Colorado State or somebody else, but you would have had enough, maybe Hawaii. But you would have had 10 teams. You still would have been considered Power 5.
Mm-hmm.
You would have won this thing every year. You would have had a guaranteed spot in the playoff. Oregon showed you what college football is all about right now. It's about money. They chose, even though the Big Ten said, we can't give you what everybody else is giving you because those checks have already gone out. We'll check the petty cash. How about we give you about at least 50% of what we gave everybody else? Is that good for you? Well, it sure hell beats being on Apple Plus TV. So we'll take it.
I saw a ticket text. We were debating about traditions and what is even left of the traditions of college football. And a texter put it well. He said, we get to control them, meaning the Big Ten. The Big Ten still has a say in which traditions they want to preserve because they are a surviving conference. So if they want to preserve Michigan, Ohio State, they can. As opposed to someone like USC, they don't get to preserve all their rivalries because their conference died.
No, you're right. The Big Ten can preserve all of those. And I'm simply saying it's why Kenny makes fun of us, because it becomes pillow fight. The SEC, is all about the playoffs and the national championship game. The SEC makes their schedules to maximize to get the most amount of teams in there. That's why it's no big deal when you would see 2 SEC teams in the college football playoffs out of the 4. It was rare that you saw 2 Big Ten teams. But you almost expect it. Well, it's going to be Alabama and Georgia, or Alabama and LSU, or Georgia and this team, because everything that the SEC does is about winning a title. And I told you, this came from an undisclosed Big Ten coach from the Sound Mind, Sound Body camp that I talked to. He was so angry because he says all our conference cares about is money. The SEC cares about winning.
Do you think this move does both?
No, this move is about money.
Well, I think Oregon and Washington do help on the field. More.
How many titles have they won?
Okay.
Have either one of them even won the Pac-12?
Oregon has made a playoff.
Okay. So is MSU.
So has Washington.
And so is Washington.
So is Washington.
And so is MSU.
Indiana hasn't. Purdue hasn't. Wisconsin hasn't. Nebraska hasn't. Iowa hasn't.
Are we having a parade for making the playoffs once?
No,
Okay,
no, Kenny. I'm with you on that.
No, I agree with what you're saying.
This was about money. Let's just call it what it is. So to say we're going to hold fast to these traditions.
You say just accept it.
The SEC is like, great. That means we get 2 extra teams of the 12 because you guys got to play each other. We don't care.
Let's knock out a couple calls. We got Who Said It at 4 o'clock. It is a Friday after all. Bob, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Hey, Bob.
Question. 2 things. Number one, how is this going to affect bye weeks? Because with 18 teams, you're going to have potentially 9 bye weeks.
I hadn't even thought that far. Tell you the truth,
Yeah.
Bob.
You know what, Bob? It probably means that you start playing games in either conference games in either week 0 or week 1.
Stagger it.
And who's going to want a bye week on week 3?
Right. Typically, you want the bye later.
But
or the midpoint.
Once again, it's one of those. It happens in the NFL that sometimes the Lions get an early bye week, and what are you going to do? Say
shake
no,
your
you
fist
don't
and
want it. Yeah, you
complain.
want it later. Oh, by the way, a friend of mine sent me something, and we can get a little bit deeper into this in the 4 o'clock hour after we do Who Said It, or later on in the show. He said, "Where does this leave Notre Dame?"
Bum, bum, bum. Bill, you're on 97.1.
Yes. Good afternoon, guys. So I was just thinking, I've been going to the game since 1973, and I remember in 1975, Michigan played Stanford and Baylor, and then in 76, we played California. So, I mean, I think that started a long time ago, but now with the money involved, now they're all consolidating all the teams to make it one big conference.
Right, but the thing is, Bill, those were one-off games, meaning we'll play a home-and-home type of thing, but you're staying in your conference. We'll play you because we think you're good and we can help each other out. But now, yeah, we're just going to go ahead and leave our conference for over 100 years to collect a paycheck. And it's not even a full paycheck. It's a reduced paycheck.
Yes.
I mean,
It's
Oregon and Washington
get,
are the equivalent of football interns. You don't get the full amount of money, but you got to do all the work.
All right, 4 o'clock. Who said it? David, can we talk like actual football? Like not boardrooms, but actual football coming up next? I'm getting a head nod. It's 97.1. So I have a confession. The big news today has been about conference realignment. But it's August, and in August they play college football games, and week 0 is so close. My head's spinning with the realignment. David, will you please give us like on-field football to discuss?
All right, so let's go through this. I'm not going to say quickly, but there's 17 teams here that can make the college football. That's what ESPN put together a list. So I'm going to go through each team. You give me a scale of 1 to 10 that they actually can make it. 10 meaning yes.
Make the playoff.
Make the playoff. 1 meaning no, they have no shot. So let's start here of what I deem the bottom teams. Let's start with Tennessee.
14 playoff.
Correct.
Yes, 14 playoff the upcoming season. Current players who play football.
Tennessee. Joe Milton. Going to be favored. They're in the East. They're with you, They're with Georgia, right, Kenny?
Correct.
Yep.
So they could beat Georgia.
They got to go to Alabama this year.
They've already beaten Bama. Nah, honestly, I would probably put it at about a 1 or a 2.
Yeah, I would go 2. They lost their top 2 receivers. I think we know what Joe Milton is, as much as he's being hyped up. And you got to go to Tuscaloosa and play Georgia. It's probably 2 losses.
See, I think Milton's actually better in Tennessee. I think he found a fit in Tennessee, but the competition they have to go through.
So remember I said I'm starting at the bottom. So I can't believe this team is on here. Wisconsin.
-1.
You know, a lot of people are really buying into Wisconsin and what Luke Fickell is going to do because he's flipping the team around. Because, David, you're thinking Wisconsin running back and just no. Fickell is like, hey, we're going to be about offense. We're about scoring. Plus, it's the Big Ten West, which means you're one lucky bounce away from knocking off an East opponent finally and making the playoffs. But you won't get that lucky bounce. I'm going to go with a 1.
I think it's just too big of a culture change to go air raid at Wisconsin first year for Fickell. Yeah, they may do well in the West. They're not making the playoff.
It's going to get him fired.
TCU.
It's kind of like Rich Rod is what you think? Okay.
TCU.
Oh, no, that's a 0.
Yeah, I mean, am I missing something? They lose their quarterback, their running back, their receiver.
See, this is their respect of making the CFP. They put them on this list because of it.
Sorry.
They'll start the year off there, but they won't finish there. So that's a 0.
Next on the list, Utah.
You know what?
Cam Rising is returning.
He's the quarterback coming back that nobody brings up in the Pac-12. They've actually won the conference the last 2 seasons. If you're going to give anybody love in the Pac-12, we do this all the time. We ignore Kyle Whittingham, one of the most underrated coaches in the sport. Out of a decency, out of respect, I'll say 4. 4 out of 10.
No, because in the end, they always end up losing a game or 2 just when you think that they got this. Okay, you know what? I'll give you the 4. Okay. I'll match your 4.
Florida State.
Oh, I really like the Seminoles this year. Double-digit win team from a year ago. Bring back some key cogs on defense. Verse, maybe one of the best pass rushers in the country. Travis, the QB. Good in the trenches. I'll say 6.5 to 7.
I guess somebody has to win the ACC because Lord knows it's just not a good conference anymore. They were only good when they were the Criminals, not the Seminoles. But, yeah, I'll give it a 6.
Okay.
Future Big Ten team, Oregon.
Replacing most of their O-line. That was a huge part of that program a year ago. I'll give him a 5.
It's Bo Nix at quarterback.
He is returning, yes.
He's going to have to play half his games on the road, so that's not good.
I forgot about that.
For Bo Nix.
Road Bo Nix.
So 4.
Okay.
Current Big Ten team, Penn State. Now, they got a lot of talent on this team.
They get Michigan at home. They always play Michigan well at home. 4 or 5 offensive linemen back. Yeah, I know. If it was night, it'd be a little different. The altar of Aller, Drew Aller, steps in at quarterback, 5-star. 10 of 12 on the defensive line come back. Manny Diaz unleashes that pass rush. Yeah, I'm talking myself into them a little bit. Just don't remind me James Franklin's their coach. I'll go 7 out of 10.
I was actually going to go 8 out of 10.
Okay, James Franklin's their coach.
That's why they didn't get a 10 out of 10. Because think about this. They normally play great games with the Buckeyes. Those are classic games. Michigan, when they play Michigan at home, The last time they lost to Michigan, I think it was a 7-16.
Yeah, they were
and that
7-6.
game came down to the final minutes of the game.
But again, they always have talent. No,
no.
Coach.
This is maybe the most talented team. Stop me if you've heard that before, but maybe the most talented team he's had.
Sometimes the defense, and I think they're going to rely heavily on their defense. Drew Aller is a lot what everybody said JJ was last year. He was the kid that David. He was the kid that everybody couldn't wait to see. And now it's his turn. And he's highly recruited quarterback. It's his turn now Now, will he step up and do what JJ did, or will he fall flat on his face?
I've said it. I'm on record. I think Penn State's the biggest threat to Michigan in the Big Ten.
You guys, Singleton.
Yeah, I was going to bring up the running backs. He steps in with a line and a run game. Singleton was a 1,000-yard back as a freshman. And Allen, the other guy, had like 800 yards next to him.
Oh, Rico, you bring up Drew Allen. It's like you've been in my friend's group text thread. That guy's name has come up so much regarding Penn State.
David, but it's the same way that Michigan fans thought about J.J. McCarthy last year, and so much so that you kicked the quarterback out. And you're like, no, we're just going to go ahead and go with J.J. Cade, have a seat.
Future SEC team, Oklahoma, their chances.
0-5 in one-score games. I think they'll bounce back. No, I don't think they're a playoff team. 4 out of 10.
I think they are. Especially if they could beat Texas in the Red River Shootout, I would give them a 7.
Okay, I'm going to put these next two together. LSU, Notre Dame.
I can't put them together because I think LSU is the team to beat in the SEC.
I only put them together because the coach.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
Brian Kelly.
Yeah.
No, I think LSU is a team to beat in the SEC. Returning a quarterback, they got the talent. Brian Kelly got the family together. I'm giving them a 9.
Yeah, the only thing that causes me to hesitate, they avoid Georgia, but they go to Tuscaloosa, who they did beat a year ago, but that's a different type of game. Could they be a one-loss playoff team? Yes, I would go an 8 for all the reasons you said. Like we're comparing notes. I'm big on them.
It's the same reason why I think Michigan's favored in the Big Ten. They return a quarterback. Alabama, Georgia, don't.
It's a big deal. And a couple playmakers on defense. Harold Perkins, a difference maker. Was it Mason Smith, the other one on the D-line? They've got a couple All-American candidates on that side of the ball.
Next two, USC, Clemson.
USC, I think, will get it together. I think that they worked on their defense in the offseason. They'll win enough games. I got USC at 8. Clemson, I told you, I think they fell off the cliff. I'll give them a 5 out of respect.
USC, brutal second-half schedule. I'll believe the defense when I see it. 5 out of 10. And the other one was Clemson, 6 out of 10.
And by the way, Notre Dame, probably a 4.
Same.
Yeah.
Same.
Next two, big programs, Texas, Michigan.
Michigan, I feel like it's a 9 out of 10.
Yeah.
I feel like we're all well aware.
Michigan's a 9. It comes out to the Penn State game to me.
And they could lose that and still do it.
Right. You can get 2 teams in. They did Big Ten did last year.
Texas, 5 starters back up front.
Now, you know what?
Someone's got to win the – I'm going to say 7.5.
I'm going to say Texas is probably a 3 because Texas won't get out of their way because the fans will be clamoring for Arch Manning to get into the game.
That's a good point.
And that's going to be the death spiral of Texas. They're going to put him in too soon.
Stop me if you've heard this. Texas has some hype around them, only to disappoint.
Texas, we're back.
I'll put the next two teams together again, Georgia and Alabama.
11. Is that Kenny saying 11 back there?
I think he said 11.
I mean, the new quarterback.
I mean, I can see Bama.
I think he said 11 for Bama.
Both teams have a new quarterback, but both teams reload. They're probably both. I mean, Georgia 10 out of 10. They have such a soft schedule. Georgia's 10 out of 10. Bama 9 out of 10. 8.5.
I like LSU both more than those two teams. I'll give them both an 8. 8.5.
Okay. Final team on the list, Ohio State. New quarterback. Question mark at defense.
4 out of 10.
New quarterback. No, that's disrespectful. New quarterback. But, man, you got toys and weapons. It's one of those, can you just not turn the ball over? I give Ohio State probably a 7.
I'll bump them up to 5 just to avoid being a jerk on purpose. But Michigan has their number. They're going to the big house.
Are you going to go run and touch the banner as soon as the break's over?
New pair of tackles. There's plenty of reason to doubt the Buckeyes.
We're on our way to touch that banner right,
All right,
after
I was about
this.
to say, he's about to go run and touch the banner. All right.
That is your college football blitz.
Brought to you by the good people at Mother Waddles, University of Oregon, Washington. The latest to inform the Pac-12, they will allegedly be joining the Big Ten, which will rise to 18 teams. Pac-12, not so much. Their future uncertain. Washington State's president AD weighing in that they are disappointed in the departures of their colleagues in the Pac-12, and they are not sure what they are going to do going forward. Stay tuned there. Lions assigned journeyman cornerback Ty Hayes, who was last with New England in the NFL, then he won a USFL title last year. Former Cleveland quarterback Johnny Manziel says he attempted suicide after the Browns let him go in 2016. Former Lion Jamal Williams likely to fill in for Saints running back Alvin Kamara after he was suspended 3 games for a fight in the city of Las Vegas. Tigers are home to Tampa Bay tonight, 6:40 right here on the ticket. Reese Olson pitching for Detroit against a Tampa team that's pretty good at 66-45, just 2 games out in the East. And the Lakers sign Anthony Davis to the 3-year max extension of $186 million. At the Ticket Update desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Floral Friday around here, 97.1. The only one not participating, Rico Beard, but I'll excuse it. Cookies for Life t-shirt.
It's a tribute to you, my friend, from working the entire week with me.
Everybody all right?
I don't think so.
Swinging door. Okay.
What just happened?
Take a second.
Yeah, go sit down, Jeff. Go have a seat for a second. We may need a new update guy.
Okay. All right, everybody settle in. We've got Evan Jenkins into the studio.
Causing trouble.
With some reckless abandon, apparently.
You got those little tiny feet running and hit the door hard.
Anyway, Roberto, who said it?
I should not be laughing. What the hell is going on? I'm looking at David in the camera. David, stop it. All right. All right, here we go. Let's play the game, for God's sake. All right, all new audio heard this week on this station. Are we ready to play?
Go.
Here we go. I don't have that many ham sandwiches. I'm not adverse to ham sandwiches. I grew up having ham sandwiches.
Very insisting.
My initial this is about
thought,
ham sandwich. I take it.
My initial thought is Stoney.
My initial thought is Jansen. Very basic, very simple.
But maybe it's a metaphor.
You're not supposed to give out hints.
What if it's deeper than just a ham sandwich?
I'm just saying. Sometimes a ham sandwich isn't just a ham sandwich.
Roberto, just give out the clues. No hints.
Yeah.
What are you doing right now?
It's definitely not Doug. I don't think Doug grew up on ham sandwiches. Right. Yeah, he might have.
Has Gator been in all week? Any day this week?
Gator was here Monday.
When was the trade deadline? Tuesday?
Tuesday.
He was in through Tuesday.
2 days a Gator. Wow. Normally a Hatchet go-to.
No, I think I'm with the Stoney guess here.
I wish Mike would have been in. I would have guessed him 100 times over.
I'm not adverse to. How many times can you say this again? Ham sandwich. Go ahead, Roberto.
I don't have that many ham sandwiches. I'm not adverse to ham sandwiches. I grew up having ham sandwiches.
Oh, it does kind of sound like Stoney with adverse, huh?
I'm going to go off the board. I'm going to go with Heather.
Oh.
Sounds like a news story.
I like that.
David. Still looking at David in the camera.
Is everybody locked in?
Yes. Is everybody in?
All right. Let's see. Who said it?
Who said it?
I don't have that many ham sandwiches. I'm not adverse to ham sandwiches. I grew up having ham sandwiches.
See, it's Stoney. He has to belabor the point.
I don't hate him. I used to eat them.
Just for the record, I mean.
Playing both sides of the fence with a ham sandwich.
Here's the thing. We have the Jenkins rule. We're going to have the Roberto rule. Roberto, if we guess it on the first try, don't try to convince us it's somebody else. Keep your mouth shut.
I'm not allowed to
You're kind of telling us somebody's right.
You really told us who it was.
Oh, right.
Right.
Don't make me open the door on you.
So you guys watching it on the clip back there.
We went on the station's YouTube and watched the replay.
Could you see it?
Hey, guys, it's radio. Our audience can't see this.
Yes, they can. They can go to youtube.com.
I'll post it later.
Okay. All right. We'll post it later. But
all right, here's the second one. You saw Scott Harris on the Zoom last night. He did look like a guy who got blindsided.
I have to remove myself. I know this one.
Thank you.
Could have been anybody.
I think I may have heard this one also. I think I'm going to have to recuse myself. Jank rule.
Well, I didn't say it, so I can rule out one person. Rico referenced the Zoom call, but I don't think
No,
you
I
said it.
I said he was looking like he was
like a hostage
taking
negotiation.
3.
Yeah. So I don't think it's you. I'm just trying to go process of elimination. It wouldn't be Gator. He would have been out.
Yep.
So was it Doug?
Process of elimination. I think I'm going to go. Can we hear it one more time?
You saw Scott Harris on the Zoom last night. He did look like a guy who got blindsided.
I'm going to go Wojo. Wednesdays with Wojo.
I'm going to lock in John Jansen.
Oh, nice. Mr. Hall? Deep in thought. Look at that. What do you think he's thinking of?
Because I'm wondering if I said this.
Oh.
No, I'll go with Stoney.
My guess would be Doug Karsh.
And Kenny's nodding his head. Okay, we're all locked in.
Who said it?
You saw Scott Harris on the Zoom last night. He did look like a guy who got blindsided.
They echoed one another. They definitely were saying the same thing. The Blind Side, starring Scott Harris.
Because it was, he gave what happened, but he didn't really say how he felt. He was just like, he just looked blind.
All right, good job. Good poll. All right.
Very good.
Is that Wojo trying to defend Harris? Well, he was blindsided, and
He looked blindsided.
Move.
All right, here we go. This is a football town, man. We are starved for football, and the fact that they have a wait list now, it's crazy.
Okay, so we could eliminate Gator because Gator wasn't here.
Right.
I would have said Gator.
God,
that sounds like a Gator thing.
Sounds very cookie-ish.
I think it's cookies.
I think it's something I would say. I don't think I said it.
One more time.
This is a football town, man. We are starved for football, and the fact that they have a wait list now, it's crazy.
I might have said it. I don't think I said it.
No.
Now you got me double.
No.
I think that may have been Doug's co-host Kang this week.
Oh, I can hear Kang.
Yeah, I can hear that
But
now.
this is a football town, man. That sounds like something.
But
man,
I'm going to go with somebody who heard it. He got it fresh from the tap. John Jansen was there when it was announced. Because they did it.
Oh,
at
yeah,
Lions
Rod Wood
training
broke
camp.
it on their
An
show.
immediate reaction from them. Yeah.
would John say man? Does
He
he
might have been
drop a
swept
lot
up,
of man?
dude.
Right. So
He was
he
there.
got
I
caught
don't
up
think
in
he
the
drops a lot
emotion.
of man. I think Doug drops a man
But
every once in a
if
while.
you're hanging out with somebody that says something over and over, you start picking that up. He's
Right.
at Lions training
Because
camp.
he's
Man's
at training
flying
camp.
everywhere.
So he went back into player mode, which means you don't have a gigantic vocabulary. So you
Man,
just,
dude,
right.
yo, football.
You think that's Dan Campbell's entire vocabulary?
When you're in the zone, yeah.
Right.
Toughness.
Right.
Grit.
Just there.
It just turns into grunts.
Right.
All right, lock it in. Where are we all at on this? I'm going
Jansen.
Doug. You're going Jansen.
I'm going Kang.
He convinced me, Kang.
I just want to go Costa just because.
All right, let's see. Is it Jim Costa? Who said it?
This is a football town, man. We are starved for football. And the fact that they have a wait list now,
Kenneth, God,
it's crazy.
the SEC just wants it more.
Do we have time for one more?
Sure. Here we go. It's going to happen fast and furious at 5 o'clock. I think Erod is the first to go at 5:05.
Oh. Jeez. See, that one sounds like Gator to me. Very confident they're going to do it no matter what. Because
No.
it definitely wasn't you two, because Costa's like, it ain't ever happening.
Costa bailed.
I think it might.
Let the record
I'm
show I was
leaning
right.
you, Rico, because we were kind of
Right. No, but I said they were going to go to 5:45.
You did say 5:45. Yeah.
And
oh my.
Who would put a time on it? Someone who was that confident.
that's
who was
somebody.
the most confident?
That's somebody early in the morning.
That's what I'm saying.
That you can punt to early to yeah.
Of course, it's going to happen during
And that's
their
golf
show.
then.
What? Let's hear it again.
It's going to happen fast and furious at 5 o'clock. I think Erod is the first to go at 5:05.
Yeah, Gov will probably be upset that it's happening during our show.
I did hear it in Gov's voice when you said that.
I still want to guess Gator.
I'm gonna go would Roberto go with two Stonies, or is it Jansen? I'm gonna go with Jansen.
No, I did what Cookies did. I heard it in the Gov voice, so I'm gonna go with Gov.
I hope I didn't lead you wrong in the wrong direction.
Okay. All right, Roberto, who said it?
All right, who's right? Who said it?
It's going to happen fast and furious at
You went
5
back to
o'clock.
back Kang?
Errod's the first to go at 5:05.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Back-to-back Kang.
Okay.
Don't pat yourself on the back too much.
Well, he gives us so much wealth. You know, I have to.
Now, everyone be careful as you leave
Yeah,
the
right.
studios.
I gotta
Just
go
hold
watch
it.
that.
Is someone going to post that?
Is there?
I will.
Did,
Can we make sure he's okay
You know what?
before we post it?
I don't think we should.
Let's make
post
sure
that.
he's
Can we
okay.
make sure he's all
Let's
right?
make sure he's all right.
No, but were any mics live at that point? Was there a sound of it?
Yes, the mics were live.
Yeah,
They
we were
both
all
looked
caught
at me
off
like I
guard. It
punched
was the
them in
most
the face.
awkward start to the segment you could ask for. Anyway,
hear that.
everybody, we'll be
Yeah.
fine. It's 97.1. Well, we'll stay tuned for the 5 o'clock update. Hope everything's all right. 97.1. Catch us up on some ticket text, David. We do have some football breaking news. Bottom of the hour, a suspension for one of the NFL's top running backs. But first, some reaction. What are people saying on the ticket text?
Someone says, "Who Said It is the dumbest thing ever. You all should get a new segment." No, we love this. Who Said It is great.
Come on.
Too many people say it's great. I'm going to read it because of you. That's why I'm reading it. Because you did Kang twice.
David, no, actually, I like the fact he did that twice.
Actually,
I applaud you for because I stepped in there and saw some of the stuff on Ticket Text. Was like, I'm so glad it's not up on my computer. I was like, really? This is what some person texted in. Yeah.
Fun time sometimes in here, isn't it?
You know,
Someone says, "Guys, I think the national media has it right rating JJ so low. He has been asked to win games for Michigan, and he didn't do it against TCU."
Are we really doing this?
I think someone is.
He won the game. He made a lot of great throws against Ohio State. He did what he was supposed to do. I think against Michigan, what happened was the one thing that Michigan really didn't have to work out throughout the season. They were never really behind.
Correct.
So they didn't know. So he tried to do a little too much, which led to the pick sixes, which led to all the little mental mistakes because they had been ahead all season long. It was unfamiliar territory for Michigan. Here's me sticking up for Michigan.
It was the concern I had when they played Ohio State was they hadn't developed the passing game. It was an underdeveloped passing game. But for him to then answer the way he did in Columbus, one-on-ones, downfield throws.
But the TCU game was what happens when you take the running game away and you have to just throw the ball because we're behind. We don't have time to run the ball.
I think the TCU game is going to get dissected. I think it was both all of the good and all of the bad that JJ can bring. The thought here is a full year under his belt. Do you harness more of the good and minimize some of the bad because he's more experienced?
TCU game got lost on two plays.
The goal line where they
The goal line where they fumble, but early in the game when you ran that stupid trick play, don't know what you were thinking, Jim Harbaugh, on that play. That gave TCU hope. And when you play a bad team, the one thing you can never do is give them hope because that's when they start believing us versus the world. Why not us? We can do it. And that's how you get upset. Just crush their souls and spirits early. It's the Bama way.
The Bama way. I like that. Someone said, "Who Said It is the best segment of the week? Don't listen to that clown on Ticket Text."
Well, I mean, there's haters everywhere.
Yes, it is. Someone says, "How can anyone guess Stoney? It's pork. He can't eat pork."
Religious reasons?
I think that's what they're saying. So they're saying we're dumb for guessing.
But does he eat?
I don't know.
Some people follow stuff.
Is Stoney a practicing Jew?
See, I don't know.
I know. I don't think
he observes some of the
I don't think
holidays.
yeah, he does. I guess I know Rieger's not really.
Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know.
Stoney does observe holidays. So
But but everybody kind of picks and chooses, and it wouldn't be that surprising if he had a sandwich every once in a while with some pork on it. I don't know.
No pork chops, but ham's okay because pork's not in the name.
People draw their lines, man.
But I don't see it in the name anywhere. It says ham.
Right.
Oh, man, I love this one for Roberto. Someone says, "Who Said It is fantastic. However, Roberto needs to do better." Another person upset that he used Kang twice.
See, I actually...
They don't understand.
I could hear him in the background trying to no, you guys don't get it. You don't get it. This was genius.
Because I often said one day, if you just did one person the entire time, no one would ever guess. It's Gov again? Yeah. Just like when he goes off and he picks Heather or he gets somebody. Like he's always won weekends with Wojo. I mean, Wednesdays with Wojo is always in there.
Always a
Wow, yeah, he's done Heather. He's done. No, stop it. He's done everyone else. He's never used my audio. He's never used my audio. So
Is this like a personal thing now?
either I'm just not saying
The airing
anything,
of grievances. If you've ever had an issue,
just saying.
if you've ever had an issue with Who Said It, apparently now is the time to vent. David is now leading the charge.
Someone says it is the best segment ever. I want it twice a week.
The only other thing I would say, because he started to mix in some podcasts every once in a while, like maybe, once a month they do one where he's got podcasts. What about when you mix in the guests? Like you could have worked in like Big Cat. He was on the morning show or Brad Holmes or something.
Nah.
No? It's got to be hosts? Yeah. What about update anchors? Mix them in as well. 248-539-9797. Anything else to take a text before we get to that breaking NFL running back news?
No.
Okay. Why don't we tee that up for people? Because this is a suspension people have been waiting on for a while. David's also got some scenarios that are going to flip the NFL upside down. If this happens, how dramatically would the season change? Some scenarios coming up next. 5 o'clock, we will attempt to translate what Brad Holmes said on the morning show. He spoke in code. What did he mean about Jared Goff? We'll do that at 5 o'clock.
Oh, go ahead, David.
Go ahead.
Oh, before we get into that.
What do you got?
The Washington State president and AD have chimed in.
What do they have?
Because they're the kids that just didn't get picked. So they're just on the playground hoping for a participation trophy. We are disappointed with the recent decisions by some of our Pac-12 teams. While we hope that our membership will remain together, this outcome was always a possibility, and we have been working diligently to determine what is next for Washington State athletics. We prepared numerous scenarios, including our current situation with exceptional student athletes, a strong Cougar tradition, and incredible support from our fans, donors, and alum. We will chart the best path forward together, meaning
we're screwed.
Can we come sit on your couch? Can we sleep on your couch? We got nothing. We're homeless. Can you start a GoFundMe for us? We got nothing, man.
What people don't realize, though, if the Big Ten didn't do this to the Pac-12, Pac-12 could have done this to the, you know what I'm saying? If the shoe was on the other foot, they wouldn't feel bad that Indiana got left in the cold. They wouldn't sit there and go, oh, we feel so bad because Maryland got left out.
If you're Washington State, if you're Oregon State,
it sucks.
I'm begging the Big 12. We'll take nothing for 2 years. Just let us in, please.
Yeah, the problem is they're all the way up in the, and I know geography doesn't matter. We have plains, but they are such a big ask. They are all the way tucked up by themselves without big media markets. And it sucks for them because I think what it means is the Apple Cup is largely done unless they get super creative. The Civil War, Oregon State, that's been going on for like 100 years.
You mean traditions?
It's gone. Traditions. Doesn't mean we like to see it.
Go ahead, David.
I was going to give a funny update here. The Lakers have extended Anthony Davis to a contract extension, 3 years, $186 million. So they get a weak individual who can't win championships for 3 more years.
He won a ring with the Lakers, David.
In the bubble.
It counts. What's the pot shot? He won a title.
And he's done nothing since.
Okay, all right. What we're going to do is talk some football coming up next.
Wow, you love AD. Okay.
I just don't understand why he's catching strays here. We're not even doing LA Laker radio. He's just, David's like, hey, I got an axe. I'm going to sharpen it right here live on the air.
You know what? The only thing, the Lakers are the only team that the bubble counted against them.
Right, the Dodgers won a World Series in
no
the
one
COVID
ever
year.
says, well, the Dodgers won, but it was a bubble and they didn't really win in L.A.
That's because I don't care about
Because remember, the series was played in Texas, I believe.
Yeah, that one was played in Texas, yes.
Right. Nobody ever complained. But for the Lakers, it was a bubble championship, so it doesn't really count.
Football, more football. 5 o'clock, Brad Holmes. What does this Goff quote mean? It's 97.1.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. You've heard me talk about Andrew and his sales staff. They want to be your Chevy dealer. They will guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. But they'll find you every discount, incentive, and opportunity to save you money on that next Chevy. And with the 2024 models, they're rolling into Hamilton daily. You know what? As a matter of fact, one of them is the new Rico deal. This month, a new 2024 Chevy Equinox LT, $309 a month for 27 months. You walk in with $995 down. You drive out with 10,000 miles a year. Yeah, a Chevy Equinox for just $309 a month. That's why I say the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Drive away in this month's Rico deal, a new 2024 Chevy Equinox LT for $309 a month. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Here are the defensive players that were amongst the list of 10 players who stood out early in camp. 1, defensive back Brian Branch. First-round talent that dropped to the Lions in round 2. Branch has come to Allen Park with a chip on his shoulder and something to prove. Branch is already working himself into first-team reps with his ability to play both in the box and cover equally well. If Branch continues on his trajectory, it's going to be hard for defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn to take him off the field, especially on passing downs. Okay. That would be useful.
That's very useful. And I know Gator subscribes to this, is the guys in the secondary seem to always get hurt, and they get hurt often.
Yep.
Whether it's for a play, a week, or a month, you have to have depth there. And if you have quality depth, that's huge. Because going against someone's – what happens in a game, Doug, when a starting cornerback goes out of the game and they replace him with someone off the bench? That guy he's covering immediately gets targeted by the other team. Okay, so to have Brian Branch or anybody, Jerry Jacobs, whoever it is, ready to go if they don't start, that's huge.
Also off the defense, who else has stood out? Defensive lineman Aiden Hutchinson. Hutchinson focused on gaining strength and polishing some movement skills this offseason, and the results have him looking like a player about to take the league by storm. Yes, please.
So I was wondering, 248-539-9797, real quick, who's the worst Lions quarterback in your lifetime?
Well, that's a terrific question. And
in your Lion fandom.
Unfortunately, there are many to choose from. And if how far are we going back? We're just going 30 years? My lifetime?
Your lifetime.
Okay, all right. I got to believe at the near the top of that list would be one Ty Detmer. Was 1-3 as a starter, threw 3 touchdowns, and that's where the positives end. 3 fumbles, and had 10 interceptions. This all being, let's go back, 1-3, 4 games.
Yeah. I mean, what was it, 6 or 7 in one game? I think he had 6 against Cleveland. That was the first game after 9/11. And he had another one that was disallowed because of a penalty.
Yep.
Yeah. You know, John, you always, in a weird way, have taught me, just let your play do the talking.
Let your pad speak.
Don't worry about the other stuff. And lately, especially this offseason, forgetting about the NCAA stuff, just the things coming from the coach of this football team, from Jim Harbaugh, it's not Michigan-like to me. Bragging about how many guys you think are going to be drafted. They have a Georgia drill, talking national championship.
Well, there's no bragging about the Georgia drill. The Georgia drill is because they haven't beaten Georgia or anybody like Georgia.
Okay, well, they only played Georgia once.
Games. Right, all right, but they've lost to Alabama in a bowl game. They've lost to Florida in a bowl game. They've lost to Georgia in a bowl game. They lost to TCU in a bowl game.
Okay.
Oh, they get to the SEC and they're not ready to play. Because that's the counter to that. That's what we're going to hear next. When they weren't focused on playing Georgia.
And who knows if they're going to play Georgia? Who knows if they make the college football playoffs this year? There's a lot of people that are predicting that they will.
Right. But I don't want to hear Michigan people brag about them right now.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. The future of the Pac-12 completely uncertain at this point. The Big Ten will soon have 18 teams as Oregon and Washington are latest
Let's
to
learn who
inform
this
the
guy is
sport.
first.
Wrong sport.
And wrong nation. This is not a Russian player. The Tigers have traded Michael Lorenzen by himself, no package, no sweetener.
So Scott Harris was doing something.
He was doing something.
Okay, just check.
See if it's something
Just
good.
wait till we get what he got.
Lorenzen to the Phillies by himself, no sweetener, no package. 1 for 1. Is this 1 for 1, David?
That's what it looks like.
And it's a second baseman from the Phillies, their farm system. He's not a top 100 player. He's number 5 in their system, a 20-year-old. Hao Yu Lee. He's a Taiwanese second baseman. Your reaction?
Well, looking at it, looks like he won't. He's projected to be at the big ball club now in 2 years, 2025. So he can play 3 positions in the infield. I mean,
he's in high A ball, hitting 283 right now. On base, 372. We like on base. That's the whole thing here. Look, I didn't think you're getting a top 100 prospect for Lorenzen straight up. So I'm not going to sit here and like, well, this is a terrible return. It's fine, I guess. He's a young player, international player. We haven't had enough of those international developed players. Right. He's 20. He's still going to have to develop. Your point, Rico, is he's not going to be here this year.
How do you get that far down the road with a team where a player's got that team on a no-trade clause and you don't have the player's approval? And I really don't think you do. I think Eduardo Rodriguez changed his mind. That's what I think. In lieu of hearing from him, which we will later today, and maybe he'll say it, maybe he won't. But if I watched that news conference today, went back and watched the whole thing. And the nonverbals from Scott Harris, the body language, made it pretty clear to me that Eduardo Rodriguez changed his mind. And I'm not reporting that. I'm not saying I know for a fact. That's what my gut tells me.
So, Woj, I think if we play the blame game, there are plenty of people to blame, from Al Avila to Eduardo Rodriguez. But because he is the man in charge, no matter the reasons, and I'm sure there are some, and we will find out, and some we won't, Scott Harris has to take the hit for this.
Well, yeah, of course. He's the guy in charge. And it does make you think a little bit if why he hasn't hired a GM yet, because it sounds like, I don't think necessarily things slip between the cracks here, but at the very end, with an hour to go, and you saw Scott Harris on the Zoom last night, he did look like a guy who got blindsided. And however it happens, for whatever reason, when you're the guy in charge, you can't get blindsided, because blindsided means you didn't account for every possibility, everything that could have happened.
Ken Rosenthal tweeted or wrote a story for The Athletic saying the pressure on buyers is mounting. But we got our new guy in charge in Scott Harris, and all reports say he set a high price for people who want to deal with the Tigers. I mean, they can't go through today without trading, right? So he's got to, at some point, blink. And so who blinks first? Do the buyers concede to his asking price? Or does Scott Harris say, okay, because they've had preliminary talks. You know that he has talked to teams, and, the buyers being teams like Baltimore, the Reds, Atlanta, maybe, Miami, Houston, the Dodgers, whomever. I mean, not everybody's going to be interested in who you have to offer, but somebody is. And they've had preliminary talks and the outlines of deals, and Scott Harris says, I want A and B, and a team says, well, we'll give you B. And then you go, okay, maybe we'll circle back. But you kind of have an outline of what a team is willing to give up for your guys, and you know what you asked for your guys. And so does Scott Harris take this right down to 6 o'clock and eventually pick up the phone and call somebody and say, okay? Or does it go right down to 6 o'clock and that somebody says, okay, I'll do it for what you want? For the first time in the Ford Field era, the Lions have sold out season tickets. There's officially a wait list in the Motor City. I'm going to assume at one point there was a wait list at the Silverdome, but the Silverdome sat like 80,000. Ford Field, smaller, but I guess I want to hear from the consumers, because you know what we have heard? I came to the station back in 2001. I think it was January of 2001. And at that time, pretty much from then until 2023, we have taken calls with people who call up and say, I'm canceling my season tickets. We would take that call kind of on an annual basis at some point during the season. I'm canceling my season tickets. And now, for the first time in the Ford Field era, the Lions have sold out their season tickets. Here are the defensive players that were amongst the list of 10 players who stood out early in camp. 1, defensive back Brian Branch. First-round talent that dropped to the Lions in round 2. Branch has come to Allen Park with a chip on his shoulder and something to prove. Branch is already working himself into first-team reps with his ability to play both in the box and cover equally well. If Branch continues on his trajectory, it's going to be hard for defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn to take him off the field, especially on passing downs. Okay. That would be useful.
That's very useful, and I know Gator subscribes to this, is the guys in the secondary seem to always get hurt, and they get hurt often.
Yep.
Whether it's for a play, a week, or a month, you have to have depth there. And if you have quality depth, that's huge, because going against someone's what happens in a game, Doug, when a starting cornerback goes out of the game and they replace him with someone off the bench? That guy he's covering immediately gets targeted by the other team. Okay, so to have Brian Branch or anybody, Jerry Jacobs, whoever it is, ready to go if they don't start, that's huge.
Also off the defense, who else has stood out? Defensive lineman Aiden Hutchinson. Hutchinson focused on gaining strength and polishing some movement skills this offseason. The results have him looking like a player about to take the league by storm. Yes, please.
So I was wondering, 248-539-9797, real quick, who's the worst Lions quarterback in your lifetime?
Well, that's a terrific question. And
in your Lion fandom.
Unfortunately, there are many to choose from. And if how far are we going back? We just going 30 years? My lifetime?
Your lifetime.
Okay, all right. I gotta believe at the near the top of that list would be one Ty Detmer. Was 1-3 as a starter, threw 3 touchdowns, and that's where the positives end. 3 fumbles, and had 10 interceptions. This all being, let's go back, 1-3, 4 games.
Yeah. I mean, what was it, 6 or 7 in one game? I think he had 6 against Cleveland. That was the first game after 9/11. And he had another one that was disallowed because of a penalty.
Yep.
Yeah. You know, John, you always, in a weird way, have taught me, just let your play do the talking.
Let your pad speak.
Don't worry about the other stuff. And lately, especially this off season, forgetting about the NCAA stuff, just the things coming from the coach of this football team, from Jim Harbaugh, it's not Michigan-like to me. Bragging about how many guys you think are going to be drafted. They have a Georgia drill, talking national championship.
Well, there's no bragging about the Georgia drill. The Georgia drill is because they haven't beaten Georgia or anybody like Georgia.
Okay, well, they only played Georgia once.
Games. Right, all right, but they've lost to Alabama in a bowl game. They've lost to Florida in a bowl game. They've lost to Georgia in a bowl game. They lost to TCU in a bowl game.
Okay.
Oh, they get to the SEC and they're not ready to play. Because that's the counter to that. That's what we're going to hear next. When they weren't focused on playing Georgia.
And who knows if they're going to play Georgia? Who knows if they make the college football playoffs this year? There's a lot of people that are predicting that they will.
Right. But I don't want to hear Michigan people brag about them right now. I mean,
you don't want to hear Michigan people brag about their team?
Their coach and their players. Just play it cool. Just go out and kick ass.
Let's not celebrate.
Sorry.
Yeah, let's learn who this guy is first.
Wrong sport.
And wrong nation. This is not a Russian player. The Tigers have traded Michael Lorenzen by himself, no package, no sweetener.
So Scott Harris was doing something.
He was doing something.
Okay, just check.
See if it's something good.
Wait till we get what he got.
Lorenzen to the Phillies by himself, no sweetener, no package. 1-for-1. Is this 1-for-1, David?
That's what it looks like.
And it's a second baseman from the Phillies, their farm system. He's not a top 100 player. He's number 5 in their system, a 20-year-old. Hao Yu Lee. He's a Taiwanese second baseman. Your reaction?
Well, looking at it, looks like he won't. He's projected to be at the big ball club now in 2 years, 2025. So he can play 3 positions in the infield. I mean,
he's in high A ball, hitting 283 right now. On base, 372. We like on base. That's the whole thing here. Look, I didn't think you're getting a top 100 prospect for Lorenzen straight up, so I'm not going to sit here and like, well, this is a terrible return. It's fine, I guess. He's a young player, international player. We haven't had enough of those international developed players. Right. He's 20. He's still going to have to develop. Your point, Rico, is he's not going to be here this year. Beautiful Friday, getting you closer to the weekend. 5 o'clock, Brad Holmes. What did he say on the morning show? What does this Jared Goff quote mean? But Rico, the news of the day has been college football's constant upheaval. And we talked about Washington and Oregon to the Big Ten, Colorado going to the Big 12, and it sounds like Arizona right on their heels as well.
Yeah, every now and then we get that day where I want to say it was last year around this time. It was Texas and Oklahoma, and it's just like, oh my God, what are we gonna do? We're gonna do. It was
USC, UCLA,
UCLA. It was Rutgers, Maryland to a lesser extent, but it was like, whoa, you just took two teams like that, which caused the ACC to say, hey, we need to shut down the borders and make sure there's not going to be any more migration leaving our conference.
You want to bring up Notre Dame and where they fit in all this.
A friend of mine, Phil, sent me a question. What does this mean for Notre Dame? And I simply think it means that Notre Dame stays independent. I don't think that the Big Ten is actively pursuing Notre Dame because you don't hear about it. And normally it's like, okay, unlike in baseball or other sports, when you don't hear something, that means something's working out. In college sports, you hear about it first. NBC and Notre Dame have a symbiotic relationship where they work well for each other. And now Notre Dame is kind of in the Big Ten, and NBC is going to kind of use them with the Big Ten because they're going to be the 3:30 game, and they'll promote the Big Ten game later during the Notre Dame game. Mm-hmm. So they're going to be close. They're like cousins, but they will never be in this conference, period. So anybody hoping that with the expansion, maybe Notre Dame can be one of those last couple teams, not going to happen.
Well, Rico, if this goes to the extremes, which who am I to say it's not going to at this point? I mean, it's certainly within the realm of possibility. The Big Ten goes from 18 to 20 to 24. Who the hell knows whenever it stops? If we get to a point where 48 teams are in the combined Big Ten SEC, is Notre Dame still going to sit out by themselves?
If Notre Dame still has the special rules where it'll be, 12 or a 16-team playoff where we take the division winners and Notre Dame has no incentive of joining a conference. You have special rules, special money set aside.
I hate that. Maybe that's what it is.
For you.
I resent Notre Dame. We talk about certain teams who are arrogant. There's nothing more arrogant than special rules and our own conference and our own TV partner.
Privilege is Notre Dame.
Yes.
You don't have to do anything. There's special things that where, you know what? If Notre Dame is 10-2, they're in. Plain and simple. Well, you didn't play anybody. Yeah, but they won 10. And the Notre Dame, they're in. They don't have to share any of their money. It's all theirs. They may not be making as much as the Big Ten, but you know what they don't have to worry about? We make our own decisions. We don't have to get together. And now the Big Ten has to call 18 different teams and all sit around the room to make any types of decisions. You ever tried to order a pizza with 3 people? It's a hard thing to do.
Well, they don't like mushrooms, and I'm vegetarian over there, so no pepperoni or sausage. Okay, so Notre Dame doesn't have any of those issues. But I just thought in a world where money rules everything, which has been the thing you've been hitting me over the head with since we started the show today, because I'm like, hey, I want to keep some traditions, and you've laughed in my face because money ultimately decides everything. Washington and Oregon are taking only half of the money the rest of the Big Ten's getting, but they're doing it because it's more than they would get staying in the Pac-12. What I don't get then is for Notre Dame, who's going to redo their TV deal soon, no one thinks they're going to make what the Big Ten teams are making. Why wouldn't they join the Big Ten, increase the revenue for all parties, themselves included, maintain geography and relevance, not be left out in the cold in the ever-expanding college football landscape? Like, why not? I feel like they should for themselves.
Because if you're Notre Dame, the $20 million that you're not going to make is not worth the peace of mind of knowing I don't have to worry about anybody else. We do what we want to do. And what can't we buy with $80 million that we could have bought with $100 million? What can't, I mean, you're your own independent, your own network. You have the own say so. Yeah. Okay, we're not going to make that much, but okay, fine. You added a swimming pool to your house with a hot tub. We just got a swimming pool. But guess what? We're fine. We're Notre Dame.
David, any ticket text to wrap the hour up? Then we'll get to the golf quote from Brad Holmes.
Yeah, something on the football today. Someone says Des Ridder is a winner. I went to all the Cincinnati games and watched him. I can't wait for him to flourish in Atlanta. Okay. Just think, we'll never see a traditional Rose Bowl ever again. It's a CFP game this season. And that's
okay.
That's
No. I understand, but the Rose Bowl, that tradition's been gone for 10 years now.
David, here's what you do: you go 2 divisions, East and West, and the teams in the West are called Pac-12 teams, and the teams in the East will be called Big Ten teams, and they'll meet in the title game, and we'll call it the Rose Bowl. Is everybody happy now?
Indianapolis would be a little upset, but
everybody else would be happy.
Yeah, what happens with the rotator of the Big Ten championship game? Indy, Rose Bowl.
Is it really that crazy to think the Rose Bowl could become the Big Ten title game? I know I was doing that very tongue-in-cheek, but like, do you consider that possibility now that 4 West Coast teams are in the conference?
I think I like that idea.
No, because
how do they maintain relevance in a 12-team playoff if you don't do this?
Because the thing is, it gives certain teams, it's always with it, a geographical advantage of playing out there.
But that's been there forever.
Right. So
this is your chance to change it? Not that,
you know what?
No, give
Play
me
the
something.
game outside.
Give me a little tradition. Just a little. I know we're losing all of it. Can I sprinkle a little bit of tradition?
The Rose Bowl tradition went away a long time ago.
It did.
They really still got the parade of roses and then the mountains and the sunset.
Right,
it's all there.
Right. You can be stuck in traffic for 5 hours before the game. Yes, all that stuff is there, but the Rose Bowl hasn't meant the same in a long. When you started having players opt out of playing in the Rose Bowl, tradition over.
Yeah. Someone says Notre Dame should be blackballed from the NCAA playoffs until they join a conference.
Amen.
Guys, they don't have to because the
I'd force them
NCAA
to.
is saying, we don't care. Your Notre Dame will make special rules just for you.
Stop doing it for them. We will get to a little bit of Lions talk. It's been a lot of college football.
A little bit of tradition right there. Notre Dame special rules.
We've done a lot of college football. We are going to get down to it murder mystery style. Who killed the Pac-12 at 5:30? But next, Lions football. This Jared Goff quote. What does it mean? It's from Brad Holmes. It's 97.1.
How do you get that far down the road with a team where a player's got that team on a no-trade clause and you don't have the player's approval? And I really don't think you do. I think Eduardo Rodriguez changed his mind. That's what I think. In lieu of hearing from him, which we will later today, and maybe he'll say it, maybe he won't. But if I watched that news conference today, went back and watched the whole thing, and the nonverbals from Scott Harris, the body language, made it pretty clear to me that Eduardo Rodriguez changed his mind. And I'm not reporting that. I'm not saying I know for a fact. That's what my gut tells me.
So, Woj, I think if we play the blame game, there are plenty of people to blame, from Al Avila to Eduardo Rodriguez. but because he is the man in charge, no matter the reasons, and I'm sure there are some, and we will find out, and some we won't, Scott Harris has to take the hit for this.
Well, yeah, of course. He's the guy in charge. And it does make you think a little bit if why he hasn't hired a GM yet, because it sounds like I don't think necessarily things slip between the cracks here. But at the very end, with an hour to go, and you saw Scott Harris on the Zoom last night, he did look like a guy who got blindsided. And however it happens, for whatever reason, when you're the guy in charge, you can't get blindsided, because blindsided means you didn't account for every possibility, everything that could have happened.
Brought to you by DuckDuckGo. When will it end? Oregon, Washington, the latest teams to say to the Pac-12, see ya, that they'll be joining the Big Ten. That's according to reports. The Big Ten will now have 18 teams when all is said and done. The future of the Pac-12, at best, uncertain. The future of Washington State. They say they're disappointed in the departures of their colleague teams, and they're not sure what they will do going forward. Lions signing a journeyman quarterback, Ty Hayes. He was last with New England. Then he won a USFL title last year. Former Browns quarterback Johnny Football, Johnny Manziel, claims he attempted suicide after the Browns cut him in 2016. Tigers, Rays tonight, Comerica Park, 6:40 first pitch right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Reese Olson on the mound for Detroit. Tampa easily swept the Tigers to begin the season down in Florida. Tigers also have claimed lefty Andrew Vasquez off waivers from the Phillies. At the Ticket Update desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, then.
Learn something new about your coworkers every day. 97.1 Friday. Into the weekend we go. Rico, yesterday.
You realize we're 3 weeks away from a real football Friday?
I know, man. Wasn't today kind of a football Friday? We had football last night. We're into football season. It's a football Friday.
Yeah, you may be in here for that show because I was in Lansing and saw the construction. May have to take that Friday off for the Spartan Chippewa game.
Well, it's going to get raucous.
Just construction, like, hey, I know we were going to fix the damn roads, but did we have to wait till now?
To the eve of the season.
You know what? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No,
I'm not going to derail
good.
this.
You're good. I appreciate you. Okay, here's the deal. Morning show yesterday, Brad Holmes talking to Stoney and Jansen, and they asked him about general manager duties, like re-signing players and trying to stay ahead and retain as much of this good team as he can. And the conversation shifted to Jared Goff. Now, before we play this, I want you to listen to it, and I want you to be a Brad Holmes whisperer. I want you to tell me what this Jared Goff quote means. What does that mean? Do the right thing for the franchise.
I think it means exactly what you think it means. We're going to ride this thing out and wait and see what he does. We don't want to re-sign this man right now, and he goes back to being the Jared Goff that we all thought he was. We're willing to risk it knowing he lights this thing up. He takes us to the playoffs. We win the division. He wins a playoff game. It's Daniel Jones all over again. You can be paying somebody money that you probably didn't want to pay, but you kind of have to. But you're gambling, because if he goes and he's not who you think he is, you already drafted Hendon Hooker, you can let him go.
We saw, who was the quarterback last week? Justin Herbert signed 2 years early, get locked up and get paid north of $50 million a season. Jared Goff has 2 years left on his deal. Mm-hmm. I'm of the belief if they viewed him anywhere near that caliber of quarterback, there wouldn't be a lot of talking. There would be a lot of signing and ink drying and a contract agreed to. When he says we're up front, that's kind of him saying, and you guys tell me if I'm reading this wrong, but I'm with you, Rico. Very transparent with Jared means he's in the loop. He knows we're not leaving him in the cold, but we got to do what's right for the team, which means don't pay Jared Goff right now.
It ranks right up there with, hey, Jared, we're going to draft this quarterback, but he's hurt. So he can't be any threat to you this year, but we are. You're in the loop. You hear all this, Jared Goff's a leader. Jared Goff is this. If Jared Goff was your guy, this would be over. Because it's not over, it tells me he's not really your guy. You're hoping he will be that person. But right now, you're going to wait and see. If you're the Lions, it's worth the risk to wait, because you may not have to pay him anything, and you can start the Hendon Hooker era next year.
Yeah, you guys know how I feel about Goff, so I'm trying to take my bias out of it and just analyze what the general manager of our football team thinks. And to me, it says I'm not sold on Jared Goff. I can still be sold on him. He still has 2 more years under contract, and I've bought myself some leverage, because if he struggles, keep in mind the expectation, we talked about it yesterday, season tickets sold out, home playoff game. You want to see how Goff performs in the playoffs. And if he struggles, you have somebody on the mend who you are preparing as a contingency. You're hedging your bets. I don't think Brad Holmes is sold on Jared Goff, and I think that quote, while he didn't say much, said enough. Mm-hmm. I think, Rico, there's a chance they could play this out 2 years. Take 2 full seasons and say, we need to see Goff do it in the postseason this year. And if they're not satisfied, let's say he doesn't deliver, they can give him yet another year to do it right. 2 years gives Hendon Hooker time to heal, go through a full preseason next year, maybe get in some game reps. I think they could wait as long as 2 years.
I think it's this year. If this is not the year, and they'll wait the entire year, but if next year he hasn't signed, there's the handwriting on the wall. You're a lame duck quarterback. The second we can get Hendon Hooker in the game to see what he could do, if you're Jared Goff, you better hope that Hooker falls on his face. Because if not, that's our guy. Rookie contract. We'll just let you go at the end of the year.
It's a little bit like what the Vikings are dealing with, though. Cousins is on the last year of his deal. He's a lame duck quarterback, but if he plays well enough this year, they're not going to kick him to the curb.
No, you're going to have to pay him. It's the risk that you are. And guys, let's face it. At some point, Jared Goff's going to collect a ton of money. It's either going to be here or someplace else. The Lions know we got to write this check, but I'm not willing to lock in. Do you think the Giants really wanted to sign Daniel Jones?
I would hope not.
They drug their feet as long as they possibly could until it was just like, I guess we got to sign
And I think if Saquon Barkley was on a longer-term deal, you tell me, wouldn't they have franchise tagged Daniel Jones, kick it down one more year, kick the can one more year?
Yeah, you need a quarterback. You don't need a running back.
The Lions could, in theory, go 3 years to evaluate Jared Goff. Now, if he does it this year, then you know and you pay him.
No.
But if he doesn't, you can go one more and then another and then a franchise
We drafted
tag.
Hendon Hooker for a reason. Hendon Hooker, before the injury, was a first-round selection quarterback. He was up for the Heisman. As a matter of fact, he was on my Heisman watch list. I don't know if that means anything, but he was one of the guys that I was really like, this guy is good. He's putting up numbers in Tennessee. I know gimmicky offense doesn't matter. Lions took a chance on him because it's kind of their insurance policy in case this thing doesn't work. But let's say we are good and we'll never draft that high again in the draft. Let's go ahead and get a quarterback now. It's damaged goods, but we can rehab him. And we're prepared in case this Goff thing goes south. If Goff was anything, he would have been signed by now. They would have locked him up.
And they wouldn't have drafted Hooker.
The Lions see exactly what we see. They're going to wait. Yes.
I'm in
Dave.
a classroom right now. I think Brad Holmes is saying something a little different, but I have to play this cut to give you my answer. I think Brad Holmes told you exactly what he's thinking about Jared Goff right there. He talks about we have to retain good players, our core players, and he names Jonah Jackson, Penei Sewell, St. Brown, and he starts to name Jared Goff, and then he stops.
You can't afford them all.
I think he was trying to tell you that he thinks that Jared Goff is part of the core here, and that he's going to re-sign him.
Yeah, but David, I think he's also implying you can't keep everybody. He also didn't mention Aiden Hutchinson, who, if he has a big year,
but that's
is going to be
away.
Well, that's my point. You have a couple years to make these decisions. It's why he's not making a move with an extension for Jared Goff today, because if Hutch has a Bosa-like step forward, I'll start peeling off $20-30 million. And if Sewell's going to get paid, you saw what's Andrew Thomas, the Giant, got paid. You start thinking about how quickly this cap space goes away.
Oh, no.
You have to plan for everybody, not just Goff.
I think it's easy to set up a contract for Goff after this year or even before this year to where his guarantees is gone before you ever have to think about paying Aiden Hutchinson, before you ever have to start thinking about paying St. Brown. They can work around that. Cap will go up anyway. I think he's saying core player is Jared Goff.
This is St. Brown's third season, meaning next year.
Start talking contract extension.
Next year, at the end of this season, St. Brown will be in the last year of his deal. Jared Goff will be in the last year of his deal. Penei Sewell, they'll have to decide on a fifth-year option and then presumably start looking towards a massive extension. I think that clip says we don't know because we have so many great young players that we don't want to make a commitment to Goff yet. Now, what does he need to see to extend Goff? I mean, that's open to interpretation. But Rico, in his playoff career, he has underwhelmed. Jared Goff has never had a multi-touchdown game in the playoffs his entire career. The year they went to the Super Bowl, he threw one touchdown pass that entire postseason.
Okay, now your Goff bias is kicking in. But let me save you. If you sign Goff, you may not be able to sign all the other young pieces.
Right.
If you let Goff walk, you can sign St. Brown, Sewell. You can sign everybody else.
Aiden, Jonah Jackson.
Because you now have Hendon Hooker on a rookie deal for the next 3 years.
But you're not going to know
after this season.
But you're not going to know what you have in Hendon Hooker at the end of this season.
But they're telling you you're rolling the dice with Goff. You'll roll the dice with Hendon Hooker and see. Because if
That's
not,
why I think it's 2 years. Unless Goff goes above and beyond, I think it's 2 years. So you give a year of true evaluation to Hendon Hooker. You use both years still on Jared Goff's contract. You settle the Sewell and St. Brown situations.
No. But here's the thing. Once you bench, let's just say you end up benching Goff next year, week 3,
I'm not
4.
predicting that or projecting that.
I'm just saying you bench him, and it's not because of injury. He's not coming back.
I agree.
You've officially written him off, and at that point, Hooker now has 2 years before you realize what you have in him before you go out looking for another quarterback.
Hooker's not ready to play this year. If you bench Goff, it's irrelevant.
No, not this year.
Oh, you're saying the following.
Next year.
Yeah.
Hooker's not playing this year.
Right. It's a
but
redshirt
next year, in Goff's final year.
That's what I'm saying. 2 years from now.
He gets benched. He's done.
I just think in theory it sounds great to say 2 years, but say he does go to the playoffs or gets them close and it's not his fault and they win 10 games and just don't make it, or 9 games or whatever, his agent's not going to want to go into that final year without a contract extension.
David, you know what I want you to do for me? I want you to answer this question. And you guys, you could chime in as well, 248-539-9797. Let's just say Goff has a year, the Lions win, but he has a year like Brock Purdy had. What do you do? David's answer next, 97.1.
Ken Rosenthal tweeted or wrote a story for The Athletic saying the pressure on buyers is mounting. But we got our new guy in charge in Scott Harris, and all reports say he set a high price for people who want to deal with the Tigers. I mean, they can't go through today without trading, right? So he's got to, at some point, blink. And so who blinks first? Do the buyers concede to his asking price? Or does Scott Harris say, okay, because they've had preliminary talks. You know that he has talked to teams, and the buyers being teams like Baltimore, the Reds, Atlanta, maybe Miami, Houston, the Dodgers, whomever. I mean, not everybody's going to be interested in who you have to offer, but somebody is. And they've had preliminary talks and the outlines of deals. And Scott Harris says, I want A and B. And a team says, well, we'll give you B. And then you go, okay, maybe we'll circle back. But you kind of have an outline of what a team is willing to give up for your guys. And you know what you asked for your guys. And so does Scott Harris take this right down to 6 o'clock and eventually pick up the phone and call somebody and say, okay? Or does it go right down to 6 o'clock and that somebody says, okay, I'll do it for what you want? For the first time in the Ford Field era, the Lions have sold out season tickets. There's officially a wait list in the Motor City. I'm going to assume at one point there was a wait list at the Silverdome, but the Silverdome sat like 80,000. Ford Field, smaller, but I guess I want to hear from the consumers. Because you know what we have heard? I came to the station back in 2001. I think it was January 2001. And at that time, pretty much from then until 2023, we have taken calls with people who call up and say, I'm canceling my season tickets. We would take that call kind of on an annual basis at some point during the season, I'm canceling my season tickets. And now, for the first time in the Ford Field era, the Lions have sold out their season tickets.
It's from the morning show. They're out at Lions training camp. That's general manager Brad Holmes. What does that Goff quote mean? Rico, you and I took it to mean no deal imminent. We're going to do what's right for the franchise, which means, go out and prove it. In other words, they're not sold on Jared Goff. If they were, much like Justin Herbert, who just got paid, Goff would already have a freshly inked contract. He doesn't. He's in the loop. They're not trying to blindside him. They're transparent, but it's not coming yet.
Right, because if you sign him now, it's going to be for less money than if you wait another year. You could save yourself maybe $5-6 million. But we got to wait and see. Now, my question was, because I know David and his love for Brock Purdy and how he said Brock Purdy did nothing last year. So I'm saying the Lions win 10 games. They win the division. But Jared Goff was very Brock Purdy-esque.
What happens?
What do you do?
I can argue with you that he's already been Brock Purdy-esque, going 8-2 in the second half of last year. If he continues that, yes, you pay the man after the season.
So even though he didn't technically win the games,
if
he just happened to be the guy under center,
he ain't hurting
you. Pay him.
He ain't hurting you.
Okay.
Meaning he ain't turning the ball over. He ain't doing anything stupid to lose games.
Okay.
And that's all I want to see from Brock Purdy, by the way. Just do it again. That's all.
See, but therein lies the conundrum, because Holmes went on to lay out other players who are key core pieces. They also have to re-sign Jonah Jackson, Penei Sewell, Amon-Ra St. Brown. If Goff is merely not losing the games, should you give him $50 million a season? If that happens, I'll answer your hypothetical. If he has a Purdy kind of season where he just kind of exists and gets you into the right looks, I drag this out another year. I'm prepared to wait 2 years if and unless Jared Goff takes a leap forward and performs like an elite quarterback.
See, that's just it. He's not, because he's not a gunslinger. Jared Goff's, when he stays in his lane, dink, dunk, hit St. Brown on a crossing route, hit the wide open tight end, maybe Jahmyr Gibbs out the backfield. That's where he lives. He's not known for the deep passes.
And while I joke with you a lot about Brock Purdy,
was it Reynolds that it was literally waiting for the ball to get there against the Vikings and waiting, and it never got there?
Yes.
He's wide open.
Right. And while I joke with you a lot about Brock Purdy, I think it was the playoff game. Then he had 3 touchdown passes. So that was a little bit more than just not
you putting a little
losing
respect on his name now.
I have fun with it a little bit with you, but yeah, he had that type of game.
3 touchdown passes in a game, something Jared Goff has not done in 6 different postseason games he's played in. I'm just saying, if he's 1 touchdown pass, 175 yards passing, win or lose, that doesn't scream to me a guy I got to pay $50 million a year, especially knowing he would still be under contract for yet another season.
Yes.
I would, at that point, I'd wait. I'd let Hooker develop. I'd give Goff a second chance to do it again, to take another step.
No.
I'm not going to be forced to extend a guy who's just managing the game.
Here's the thing. That's pretty much every NFL quarterback. So this is a business. If you don't like it, you're in the wrong business. There's only 4 or 5 elite quarterbacks that you feel good paying. All the other quarterbacks are making a ton of money, and they're not great.
So don't do what
But that's
Rex
the
Giants
price-
did. Then you don't pay Daniel Jones.
Then what are you going to do? Start over?
Good thing you're developing somebody. I don't have to make the decision after next season.
Or you can argue you do what they did with Daniel Jones. They didn't give him $40 million.
They did. He's making $40
No,
million.
but they didn't.
Right, but look at what $40 million is now, is what I'm saying.
Right. And see, you're looking at it, they're paying him a ton of money. At some point, it was like when Stafford made that money, and we all were like, but Stafford never won anything. He was in the right place, right time. Now, that's a bargain. So the same is going to happen with Goff. He's going to make a lot of money, and he's not going to earn it. But name a quarterback in the NFL that really does earn it that's not named Mahomes or Burrow or Allen.
My point is, you don't have to commit to Jared Goff if he has a so-so season. You have playoff aspirations.
Well, if he has a so-so season, then I think that they'll probably start looking at Hendon Hooker.
Right, but you need to separate Lions season and how the quarterback plays. The team could win 10 games and he
Right.
could have a so-so season because of the caliber of roster
Correct.
they've built around him.
But I think at that point, with all the other contracts coming up now, as Brad Holmes, it's a business decision.
Sure.
And if we don't pay him $40 million a year, we could divvy that up to our offensive tackle, to our wide receiver.
That's my point. Do you want to keep this offensive line?
Well, but here's also a thing here, and Kenny has brought this up. I don't know why he doesn't want to sit on the air right now, but his theory is, what if Jared Goff wants to just keep the core and take less?
Well, then God bless. I would love that. That'd be
If
great.
he says, you know what, we need to keep Sewell, we need to St. Brown, go get
that's
somebody
amazing.
else.
That's the greatest scenario in the
And
world.
but you're not liking the numbers because you're looking at the numbers. It is still $45 a year, but that's way less than what the top guys are getting.
In order to pull that stunt off, he's made it to the NFC Championship game.
Okay, fair.
You don't get to do that as a marginal quarterback.
Or you're Aaron Rodgers, who's like 40 years
Correct.
old. Yeah.
You've won MVPs.
Yeah.
You've won a Super Bowl. You don't get to do that. Just says, please don't cut me. I'll take a pay cut if you're a marginal QB.
Let's get Tom's thoughts. Tom, you're on 97.1.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey.
Hey, great day. Hey, I'd just like to say, I think Holmes is thinking that he already knows that Goff. I mean, look what he did on the Rams. They had the good running game. I'm not going to get into all that, but I think that Hooker's going to start next year. And let's just project a couple years forward, because you asked to put ourselves in Brad's shoes. Let's just say that he does ride on Goff or whatever. He made that trade. Let's not forget, for his legacy, he did pass on Justin Fields if he turns out to be good. So I think that they already know that you have to be more dynamic than Goff with his legs, and he can't push the ball downfield. So I think Goff's going to be gone. Maybe get one more year, but that'll be it.
The only danger in doing it after one more season is Hendon Hooker redshirted this season. You'd be handing him the job without any idea of what he is, which is why I think it's 2 years. Goff's the quarterback this year and the year after, unless he's awful and you have to move on, or he's so great that you extend him and then you say, Hendon Hooker, you're the backup.
But I think after Hendon Hooker, if that's the case, then you try to get Hooker in some of the games at the end of this season.
Assuming he's
couple of plays, couple of series, and then next year, Jim, this isn't the old NFL where you get a whole year to kind of redshirt and then you got another year to this isn't like with Steve McNair. Rookie quarterbacks and young, you're thrown into the mix. Show me what you got.
Well, he's coming off a torn ACL. It's a little different.
No, and that's why I said next year.
Oh, yes.
No, this year, if he gets in the final weeks, you had great rehabilitation. I'm talking next year. If you haven't signed Goff, then that means you're playing him early to see what you have, and maybe they'll continue this great communication with Goff and say, hey, We're gonna play the red shirt rookie here and see what he has, because he's probably gonna be your replacement.
Yeah, we're getting inside the head of Brad Holmes, who says, we've been transparent with Jared. We'll keep it in-house. We're going to do the right thing for the franchise. What does do the right thing for the franchise mean? Does it mean get a deal done now? Wait a year. Wait till you see Hendon Hooker. Wait 2 years. Wait till you see what golf looks like without Ben Johnson. What is the right thing to do for the franchise? It's 97.1.
All right, guys. Fall is coming. We're talking football. That means classes are also going to be starting at Specs at LTU. And now is the time for you to enroll right here on the campus of Lawrence Tech in Southfield. You're going to be taught by instructors who work in the business like yours truly. I'm signing up for a class, so you may end up in my course. If you're interested in radio, TV, you're a graphic design artist, Specs at LTU is the place for you. But you better hurry up, because classes will be starting in roughly about 3 weeks. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program at Specs at LTU. And then while you're there, enroll at Specs at LTU certificate program today, because classes start in 3 weeks. You don't want to wait.
Here are the defensive players that were amongst the list of 10 players who stood out early in camp. 1, defensive back Brian Branch. First-round talent that dropped to the Lions in round 2. Branch has come to Allen Park with a chip on his shoulder and something to prove. Branch is already working himself into first-team reps with his ability to play both in the box and cover equally well. If Branch continues on his trajectory, it's going to be hard for defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn to take him off the field, especially on passing downs. Okay. That would be useful.
That's very useful. And I know Gator subscribes to this, is the guys in the secondary seem to always get hurt, and they get hurt often.
Yep.
Whether it's for a play, a week, or a month, you have to have depth there. And if you have quality depth, that's huge, because going against someone's what happens in a game, Doug, when a starting cornerback goes out of the game and they replace him with someone off the bench? That guy he's covering immediately gets targeted by the other team. Okay, so to have Brian Branch or anybody, Jerry Jacobs, whoever it is, ready to go if they don't start, that's huge.
Also off the defense, who else has stood out? Defensive lineman Aiden Hutchinson. Hutchinson focused on gaining strength and polishing some movement skills this offseason, and the results have him looking like a player about to take the league by storm. Yes, please.
So I was wondering, 248-539-9797, real quick. Who's the worst Lions quarterback in your lifetime?
Well, that's a terrific question. And
in your Lion fandom.
Unfortunately, there are many to choose from. And if how far are we going back? We just going 30 years? My lifetime?
Your lifetime.
Okay, all right. I got to believe at the near the top of that list would be one Ty Detmer. Was 1-3 as a starter, threw 3 touchdowns, and that's where the positives end. 3 fumbles, and had 10 interceptions. This all being, let's go back, 1-3, 4 games.
Yeah. I mean, what was it, 6 or 7 in one game? I think he had 6 against Cleveland. That was the first game after 9/11. And he had another one that was disallowed because of a penalty.
Yep.
Yeah. You know, John, you always, in a weird way, have taught me, just let your play do the talking.
Let your pad speak.
Don't worry about the other stuff. And lately, especially this off season, forgetting about the NCAA stuff, just the things coming from the coach of this football team, from Jim Harbaugh, it's not Michigan-like to me. Bragging about how many guys you think are going to be drafted. They have a Georgia drill, talking national championship.
Well, there's no bragging about the Georgia drill. The Georgia drill is because they haven't beaten Georgia or anybody like Georgia.
Okay, well, they only played Georgia once.
Games. Right, all right, but they've lost to Alabama in a bowl game. They've lost to Florida in a bowl game. They've lost to Georgia in a bowl game. They lost to TCU in a bowl game.
Okay.
Oh, they get to the SEC and they're not ready to play. Because that's the counter to that.
Mixing the phones, ticket text, talking Lions, Jared Goff, the quote from Brad Holmes, we have to do what's right for the franchise. Said they've had transparent conversations with Jared Goff, but we're going to do the right thing for the franchise. What does that mean to you? Scott, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, I think Brad Holmes knows he has to sign him, Goff, and he's just trying to get him for the best deal. He's not trying to show his hand because, Goff's got leverage. You're talking about a 3-time Pro Bowler who actually played in a Super Bowl, won 2 road games in the playoffs, and when you finally gave him receivers, he was top 6 in the league in 5 major quarterback categories. This guy has leverage. The sooner we sign him, the cheaper it'll be.
Scott, you say he's got big postseason performances. I'm staring at all 6 of his game logs right now. Give me the big playoff game Jared Goff has played.
I didn't say he had big postseason. I said his record's 3-3, and he won 2 road games.
Okay, in those 2 road games, 9 of 19 for 155 yards, 21 of 20. What?
Did they win?
Did he play well? That's the question. You're talking about making a $50 million a year commitment to a player.
But that's not a real good question. Did he do enough to win?
Scott, so did the tackles who may have missed blocks and the running backs who may not have hit the holes. They all win. It's a team game. How did he play at quarterback? 9 of 19.
Good enough to win.
Sustained winning has to come because your quarterback can do things that others can't. 9 of 19 for 155 yards. The other road playoff win that he's referring to is what? The New Orleans game? 25 of 40, 297 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. It's better, not much better. The year they went to the Super Bowl, he threw 1 touchdown pass in the entire postseason, and I got a rush to pay him? Is it wrong to say, let me see what he does in a Lions playoff game?
You know what? It's not a rush to pay him. I do think that Brad Holmes has to sit back, and let's be real. It's the question we're all dancing around. Can this man win us a Super Bowl? If the answer is no, you can't pay him the money. If you believe the answer is yes, you pay him the money. The fact that he does not have a contract says they don't believe he can win them a Super Bowl. Show us. Go out there, show us what you have. You don't have to win it this year, but show us you're on the path of getting there.
Show us you're capable. Rico, I'll give you the bell ding. If they felt they already had that guy, the deal is already done. Yep. So they aren't sold yet.
The Chargers believe they have that guy.
And whether they're right or wrong, they are convicted. They have conviction in their organization, and they made the move.
Lions are lukewarm.
And I don't blame them. They got In theory, a young quarterback they're grooming, they've got a more stable veteran that they need to see a little more out of. They don't have to make a decision today, tomorrow, a year, maybe even 2 years.
Because here's what happens. Because I always say they're the same quarterback. You could just end up like the Minnesota Vikings, where you put up numbers and then what? Under Cousins. They don't know what they're going to do because I don't think the Vikings believe that Cousins can win them a Super Bowl, which is why they haven't paid him.
And they're staring down the possibility of moving on from him at the end of this season.
Right.
And they took it to the final season of his contract, which is a possible avenue if Holmes wants to do that.
And the fact that you brought in Hendon Hooker, he's injured. Yes, you're going to rehab him this year. Next year, if Goff hasn't sold you, I think that they will just move. They've told you they've moved on. They didn't. If Hendon Hooker was drafted in the 6th, 7th round, I'd say Goff was safe. They took Hendon Hooker early, and they knew he was injured. That tells me we don't have to rush him, but, yeah, this may be our backup. This kid was pretty good when he was playing. So,
to Scott's point, he goes, well, he won the game. Do I need to list off bad quarterbacks who have won a playoff game? Like, that's not the grounds to extend a guy on his own that his team won. You have to play well in the playoffs.
Got Daniel Jones some money, $40 million.
Well, I don't think they should have paid Daniel Jones, but we're not doing New York radio. Let's go to James. James, you're up next. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
So, this whole Goff thing, I kind of feel like he's waiting it out, Goff and the front office, obviously. I think Goff realizes from his time in L.A. that he needs people around him, whether it be an offensive line, weapons on in the receiving core, or even more help on defense. So do you guys think there's a possibility that Goff could take somewhat of a hometown discount and he's waiting for guys like Jonah Jackson to get paid before he decides to get a deal himself?
I mean, there's a world where he waits until Jonah Jackson and Amon-Ra St. Brown and Penei Sewell get paid. I just don't bank on a guy being that selfless. If he is, great. He's $1 in a million. I know Brady did some of that. Mahomes is grappling with it. It's just rare to see a guy do that.
You don't get hometown discount without rings, without titles. Hometown discount means we got a championship team and I want to keep this thing rolling. Right now, Goff knows, man, I'm one injury away from being out of this league. I need to get every dollar I can.
And he saw
about this.
One team already gave up on him.
Hometown discount? I know we're not, but Daniel Jones could have said, you know what, I don't need all this money. Pay Saquon some of it.
I don't fault the guy who wants to get his.
And you know what he said? Pay me my money.
Right. And I wouldn't fault Goff if he didn't want to give a hometown discount. I don't fault any athlete
No, you don't
who
have
goes,
to give up no hometown discount.
You shouldn't have
the same people who say give up a hometown discount, the same ones say, well, you know, Erod had the right to veto the trade. It's in his contract. There's nowhere it says I got to give you anything. Pay me my money.
Let's go to Sully. Sully, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Cooks and the Reeks.
Hey.
I love this topic, man. You know what? I've been waiting to tell people this for a while. You know, the way Holmes is handling this is just perfect. We're keeping all of our options open. What it's really saying is what I would tell any of these spoiled brat players. If I was the GM, here's the deal, dude. You're going to play until the end of your contract. I'll talk to you at the last minute, and I'm either going to kick you to the curb or pay you some loot. None of this. I hate it when, these guys hold out when they want an extension before, you know, they're
So Sully, I get it. You're kind of old school when it comes to this, but there have to be exceptions.
Yeah.
Like
This
there have to be exceptions.
This
like,
isn't how the business works.
Like if Patrick Mahomes has a year left and he wants to get paid, would you take Patrick Mahomes to the brink, or would you get it done early?
I would get it done early, but Jared Goff's not Patrick Mahomes.
That's my point. That's my point.
But here's the thing, Sully. If Goff goes to the end, and at the end of that contract, that's the year that the Lions let's say they make it to the Super Bowl. He's walking in there, and where you could have had him for maybe $45 million, you're going to be paying him a whole lot of money because you gambled and you lost.
I got it, Reeks, but you said it a minute ago. You know what? That's the price you pay. If he's worth it, then he's worth it. You look at the market. and you look at the guys you brought in, you didn't bring in Hendon Hooker that early because you really thought that Goff was the guy. You draft this kid high, and he's injured, and you bring him in. You're saying Goff ain't the long-term answer. It's not telling anybody that, but that's kind of what it says to me.
Okay. It's fair enough. We asked the question, what does Holmes mean by we're going to do the right thing for the franchise?
Listen, dude. Last minute.
We're going to sit there on the clock until it strikes midnight, and then and only then will we pay him.
You know what? Maybe we can start talking after the Thanksgiving Day game, but not before. Let me eat my turkey first, then we'll talk.
Coming up next, it's the big story today, the death of the Pac-12. Bye-bye Washington and Oregon. They're going to the Big Ten. More reports. Not going to be anything left of the Pac-12, not after very long. Coming up next, who's responsible for the death of the Pac-12? Who's responsible for killing the Pac-12? It's 97.1.
That's what we're going to hear next. When they weren't focused on playing Georgia.
And who knows if they're going to play Georgia? Who knows if they make the college football playoffs this year? There's a lot of people that are predicting that they will.
Right. But I don't want to hear Michigan people brag about them right now. I mean,
You don't want to hear Michigan people brag about their team?
They're their coach and their players. Just play it cool. Just go out and kick ass.
Let's not celebrate.
Sorry.
Yeah, let's learn who this
Wrong
guy
sport.
is first.
Wrong sport.
And wrong nation. This is not a Russian player. The Tigers have traded Michael Lorenzen by himself, no package, no sweetener.
So Scott Harris was doing something.
He doing something.
Okay, just check.
See if it's something
Just
good.
wait till we get what he got.
Lorenzen to the Phillies by himself, no sweetener, no package. 1 for 1. Is this 1 for 1, David?
That's what it looks like.
And it's a second baseman from the Phillies, their farm system. He's not a top 100 player. He's number 5 in their system, a 20-year-old. Hao Yu Lee. He's a Taiwanese second baseman. Your reaction?
Well, looking at it, looks like he won't. He's projected to be at the big ball club now in 2 years, 2025. So he can play 3 positions in the infield. I mean,
he's in high A ball, hitting 283 right now. On base, 372. We like on base. That's the whole thing here. Look, I didn't think you're getting a top 100 prospect for Lorenzen straight up. So I'm not going to sit here and like, well, this is a terrible return. It's fine, I guess. He's a young player, international player. We haven't had enough of those international developed players. Right. He's 20. He's still going to have to develop.
I think Brad Holmes told you exactly what he's thinking about Jared Goff right there. He talks about we have to retain good players, our core players, and he names Jonah Jackson, Penei Sewell, St. Brown, and he starts to name Jared Goff, and then he stops.
You can't afford them all.
I think he was trying to tell you that he thinks that Jared Goff is part of the core here and that he's going to re-sign him.
Yeah, but David, I think he's also implying you can't keep everybody. He also didn't mention Aiden Hutchinson, who, if he has a big year,
but that's
is going to be
away.
Well, that's my point. You have a couple years to make these decisions. It's why he's not making a move with an extension for Jared Goff today, because if Hutch has a Bosa-like step forward, I'll start peeling off $20-30 million. And if Sewell's going to get paid, you saw what's Andrew Thomas, the Giant, got paid. You start thinking about how quickly this cap space goes away.
Oh, no.
You have to plan for everybody, not just Goff.
I think it's easy to set up a contract for Goff after this year or even before this year to where his guarantees is gone before you ever have to think about paying Aiden Hutchinson.
Let's not celebrate.
Sorry.
Yeah, let's learn who this guy is first.
Wrong sport.
And wrong nation. This is not a Russian player. The Tigers have traded Michael Lorenzen by himself, no package, no sweetener.
So Scott Harris was doing something.
He doing something.
Okay, just check.
See if it's something
Just
good.
wait till we get what he got.
Lorenzen to the Phillies by himself, no sweetener, no package. 1 for 1. Is this 1 for 1, David?
That's what it looks like.
And it's a second baseman from the Phillies, their farm system. He's not a top 100 player. He's number 5 in their system, a 20-year-old. Hao Yu Lee. He's a Taiwanese second baseman. Your reaction?
Well, looking at it, looks like he won't. He's projected to be at the big ball club now in 2 years, 2025. So he could play 3 positions in the infield. I mean,
he's in high A ball, hitting 283 right now. On base, 372. We like on base. That's the whole thing here. Look, I didn't think you're getting a top 100 prospect for Lorenzen straight up. So I'm not going to sit here and like, well, this is a terrible return. It's fine, I guess. He's a young player, international player. We haven't had enough of those international developed players. Right. He's 20. He's still going to have to develop. Your point, Rico, is he's not going to be here this year.
How do you get that far down the road with a team where a player's got that team on a no-trade clause and you don't have the player's approval? And I really don't think you do. I think Eduardo Rodriguez changed his mind. That's what I think. In lieu of hearing from him, which we will later today, and maybe he'll say it, maybe he won't. But if I watched that news conference today, went back and watched the whole thing. And the nonverbals from Scott Harris, the body language, made it pretty clear to me that Eduardo Rodriguez changed his mind. And I'm not reporting that. I'm not saying I know for a fact. That's what my gut tells me.
So, Woj, I think if we play the blame game, there are plenty of people to blame, from Al Avila to Eduardo Rodriguez, but because he is the man in charge, no matter the reasons, and I'm sure there are some that we will find out and some we won't, Scott Harris has to take the hit for this.
Well, yeah, of course. He's the guy in charge. And it does make you think a little bit if why he hasn't hired a GM yet, because it sounds like, I don't think necessarily things slip between the cracks here, but at the very end, with an hour to go, and you saw Scott Harris on the Zoom last night, he did look like a guy who got blindsided. And however it happens, for whatever reason, when you're the guy in charge, you can't get blindsided, because blindsided means you didn't account for every possibility, everything that could have happened.
Ken Rosenthal tweeted or wrote a story for The Athletic saying the pressure on buyers is mounting. But we got our new guy in charge in Scott Harris, and all reports say he set a high price for people who want to deal with the Tigers. I mean, they can't go through today without trading, right? So he's got to, at some point, blink. And so who blinks first? Do the buyers concede to his asking price? Or does Scott Harris say, okay, because they've had preliminary talks. You know that he has talked to teams, and, the buyers being teams like Baltimore, the Reds, Atlanta, maybe, Miami, Houston, the Dodgers, whomever. I mean, not everybody's going to be interested in who you have to offer, but somebody is. And they've had preliminary talks and the outlines of deals, and Scott Harris says, I want A and B, and a team says, well, we'll give you B. And then you go, okay, maybe we'll circle back. But you kind of have an outline of what a team is willing to give up for your guys, and you know what you asked for your guys. And so does Scott Harris take this right down to 6 o'clock and eventually pick up the phone and call somebody and say, okay? Or does it go right down to 6 o'clock and that somebody says, okay, I'll do it for what you want? For the first time in the Ford Field era, the Lions have sold out season tickets. There's officially a wait list in the Motor City. I'm going to assume at one point there was a wait list at the Silverdome, but the Silverdome sat like 80,000. Ford Field, smaller, but I guess I want to hear from the consumers, because you know what we have heard? I came to the station back in 2001. I think it was January of 2001. And at that time, pretty much from then until 2023, we have taken calls with people who call up and say, I'm canceling my season tickets. We would take that call kind of on an annual basis at some point during the season. I'm canceling my season tickets. And now, for the first time in the Ford Field era, the Lions have sold out their season tickets. Here are the defensive players that were amongst the list of 10 players who stood out early in camp. 1, defensive back Brian Branch. First-round talent that dropped to the Lions in round 2. Branch has come to Allen Park with a chip on his shoulder and something to prove. Branch is already working himself into first-team reps with his ability to play both in the box and cover equally well. If Branch continues on his trajectory, it's going to be hard for defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn to take him off the field, especially on passing downs. Okay. That would be useful.
That's very useful, and I know Gator subscribes to this, is the guys in the secondary seem to always get hurt, and they get hurt often.
Yep.
Whether it's for a play, a week, or a month, you have to have depth there. And if you have quality depth, that's huge, because going against someone's what happens in a game, Doug, when a starting cornerback goes out of the game and they replace him with someone off the bench? That guy he's covering immediately gets targeted by the other team. Okay, so to have Brian Branch or anybody, Jerry Jacobs, whoever it is, ready to go if they don't start, that's huge.
Also off the defense, who else has stood out? Defensive lineman Aiden Hutchinson. Hutchinson focused on gaining strength and polishing some movement skills this offseason, and the results have him looking like a player about to take the league by storm. Yes, please.
So I was wondering, 248-539-9797, real quick, who's the worst Lions quarterback in your lifetime?
Well, that's a terrific question. And
in your Lion fandom.
Unfortunately, there are many to choose from. And if how far are we going back? We just going 30 years? My lifetime?
Your lifetime.
Okay, all right. I gotta believe at the near the top of that list would be one Ty Detmer. Was 1-3 as a starter, threw 3 touchdowns, and that's where the positives end. $97.1. Got Tiger baseball coming up 6:10. It's Tigers and Rays. It's CMU night. Fire up chips.
You going down there?
Is it?
It
Wow.
is. They didn't ask me to throw out the first pitch.
Well, you threw it out for Michigan night, right?
Oh, stop. Who is throwing out the first pitch tonight? Did we get a famous Chippewa? Is it like Antonio Brown?
We've reached the point you may be getting a phone call.
Hey, Jim, can you make your way down here?
Wait, did he go to Michigan or did he go to Did he really go to Central?
Maybe get Eric Fisher out there. I don't know. Rico, it's been a fun week. It's good stuff. Appreciate you having me in.
Cookies, yeah. You brought it all week like you normally do. I got a little cherry on top for the who killed the Pac-12. It's dead. But we now are starting to find out why. Oregon was the linchpin. Oregon, for a second today, early this morning, around 8 o'clock in the morning, Oregon was headed back to the Pac-12. And then they decided, nah, you guys can't take care of us financially. You don't have a deal in place. So, Oregon President John Carl Schultz, in regards to Big Ten terms, were being granted partial shares during the first parts of this deal, says they believe the shares are more generous than what was available via the Pac-12. Oregon will be full share members in the next Big Ten media deals.
That makes sense to me. I had assumed that was the case. The reporting from Yahoo, Oregon and Washington agreed to join at a lower rate, perhaps as low as 50% of the Big Ten's media revenue. So 50% of $65 million is still more than what they were going to get with Apple TV. Yeah. And the second part is the most important, Rico, that when they renegotiate, they will be full shares.
And this was courtesy of a tweet from James Crepa. So, yeah.
All right.
He's an Oregon Duck beat writer. Yeah. For everybody who says, oh, college football and tradition and I want all my stuff, Oregon just showed you it's not about wins. It's not about your conference. It's about money. Oregon took more money. They would have been the big fish in the Big 12. They'd have been promised, they'd have been guaranteed a college football playoff spot every year. They didn't want that. They wanted the money. So when I hear all this, oh, it's getting ruined, the teams have sold you out. A conference that's been around over 100 years said, we're taking the money. We're leaving. You didn't make enough money for us in the TV deal, so we'll show you. We're going to disband a conference that's over 100 years old to go our separate routes to make more money.
So, no, college football didn't die. The Pac-12 did.
It's different.
It's different.
It's about money.
I mean, when you look at the kind of revenue that's being generated, the sport is healthy, never been healthier, but the soul of college football very much is dying because, Rico...
The stuff you hold near and dear to your heart.
I mean, how about the Oregon State matchup? What's going to happen to the Civil War, as they call it? Or what's going to happen to the Apple Cup?
Well, I guess the Apple Cup, I was reading, they're hoping that maybe they just play it at the beginning of the year.
Sure.
It's possible, but...
You got to get creative.
Here's the thing. The Apple Cup is all fun and well until Washington State wins 2 in a row. And then it's, why are we playing them? The Civil War is great until Oregon State walks in there and rolls Oregon. It's like, why are we playing them again? We got this big check.
And then it becomes one every 4 years
right,
or whatever.
We don't need to play them.
then it
But tradition, don't really care.
But it's in-state. I mean, we are very protected because the Big Ten is a have in all of this, but you would feel terrible if they ripped apart the Michigan State rivalry. I'm talking generally. Fans here would hate that.
You're talking to the wrong person.
I know who I'm talking to, but most people would be genuinely upset if it was, hey, Michigan's leaving for the Intergalactic College Football Conference.
You would get used to it the same way you get Notre Dame every 4 years. And then you forget about them. Nobody sits there and pouts like, we're not playing Notre Dame this year. This season's horrible. Nah, you wait till it happens. You travel to South Bend or they come to your place, get a home and home, and yeah, it's great that year. The rivalry stuff is going away. I mean, it's happened before, and it's going to happen
what I love
again.
about
Texas,
this sport.
Well, I guess Texas and Texas A&M technically back. I don't know if they'll play every year.
That's back, but Bedlam is gone largely after this year, Oklahoma State. Like, if I had to put it, the thing I don't like is losing the rivalry games. I also hate that
But one of the biggest rivalry games that I grew up with was Oklahoma-Nebraska.
Yeah, and it's been dead.
And you know what? No one misses it.
The other thing I hate is as we were going to a 12-team playoff, where in theory more conferences could have survived, we will have less of them. I just wish we could have seen a 12-team playoff with regional conferences all coalescing at the very end, all coming together to compete for a championship.
The problem is ESPN started hemorrhaging money.
Rico, I know. I don't have to like it, but I know.
No, they started hemorrhaging money, so they couldn't pay out all these big-time TV deals. So if you didn't sign your deal, it's like Apple TV. You literally walked in there and said, hey, guys, I got this great deal. Okay, with CBS? No. NBC? No. Fox? No. CW? No. UPN? Well, Apple Plus.
I like Apple TV. It's got some good shows, but it's not major network television. It doesn't pay like major network television. I know. I
mean, think about it.
It's not over-the-air TV.
Mike's upset that State's playing on Peacock a couple of games. Imagine your entire season was on Peacock. He'd lose his stuff.
David, do you have who's throwing the first pitch for tonight's game?
I do. The first pitch will be thrown out by CMU baseball head coach and alumnus Jake Sable.
Oh, he's the new baseball coach.
He's going to throw it out to Tigers leadoff hitter and CMU alumnus Zach McKinstry.
That's great. Now, no one's heard of him, but I think that's cool for my school.
No one's heard of him. You also will get a shout-out on the Tigers scoreboard, CMU shout-out.
He's getting a shout-out?
The whole school, apparently.
I mean, cookies?
No.
Oh, I thought like
they're going to put on there saying
famous
cookies
alums.
who? That's what they're going to put on there.
He's a famous
alum.
alum.
The Tigers. I said some things about Scott Harris, and now I can't throw the first pitch out anymore.
I don't know the Central Michigan power ranking, but I got to think you're got to be in the top 15. You got to be in the top 15 of famous people from Central Michigan because honestly, I can't think of 10. So I'm just saying that there's probably 4 more I'm not thinking of?
We just lost our baseball
fumbles
coach, I think, to Cincinnati. That's
and
kind of what
had
we do.
10
We lose our coaches
I mean,
to
we're not
Cincinnati.
talking Antonio
This
Brown.
all being, let's go back.
Yeah,
1
we're
and
not